Hey everyone, welcome to Fanfic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Not long after, the familiar system chime rang. Gene fusion complete. A new entry appeared on my screen. Mysterious Gene, a fusion that gathers and strengthens all the abilities and specialties of its source genes. When used to cultivate an organism, it grants extraordinary enhancements. I raised an eyebrow. Oh, jackpot. But instead of rushing in like an idiot, I checked the rest of my collection. The demon gene, the ancient monitor lizard gene, they were still sitting there. Useful, but no carriers yet. If I wasted them now, I'd regret it later. Maybe the comm belt would offer a better chance. Decision made. I turned my gaze toward the small butterfly fluttering weakly inside a glass box. Sorry, little guy. Wrong place, wrong time. I cupped it gently, controlled my strength, and with a soft snap, the butterfly was down, just barely clinging to life. Perfect. Its body shimmered and vanished into the cultivation tank as I dragged the mysterious gene into place. Then I added the Tyrannosaurus gene, the Triceratops gene, and finally, a falcon gene I'd snagged back on Prehistoric Island. Funny story. I'd only gotten the falcon gene because the poor bird got half-chewed by a dinosaur. I figured sending it off was an act of mercy. If the underworld exists in this world, that falcon better be thanking me right now. All right, let's cook. I hit begin training. Steam hissed. The tank rumbled. From inside came overlapping cries, the thunderous roars of dinosaurs, the shriek of a falcon, and a faint, delicate flutter, like butterfly wings in a storm. By the time Erica knocked on the door to say dinner was ready, the system chimed again. The steam cleared, and there she was, a tall, slender figure, curves graceful yet commanding, stood within the glow. Her long azure hair spilled like a waterfall down to her waist, her pupils glimmering blue as the sea. Across her face, twin markings, one white, one black. Then wings. They unfurled behind her in a sweep of blue, lined with black and white patterns, each flap scattering faint motes of glowing dust. They weren't just wings. They were art, radiant and terrifying, casting her in the light of some fallen angel. Training successful, abilities acquired, replacement, instantly swap positions with any target in sight. Kaleidoscopic, transform into any creature. Sun poison, wings absorb sunlight to produce deadly powder. Moon poison, wings absorb moonlight to generate lethal toxins. Healing dust, restores those afflicted by her own poisons. Overwhelming charm, a winged aura that bewilders weaker wills. Hurricane wings. Expanding her wings generates devastating storms. Butterfly song. A voice of beauty or dread. Combat evaluation. Rear Admiral level. Peak potential. Vice Admiral. Potential. Admiral. I sucked in a sharp breath. Holy, that's busted. An aerial fortress with poison, charm, speed, and healing? She was a walking natural disaster. Just one flap of those wings, and she could wipe out an entire squad. And to top it off, she had a charm aura on par with the Pirate Empress's fruit. My eyes lingered a moment too long as the motes shimmered across her bare skin, and I had to force myself to look away. Damn, stay focused, Mio. Quickly, I shrugged off my coat and draped it over her shoulders. Here, until I can get you some proper clothes. Her eyes softened. For the first time, she smiled. And in that instant, it was like the whole room lit up. I'll call you Lilith. Her lips parted. Lilith. Lilith likes this name. Before I could react, she stepped forward, cupped my face with delicate hands, and pressed a soft kiss against my lips. My brain short-circuited. F. My heart screamed inside my chest. Did I just get kissed? The crazy part? I didn't want to resist. Not even a little. When she pulled back, her cheeks glowed faint pink. She covered her mouth and laughed softly, the sound as light as falling petals. I exhaled slowly, trying to keep my face neutral while my mind was still running laps. Right? Clothes. Wings away for now. We'll get you something custom on the next island. As Lilith began to dress, I turned back to the interface. Another prompt blinked into existence. Would you like to extract an ability from Lilith? I grinned, anticipation buzzing through me. If I'm lucky, give me replacement. Drawing. Mio whispered as the panel glowed. Starting draw. Success. Congratulations. Ability acquired. Replacement. Attributes. 1/10 of cultivated creatures' overall stats obtained. For a moment, Mio just blinked. Then his face lit up like fireworks. No way. I actually pulled it. Lilith had so many abilities that drawing the one he wanted felt nearly impossible. He'd barely dare to hope. But here it was, replacement. And her stats, damn, that's high. Mio muttered, scanning the numbers. Strength wasn't quite at Erica's monstrous level, but speed and endurance? Off the charts. Lilith, now dressed in clothes he'd lent her, tilted her head, watching him with curious blue eyes. The master seems very happy. Mio grinned. Yeah, happier than I've been in a long time. She nodded softly, expression calm, yet the faint curve of her lips hinted at warmth. The aura around her was strange, elegant and cool, like an untouchable iceberg goddess. Yet the way she spoke carried no coldness at all. Dinner's ready, Mio said at last, glancing at the door. His eyes flickered to the carpet just inside the room. Let's test this out. Replacement. In an instant, his vision blinked. Then he was standing by the door, hand on the knob, as if he'd always been there. Behind him, the carpet he'd targeted lay where he had just been. No disorientation, no dizziness, just instant movement. Perfect, Mio whispered, excitement bubbling in his chest. Now to see if the sea rejects me like a devil fruit user. Before he could dwell on it, Lilith's figure vanished from her spot and reappeared right beside him, hand covering his on the knob. Her eyes sparkled playfully. Master, I'm hungry. Mio chuckled, shaking his head. Then let's eat. The dining room buzzed softly. As Mio entered with Lilith at his side, Robin blinked in open surprise. Her eyes widened, 3 question marks practically floating above her head. When had such a beautiful girl boarded their ship? Captain, Robin asked cautiously, who is this? Erica barely glanced up, calmly laying out plates. Warwick kept chewing on a skewer of meat, unbothered. Mio smiled. This is Lilith. From now on, she's one of us, just like Erica and Warwick. Robin studied her closely. Those flawless features, the aura both serene and captivating. Robin's chest gave a strange flutter. A heartbeat? She quickly lowered her gaze, pretending to flip through her ever-present book. But what is she? Robin pressed. Mr. Warwick is a wolf. Erica is an ant. Lilith? Mio smirked. A butterfly. Understanding lit Robin's face. No wonder. That explains it. Butterflies were already beautiful. Turn one into a human, and you got this. Dinner came then, barbecued meat sizzling on the table, paired with bottles of wine. The perfect pirate meal. Mio laughed as he tore into the food. Life for now was good. Later, under the cool night sky, Mio stepped onto the deck. Warwick padded over, still licking grease from his claws. You're coming with me, Mio said. If I pass out in the water, drag me up. No hesitation. Warwick thumped his chest. Relax, master. Warwick's got this. That's what I'm afraid of, Mio muttered. Taking a breath, he vaulted over the railing, plunging into the dark waves. Warwick splashed in after him. Cold salt water enveloped him. Mio braced himself for the weakness devil fruit users always suffered, but nothing. No crushing fatigue. No helpless sinking. He could move. He could breathe steady. A grin split his face. Still strong. No side effects. He burst back to the surface, just as a bird passed overhead, shedding a single feather. Mio's eyes narrowed. Replacement. In a blink, his body vanished from the waves and reappeared in the sky, swapping places with the drifting feather. Wind roared past him as he hung in the night air, laughing wildly. Ha ha! Yes, with this, I can let the world think I'm a devil fruit user. surprised them when they least expect it. His eyes gleamed. This changes everything. There were not many rooms on the ship. Only the last one was left, which was arranged for Lilith. At night, on the deck, Mio was fighting Warwick, familiar with the power she gained through Lilith. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. On the deck, Mio and Warwick were fighting hand-to-hand. Warwick's fists were wrapped in armament Haki, like a pair of fists made of black iron. I have to say that in armament Haki, Warwick seems to be very talented. Although he is currently only wrapping his fists, he is already a lot ahead. But perhaps because of this, Warwick's experience is not so good, not as good as Meow. But Warwick has a superhuman sense of smell, which makes up for it in a small way. Roar. Warwick let out a muffled growl, kicked it out, and a Tempest Kick burst out. Mio leaped slightly to avoid. Tempest Kick fell into the distant sea, causing waves. Immediately afterwards, Mio stepped out and rushed in front of Warwick, blasting out with a punch, wrapping his fist bones in armor. Boom! Warwick fisted, 2 punches collided, and a wave of air swept all around. Call! After this punch, the two separated, and Mio had almost the master's various attributes that had increased a lot after being promoted. In the middle of the night, the moonlight shone so that the deck would not appear so dim. Mio sat cross-legged. Warwick went to the cabin and took a bottle of rum and handed it to Mio. He also sat aside with a bottle of rum and drank it. Meow took a sip of Galugulu, picked up the pointer he got from the giant, glanced at the direction, opened the map, and took a look. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he couldn't help but look forward to it. Alabasta. This is the next island. This permanent pointer seems to have been used by Dory and the others, and many islands are recorded on it. It would be much more convenient to sail in the future. The island of Alabasta is considered to be a large island, on which there is also the Nefertari clan, who could have become the Celestial Dragons clan, and the future robbery incidents also start from here. But for Mio, what he is looking forward to is undoubtedly the historical text on Alabasta. The historical text on this island is suspected to record the location of a Pluton. If it is true, then it must be considered. But when the time comes, it will be dangerous. After all, if something like Pluton is so threatening that it is known by the world government, it will definitely find him and deal with him with the idea of destroying it if it is not obtained. In this regard, Mio is also a bit tangled. Finally, he reluctantly shook his head and stopped thinking about it, ready to go back to the room to rest. And Warwick, still sitting on the deck, didn't have the idea of going back to the room. Meow was also used to this. Perhaps Warwick would be more energetic at night because he was a wolf. Although it is possible to sleep, it is okay not to sleep. It's all up to him. The next day, woke up early in the morning. After eating Erica's breakfast, Mio came to the deck. A newsbird flew up and landed on the bow. Take it. Mio took out a coin and handed it over, then took the newspaper. After the newsbird flew away, Mio sat down directly cross-legged, opened the newspaper, and read it. In the newspaper, nothing big. However, among the new rewards, Mio couldn't help being surprised. Because he saw himself above, there were also Erica and Warwick among them. Name, Kirikawa Mio. Reward, 45 million. Name, Erica. Reward, 33 million. Name, Warwick. Reward, 30 million. Looking at the reward, Mio grinned and looked satisfied. Yes, there's so many reward for the first time. It's pretty good. But speaking of it, I am curious when looking at the rewards. Does Naval Headquarters have a special unit that goes to the streets to search for the names of those who are offering rewards? Otherwise, how can you know the names of yourself and others? In addition to the rewards offered by myself and others, Robin's reward order, which has not appeared in a long time, also appeared on the reward list. Name, Nico Robin. Reward, 80 million. No reduction, no increase. It's still the same as before. No, it is exactly 1 million. After all, Robin originally offered a reward of 79 million, but now it has become the same as the reward at the beginning of the plot. Erica, post these reward orders in the restaurant. This is our first reward. Mio handed the reward order to Erica, grinning. Have we been offered a reward? After hearing this, Erica ran over curiously, and Warwick on the side also looked curiously here. Yes, we were all offered a reward, but Lilith was not offered a reward because the Marines didn't know it before, otherwise Lilith might also be offered a reward. Mio said. Erica took the reward order and looked at it. When she saw her reward order, she couldn't help but bow her nose. Master, Erica on this is so ugly. Ha ha ha, it's okay. Erica has always been cute in my eyes. Mio rubbed Erica's face and laughed comfortingly. Hearing the host's compliment, Erica suddenly smiled happily, turning around and holding the reward order and walked towards the restaurant. Aside, when Warwick heard the master's words, he couldn't help standing up and coming to Erica to ask for his reward order. After seeing his reward order, Warwick frowned. The Warwick here is so ugly. Ugly is ugly. What does a big man want to be so good-looking? Min turned to be a Kugan. Hearing this, Warwick immediately lowered his head, as if he had lost his soul. Seeing this, Erica covered her mouth and snickered, then turned and bounced towards the cabin. Because of the reward order, several girls in the cabin were actively discussing for a long time, and Mio took out the crude map that Crocus drew before and drove the ship, scratching his head while moving towards the other side, muttering in his mouth. You have to find a navigator as soon as possible. This map is a bit unclear for non-professional navigators. The map was so beautifully drawn, and it took me a long time to understand it. At first I took a casual glance and didn't think there was anything, but now, tisk, it's hard to say. Fortunately, I understood at the end, and the ship also started to move towards the comm belt. Just now, in the cabin, Lilith walked out, holding a phone bug in her hand and handing it to Mio's eyes. Master, your phone worm. This is... Looking at the phone worm, Meow raised his eyebrows and was immediately surprised. This is the phone worm Vegapunk gave to herself. It seems that Vegapunk has something to tell herself. It's been a long time since I contacted him, Mr. Vegapunk, Mio said slowly after connecting to the phone worm, looking at the endless sea. I should have contacted you by text, but now I just have time and there is no one around, so I contacted you by phone. Vegapunk's warm voice came. He now seems to join the world government. Not at all contradictory. Then Mr. Vegapunk is looking for something to do with me? Meow asked with a smile. Yeah. Speaking of the point, Vegapunk said with a chuckle. There are mainly two things. The first is about the world government, and the second is about the genes you gave me before. Oh, hearing this, Mio's eyes flickered, and there was no words, just listening quietly. Somewhere in the Holy Land, Mariewa, in a research room guarded by heavy troops, Vegapunk held a cup of hot tea in his hand, took a sip, and slowly said, Only by joining the world government can we know the extent of the power of the world government. It looks like you have a deep experience. It's not an experience. It's just an experience. Vegapunk slowly shook his head and said in a deep voice, From the first day after I joined the world government, it seemed like it was intentional. The world government showed me their great power. Perhaps it made me afraid to have other ideas. But they were considered successful. On this sea, among the strongest people I know about Whitebeard and Marines Admiral, the world government is like me. As far as I feel, there are not less than 5 people who are not weaker than Admiral. But do you think this will be the full power of the world government? Naturally impossible. Hearing this, he sneered and said without hesitation, A huge power organization that has been developed for 800 years and has ruled the world since its establishment. Even a pig will grow to an extremely terrifying stage, let alone a world government. If there is only such a power, then the world government will be early the rule was overthrown. After all, how terrible was the original Rocks pirate? Without the help of the world government, how did the original naval headquarters deal with the Rocks? You know, the original naval headquarters was only Garp Sengoku, and perhaps the strength of Sora was not weak. Add Zephyr. But even so, I don't think Marine had the ability to deal with Rocks at the time. Perhaps Roger also helped, but the original Rocks pirate was too strong, and it would be impossible without the intervention of the world government. Mio sneered. Rocks pirate doesn't talk about other things. Just looking at the lineup is scary. Except Rox, who is the captain. Whitebeard, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Achiku, Golden Lion, Silver Axe John. Any one is enough to dominate the sea. This is just a crew of Rox Pirate that I know so far. Who knows what else I don't know? It can be seen that Rox Pirate is so powerful that it can be called the true maritime overlord of that era. Yes, although the unknown can make people curious, but more still make people feel scared. So the world government has succeeded, and I really don't have any idea of leaving the world government now. Vegapunk said slowly, "You want to say you're scared?" The corner of Meow's mouth rose slightly. That's not necessarily the case, but there are many things that have not been studied clearly, have not been developed, and I don't want to die. Okay. Vegapunk sipped the hot tea again and said, "Don't mention anything else. I intend to tell you about the world government. In addition to 5 elders, there seems to be another existence on the world government, but I haven't seen it. That existence is called Lord Yim. This Lord Yim may have obtained the ultimate ability of Op fruit." On the deck, Meow frowned slightly, inexplicably thinking of the figure in the white robe that looked like a woman that she had seen in North Blue. Immediately, Meow shook his head, remembering the ultimate ability of Op fruit, which is the immortality operation. In fact, the possibility is indeed great. Now that some people know the ultimate ability of Op fruit, it seems that some people have used this ability and some people have gained longevity. And the only person who is likely to get this ability, Yim, is very likely. For me, this kind of thing is too far-reaching. Even if I know it now, I can't touch it. Meow said in a deep voice. I know, I just told you, because recently this Sama seems to be about to leave Mariewa and go to the Grand Line. Maybe you will run into it. Vegapunk made a rare laugh. Sneer. Hearing this, Meow laughed. I don't even know what it looks like. What can I do if I see it? That's true. Vegapunk smiled, and then talked about genetics. The last time I got the gene from you, I started to research after I came to the world government. I have to say that this gene is really amazing. It is obviously only a human gene, but it actually contains the characteristics of several organisms. However, these characteristics have been forcibly hidden. At the same time, because of these characteristics, the owner of this gene has the superimposed attributes of several creatures. I also found that if these hidden characteristics are activated, there may be something wrong thing happened. I will conduct related research during this time. You may have to find a chance to come to Mariewa. Why? Meow asked with a frown. Vegapunk put down his teacup and said solemnly, It's very simple, because in my expectation, if these characteristics are activated and implanted in a biological body, then this creature will become an existence with multiple biological characteristics and superimposed attributes. The activation of the characteristics can allow integration. This genetic creature has explosive power, coupled with the superposition of attributes, can create a strong person in a short period of time. The only drawback may be that it will become a beast-shaped monster at that time, and it will not have enough reason, and the ability to think is just like an ordinary beast. But in the same way, even if so, the world government will like this creature very much. I don't want my research results to be abused by the world government, especially for such interesting things. And the gene itself is obtained from you. The person who deserves the most research results should also be you. That's right. It's just that Mariewa is not so easy to go. Mio said slowly, her eyes gleaming with thoughtfulness. I know, but don't worry. I will let you know when the time comes. In the phone bug, Vegapunk's voice just fell off. Boom, boom, boom. Mr. Vegapunk, are you resting? An unfamiliar voice sounded. Immediately, a note from the phone worm in Mio's hand was revealed. Call back later. Subsequently, the phone worm was hung up. Meow looked at the phone worm in his hand, with a pensive look in his eyes. No sense. Could it be that this is the result of choosing the beast type in gene fusion? In genetic training, I have always been a chosen human form, and I have never chosen a beast form. Perhaps this is the consequence of choosing a beast form, but it's not right. After training through cheat, both the human form and the animal form are loyal to oneself, which means that this may be the result of choosing the animal form. But if you own the cheat, You don't have to worry about being unable to control it. But other people do not have cheat. Once they do so, the creatures they cultivate are uncontrollable and irrational. He shook his head, squinted his eyes, and thought of Eam. This mysterious existence, as the master of the world government, can also be called the master of this world. Meow is naturally very curious about what kind of existence it is. But Naiha is too mysterious, and his identity is too terrifying. While making Meow curious, she also felt very jealous. As for what Vegapunk said may be encountered in Grand Line, this kind of thing can only depend on fate. Ship sailing. It didn't take long for him to temporarily put this matter in his heart, not thinking about it, but doing his own exercise. Observation Haki is already considered a barrier to entry, and it only takes time to accumulate. Although progress is slow, it is indeed a very stable method. The rest is armament Haki. Unlike observation Haki, armament Haki can improve very quickly in battle. So after Mio was free at this time, he was fighting Warwick. Compared to Erica, Warwick is the best target for Meow to practice armament Haki. After all, Warwick's physical skills are much better than Erica, although his strength is not as good as Erica. Finger pistol. Warwick stretched out his sharp index finger with his claws, a finger pierced, and the sound of breaking through the air sounded. Armament Haki wrapped Warwick's index finger, which seemed to have great destructive power. Mio's expression condensed, and she turned her head slightly to avoid it. But the next moment, he was kicked out by Warwick. His body flew out and hit the deck hoarding. Tisk, Warwick, your 6 poses are getting more and more proficient, Mio said with a grin. Master, are you okay? Warwick asked worriedly, scratching his head. It's okay, it's just a kick. Meow stopped, got up and patted her butt. Come on, continue. It's not interesting to practice alone. It's better to find someone to fight. This is also a good time-consuming method that Mio has found during this time in this world, and at the same time can improve her strength, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. During the battle, Mio was also able to learn combat experience. It's okay to say that it's 3 kills with 1 stone. Sailing on the sea, time is always in the past quietly. 3 days later, Mio is here in Calm Belt. The sea in front of him was extremely calm at first glance. There are no islands and no ships, but can feel the difference from other sea areas, and that is the wind. The Calm Belt, as the name suggests, is a windless area, which cannot make ships move normally. After all, most ships in this world are ordinary sailboats, rely on sails to advance. Once in the Calm Belt, it is difficult for ships to leave the Calm Belt due to wind speed. In addition, the Calm Belt belongs to the nest area of the Sea Kings, which is very dangerous. In the Calm Belt and the surrounding waters, it is rare to see ships in order to avoid accidentally entering the Calm Belt. But at this time, after seeing the Calm Belt, Mio took the initiative to drive the ship and headed in towards the Calm Belt. At the same time, several people said to Warwick, "You have entered the Calm Belt. You guys should pay attention to avoid the ship being damaged by the Sea Kings. Once the Sea Kings appear, just repel it, don't kill it. Once killed, the blood will attract more Sea Kings. Even if a few of them are good at that time, there will still be some trouble in this sea." "I know the master." Warwick nodded. Erica stood by the boat, her hands on the hilt of her waist, always vigilant. Lilith is holding a book next to Robin, and from time to time Robin asks some questions about the book, but most of the time Robin also shook his head to express doubts. A closer look will reveal that Lilith is holding a medical-related book. As the ship traveled completely into the Calm Belt, Mio soon noticed the situation of Calm Belt. Windy, but it is so small that it is difficult to drive the sails. The speed of the ship also began to slow down, finally staying on a piece of sea area, moving extremely slowly, and sometimes it doesn't even move. "Master!" Erica suddenly yelled towards Mio, looking at the sea, holding a knife in both hands. Unexpectedly, something will come so soon. Is it a sea beast or a Sea Kings? Meow grinned, expecting to be a Sea Kings. After all, he came here to find the Sea Kings. Next moment, a figure suddenly rushed out of the sea, and a huge figure entered Meow's line of sight. Suddenly, A look of disappointment appeared in Meow's eyes. It is a sea beast. Go away. Warwick roared, the scarlet light in his eyes flickered, and then he made a light leap and kicked directly on the sea beast's head. The powerful force exploded, unexpectedly directly rushing out of the sea. The sea beast kicked into the sea. The waves surged. Perhaps it was because he was frightened by this kick, and the sea beast did not appear again. After all, most sea beasts still have a certain amount of intelligence. The sea became calm again. Mio took a bottle of rum, sat on the bow of the boat, and watched the surrounding sea, while drinking wine, feeling a little helpless. Obviously, those people in the original work can easily meet sea kings when they enter the calm belt, so why can't they be touched at all by themselves? Such a calm sea does not look like Sea King's lair. Simply, Mio came to Lilith and chatted with Lilith to pass the time. After all, it is impossible to practice at this time. Maybe something will happen. Lilith, what are you looking at? Me asked. It's a book, Master. Lilith shook the book in her hand to show Meow. I know it's a book. I'm asking what book. Meow said with a helpless smile. A book about the introduction of symptoms of various common diseases. Lilith lit her chin Kaido with a small hand, frowning occasionally when she read the book, as if she was embarrassed by the content on it, and she didn't understand it. Come on. Hearing this, Mio grinned and gave Lilith a cheering posture. He still supports the type of book Lilith reads. Maybe he doesn't need a ship doctor in the future. Yeah. Lilith nodded slightly. A faint smile appeared on her face. Grumbling, Mio took another sip of wine. After a sip of wine, the wine in the bottle was empty. At the same time, Meow narrowed his eyes and went to the side of the boat, looking at the sea, and couldn't help muttering. It looks like a few big guys are here. It seems to be sea kings. Erica said too. Vaguely, several huge figures could be seen swimming by under the sea, and then disappeared again. There's a high possibility that it is sea kings. Although they disappeared briefly, these sea kings may not have left. On the contrary, they may hide under the sea. Perhaps they're thinking about whether to attack Mio's ship. Compared with the intelligence of the sea beasts, the sea king's intelligence is higher, even no different from ordinary people, because the sea kings have a long lifespan and they will know many things during the long years. Among sea kings, there are large and small sizes. The largest one can reach a body size of about 5 kilometers or even longer, and the king of sea kings is the princess who will appear in the Fishmen Island in the future. At this time, sea kings appeared under the induction of observation Haki just now. Although I don't know how long they are at least not small, much larger than sea beasts. Boom! The sea shook suddenly. A huge figure suddenly rushed out of the sea at this moment, and a huge body stood on the sea. At this time, it was watching Min's ships, including Min and others on board. This is a sea king's that is not small in size, at least about 600 to 700 meters. It has a body like a snake, but its head is a lion head. Roar! Sea kings uttered a roar at me and the others, and then formed a wave of air that swept past. Roar! Warwick, who was irritated by the roar, roared back without hesitation, staring at the sea kings with scarlet eyes, as if he was saying, "You roar and try again." Song. Mio slowly drew the knife and said in a deep voice, "This sea king's is my target this time, so don't kill it, you know?" Erica knows. Erica also slowly pulled out the double knives from her waist. Warwick nodded slightly. Lilith asked, "Master, do you want Lilith to help?" "No need." Mio shook his head. There were 3 people, including herself and Erica Warwick, enough to deal with the small sea kings. Puff! The voice fell. Erica swung her double knives abruptly, and 2 terrifying slashes burst out suddenly, slashing towards sea kings. Warwick also knew how to cooperate at this time, and a tempest kick burst out and attacked first, hitting the sea surface and causing waves, blocking Sea King's line of sight, making it invisible to the slashing past. Wait until the waves disappear. 2 slashes have already arrived in front of Sea King's. With a pouch, 2 huge wounds appeared on Sea King's body, blood spattered out of the sea, and a painful sound came from Sea King's mouth. Immediately afterwards, Mio's thoughts moved, and the figure disappeared, and then appeared on Sea King's body, where a scale had just fallen off because of Erica's slash, and at this time appeared on the ship where Mio had previously stood. Although the size is small in Sea King's, it is just right for my goal. It is too big to deal with, so I will accept it. Mio grinned. Perhaps because of feeling Meow on his body, Sea Kings shook with a roar, and then even wanted to dive directly into the sea. But Mio didn't waste any time, waved Raikiri, slashed, and slashed out directly. One sword flow. Crows. A knife was swiped, but it seemed like dozens of swipes, and the black slashes burst out like a group of crows, and at such a close distance, they directly slashed on the body of Sea Kings. A series of wounds of different sizes emerged. The blood spewed frantically, and the sea was about to be dyed red. The screaming voice also kept ringing. Afterwards, Mio took another knife and inserted it into Sea King's head. In just a few minutes from rushing out from the bottom of the sea to the present, this Sea Kings has been seriously injured. With a thought, Mio put the Sea Kings directly into the cultivation tank, and then looked in the direction of the boat, watching the bottle of wine that he had finished drinking and placed on the boat. In an instant, the wine bottle disappeared, and it was replaced by Mio's figure. Once back on the boat, Mio immediately opened the panel and pulled the gene he prepared into the frame under the cultivation tank. The ancient monitor lizard gene was still not used this time, but continued to be kept. In addition, the genes of the devil were put in, as well as genes such as Tyrannosaurus and Triceratops. The reason why the ancient monitor lizard gene is not released is because the ancient monitor lizard gene itself is afraid of sea water because of devil fruit. The creature to be cultivated this time is Sea Kings. After being cultivated, it is a creature that can breathe freely in the sea, and it is obviously inappropriate to put the gene of the ancient monitor lizard. One demon gene is enough. I hope it's almost as I expected. Mio rubbed his hands and directly pressed the training button. Please choose the training direction. Animal type? Human type? Human type. At this time, Robin came to Mio's side and asked curiously, Captain, what about the Sea Kings? Why do they disappear suddenly? Well, you'll be able to see it in a while. Mio grinned, looked at the blood-stained sea in the distance, and then looked wary. Attention! The blood may attract other Sea Kings, so you must be vigilant. If the ship is destroyed, it will be troublesome. Although it is not inseparable, but without a boat, there will always be a lot of time delay. Therefore, the ship must be preserved, and there are still billions of Baileys in his room. If the ship is destroyed, it is really going to collapse. When you go to the city of Seven Waters, you have to build a good ship. Ms. muttered. Before going to the city of Seven Waters, in addition to Alabasta, you must go to Sky Island. Here, there's a piece of historical text. Not to mention, the golden town on Sky Island is bound to be won by itself. And there is also the Thunder Fruit in Enel's hometown. I just don't know if Thunder Fruit is still there now. After all, the time is too early for the original plot, and the earliest time Enel got Thunder Fruit was only 10 years before the plot began. At this time, maybe there is a Thunder Fruit-capable person wandering in the sea. It may not be impossible for the new Thunder Fruit to appear on Sky Island after the death of this capable person. But I have to say that Thunder Fruit is indeed a top-level ability in Logia. Thunder. It has always been one of the most terrifying nature. Among the Logia fruits currently appearing, I am afraid that Kizaru's Glitter Fruit, Ace's Maramara Fruit, and Dark Fruit can be compared. Just when Meow was meditating, the sea, the waves surged. Mio was immediately alert and pulled out Raikiri. It looks like it's already here. The voice just fell. Boom, boom, boom. On the sea, huge figures emerged one after another. It is a very large Sea Kings, and the number is very large, at least more than 20. The smallest Sea Kings are also about 100 meters in size, and the largest one is even more horrible at thousands of meters. The size at first glance is a giant standing there, which is very shocking visually. Roar! The Sea Kings roared at where Mio was. Head by head, Sea Kings surrounded the ships, staring at them. It was the first time Robin saw this kind of formation, and his small face suddenly became pale. TSK, the number is really enough. Mio curled her lips and couldn't help but sigh that it was a pity that she did not know Conqueror's Haki. Although Erica has Conqueror's Haki, she is obviously unskilled, and she doesn't even know it at all. Maybe you want to take a chance to visit Sabeti Archipelago and ask Rayleigh. Let alone these for now. The new creatures on the panel are still being cultivated. While looking at the Sea Kings, Mio was thinking about whether to take the initiative to attack. Beside him, Lilith slowly came to Mio's side and said softly, "Master, Lilith can help." Oh, hearing this, he was stunned, then nodded. Then try it. He knew that Lilith had this ability, but he thought it might make a lot of noise, so he didn't speak before. After all, Calm Belt is the lair of Sea Kings. Now it is only 10 or 20, but if it makes too much noise, there may be hundreds of people coming out if there is movement or quietness, and then there will be real danger. But now that Lilith had spoken, she was confident in thinking about it, and Mio agreed. Obtained Mio's consent. I saw Lilith walking towards the front step by step. With one step out, cracks appeared on the clothes behind. The second step was taken, and a touch of color began to emerge behind. When Lilith came to the side of the ship and stepped into the air, a pair of huge, splendid wings suddenly stretched out behind her, spread her wings and waved, and Lilith's figure flew into the sky. The wings waved, making it look like an elf in the sky, with a little bit of fluorescence scattered. The huge wings are at least several times the size of Lilith herself. Every time he waved it, there seemed to be a violent wind swept vaguely. But the most important thing is that when Lilith unfolded its wings, the originally fierce Sea Kings suddenly appeared in the shape of love in their eyes, and they looked at Lilith as if they could not move away. Eyes are gone. Only the biggest Sea Kings shook his head abruptly after being fascinated by Lilith for just a few seconds, and then stared at Lilith fiercely. Roll! Lilith's tone was indifferent. Her wings stretched crazily, and then she shook slowly. Puff! Two terrifying giant wind blades condensed by wind suddenly flew towards the largest Sea Kings. The sound of breaking through the air continued to sound. There was a pouch, but in an instant, two terrifying wounds emerged on the huge Sea King's body, and blood spewed out. Roar! The huge Sea Kings let out a painful roar, and because of this roar, those Sea Kings who were fascinated by Lilith suddenly recovered, and then roared and roared. Immediately afterwards, he opened his mouth in the blood basin and attacked the ship. Go away! Seeing this scene, especially when her owner was still on the boat, Lilith's face suddenly became cold, and the wings behind her shook again. A tornado actually formed under the waving of this wing, sweeping across the sea, causing the ships to start shaking crazily. The tornado swept up the sea and was rapidly evolving toward the terrifying storm. Lilith waved her wings again, and the tornado swept directly towards the Sea Kings. One Sea Kings was suddenly involved in the tornado, and then it turned into a blood mist. The sea surface was immediately dyed red. At exactly this time, on the panel, the training is complete. Successful training. Name, unnamed. Ability, gigantic. Huge size brings unparalleled power. Underwater breathing, able to breathe freely underwater. The voice of Sea Kings can communicate with Sea Kings. Julie, his power. It will make you feel horrible, violent. When he is seriously injured, he will enter a violent state, and his attributes will be improved. Tough. He is huge, and he will become a living target. But fortunately, his skin is very defensive. Hard bones. Not only skin defense, strong, his bones are also very hard. Huge roar. Making a violent roar. People who are not determined will feel fear, and the sound can also spread on the bottom of the sea. Water speed. He is very fast in the water. Water storage, the special upgraded, allows him to store a certain amount of water in the body and then launch it in an attack. Reminder, because the size of the organisms to be cultivated is too large, they will be automatically put into the sea. Look at the prompt on the panel. Mio's eyes flickered, and the corners of her mouth rose. Even if the ship was shaking violently, it still couldn't stop his excitement at this time. Especially when I saw the ability of cultivating creatures this time, the sound of Sea Kings, which is almost equivalent to the alternative sound of everything. It is very important to be able to communicate with Sea Kings, especially when sailing on the sea. When encountering some danger, if there are sea kings nearby, you can ask for help from the other party. Of course, you don't know if you agree or not. But this time, cultivating organisms has a huge effect on Mio. Because a behemoth in the sea, in terms of naval warfare, Meow cannot worry about marine and world government. Of course, if it is on land, then I don't know. But I didn't expect that this time the creatures were put directly on the bottom of the sea after the completion of the cultivation. They are huge. I don't know how big they are. It's like the little Oz in the original book. Meng murmured. Then he grinned expectantly. He started drawing rewards. Before drawing the reward, Mio's heart was still a little nervous. I hope I don't get the ability to become a giant. Although being gigantic can bring great power, and even fits well with Shirahoshi, cough cough, but it's just a normal body shape. Starting to draw, the draw is successful. Congratulations on the ability, Sound of Sea Kings, and 1/10 of the all-round attributes of the creatures you cultivated this time. This ability is pretty good, Mio murmured. Although this ability does not greatly improve eyesight, it is still good. After all, if you can communicate with sea kings, sailing on the sea will be more fun. At the same time, when communicating with sea kings, maybe you can get some interesting news from sea kings sometimes. Wait, F***K. Suddenly, me burst into a foul language, making Robin, who was holding him tightly, unable to help but glance at him in astonishment. However, at this moment, Mio felt the growing power in her body and was dumbfounded. If Mio's strength was 5 before, then now, it suddenly reminds that 7 is close to 8. He has increased nearly half of his original strength. This kind of improvement allows Mio to clearly feel the feeling of improving his strength. The creatures cultivated this time are too powerful. Mio couldn't help sighing. With that, Mio raised her head, looked at the other sea kings, and shouted directly, "Hey, you big guys, go back to sleep when there's nothing wrong. We're leaving." He tried his new ability. Following Mio's words, the sea kings were suddenly stunned. This human being is talking to us? Seems like it. We can understand what he says, but he shouldn't understand what we say, right? Yes, I don't understand. Then why is he talking to us? Maybe because he is a fool? Mio, you are a fool, and your whole family is a big fool. Mio thought to himself, and then shouted, "Stop discussing. I can understand what you are saying. Wow, this human being can really communicate with us. What should I do? Do you want to leave? This is the first time I have seen a human being able to communicate with us." Me too. How can I leave? His partner hurt me, and they're still in pain. But his partner is so strong, we may not be able to win. It seems to be too. Listening to the conversation like a child came into Mio's ears. After that, Mio beckoned to Lilith, making Lilith stop. The tornado shook Lilith's wings and then dispersed. The sea began to calm down. All sea kings started to stare at Mio, with curiosity in front of them. It was the first time that they had seen a human being able to communicate with themselves after they had lived for a long time. At this time, they felt very strange, and even a little reluctant to leave. They kept staring at Meow. It's like when Luffy went to Daughter's Island in the original book and was surrounded by women on the island. Can you really communicate with us? Sea Kings, who is the largest in size, slightly probed and asked Mio. His voice sounded like a female, but he completely forgot that he was killed by Lilith just now. The fallen accomplice stared at Meow curiously. Yes, I can understand what you're saying. Min nodded. Okay, amazing. Hearing this, the Sea Kings were suddenly surprised. For the sake of our ability to communicate, why don't you think about giving way? We have to go. Meaden started to ask. He didn't want to kill these Sea Kings. After all, it would be very troublesome to attract more at that time. But hearing Mio's words, the huge Sea Kings suddenly shook his head. No, I can't let you go. You can communicate with us, so stay here and talk to us every day. Speak? May I tell you a hammer? The corners of Meow's mouth twitched slightly. What is a hammer? The huge Sea Kings asked suspiciously. In the face of this childlike learning, Mio didn't have the slightest idea of any confusion, but asked again, Are you really not letting us go? No. In this regard, The giant sea kings was quite determined. Well then, you asked for more blessings. Hearing this, Mio shrugged and took a few steps back. Next moment, not far away, sea kings standing on the sea surface suddenly seemed to be dragged into the seabed by something. There was no resistance at all, and there was no time to even give a life-saving. However, after a few seconds, blood appeared on the bottom of the sea. Roar! An extremely harsh and thunderous roar came from the bottom of the sea, and then a huge figure rushed out of the sea, instantly forming a huge wave, causing the ship to shake violently. This huge figure was covered with red skin. At this moment, he grabbed the huge sea kings. Although he was not as big as the huge sea kings, he grabbed the sea kings and slammed into the water with a fist. Go down and beat the huge sea kings without the slightest resistance. Who allowed you to hurt the master? Look at me killing you guys who don't know good or bad. The loud voice roared, full of anger. The huge body with 2 horns on its forehead has a body like a human, and behind it is a huge tail, which can arouse huge waves when shaken at will. At this moment, this figure grabbed the huge sea kings and pressed it into the water, pressing it desperately while pulling out his other hand, clenching his fist, and hitting it punch after punch. Who let you bully the master? Look at me killing you guys. No one can hurt the master. The voice roared and roared. While beating the huge sea kings, this huge figure flicked its tail and easily flew the sea kings that had originally wanted to attack. The powerful force caused the sea kings to faint to death. Don't fight, it's wrong, it's wrong. It's so painful, don't fight it. The voice of the huge sea kings kept ringing, and the huge body was constantly struggling. However, the power of this crimson figure seemed to be too great, making this huge sea kings struggling no matter how hard it was. If it's wrong, it won't work. The scarlet figure roared, grabbing the tail of a small sea king's not far away, directly swiping it in the air for a circle, and then threw it out. At the same time, a sea king seemed to attack Mio directly, and when he was spotted by the crimson figure, his eyes widened. Suddenly stretched out his hand and quickly grabbed the sea kings, grabbed it with both hands and lifted it above his head, and both hands violently pulled towards the two. No one can hurt the master. Roar. Accompanied by a roar, the muscles of the crimson figure can clearly be seen exploding in strength, and a sea king's was torn in half by the crimson figure abruptly in the next moment. TSK, this power is too terrifying, right? Seeing this scene, Meow grinned, feeling a touch of shock. But then Mio opened his mouth. Okay, stop. The crimson figure is fighting in the sea, making the sea rough. This is obviously calm belt, but it is not at all calm at this time. Hearing Mio's words, the huge figure stopped immediately and turned his head to look at Mio. You can clearly see that the pupils of this figure are very special, with a hint of scarlet flickering in the amber pupils from time to time. Master, are you going to kill them? The huge figure asked. No, don't kill me. The huge sea kings suddenly shouted anxiously, struggling again. Boom! The scarlet figure punched down and slammed into the head of the huge sea kings, roaring. Don't move! Oh, a voice full of grievance rang from the mouth of the huge sea kings. The corners of Meow's mouth twitched slightly, and then he carefully looked at the crimson figure, a huge figure with horns on the head, a tail behind him, and the crimson skin. It looked like a demon, a bit hideous. Don't kill. Let them go, we have to leave too. Meow said with a smile. It's the same whether you kill sea kings or not. Killing is of no benefit. Although you may be able to get some genes, but to be honest, the sea king's genes are not very useful for Meow before they can get good other genes for cultivation. At least this is the case for now, unless it is when I want to cultivate an underwater army in the future, then sea king's genes may be useful. Forget it now. Then let you guys go. Hearing the owner's instructions, the scarlet figure snorted coldly, slapped it down, and the huge sea kings were shot directly into the bottom of the sea. But soon, the huge sea king showed his head again and shouted at Mio. Thank you, humanity. I will never be human again in the future. Goodbye. Hearing this, the corners of Meow's mouth twitched slightly. How did it feel like being cast out in shadow? But looking at the wound after another on the huge sea kings, let alone this possibility, is quite high. As the huge sea kings left, the other sea kings were stunned by the crimson figure, shivering, and immediately dived into the bottom of the sea, preparing to leave. Impressive. As the sea kings all left, the sea was calm again. At this time, Robin's face had recovered a lot. Looking at the huge figure in front of him, he couldn't help muttering and looked at Min. Captain, is this also our partner? That's right. Mio grinned and smiled with excitement. This big guy has fully demonstrated his terrifying power just now. With such a monster in the water, there is basically no need to worry about encountering it in the sea in the future. Who? Unless it is the kind of existence that is powerful and can fly. But that kind of existence is counted in this sea, not many. From now on, your name will be Han Yen, Meow said with a grin, looking at the scarlet figure. Although the name Han Yen is a bit unsuitable for this guy, at least it can be regarded as his expectation of this guy. If one day, this guy can learn armament Haki and can reach the level of Bullet, one of Roger's crew members, even if he has a huge body shape, it can cover the whole body, it would be really terrifying. I just don't know if this is possible. Han Yen? This name is what Han Yen likes. Hearing the name his master had given him, Han Yen scratched his head and immediately laughed, looking really happy. Ha! You just need to be happy, and then we have to go. Warwick will go get the rope to the comm belt, and let the comm belt take us out of comm belt. Meow grinned. With a light leap, it landed on the bow. Then he raised his right hand, always wanting to drink something. After finding that there was no alcohol in her hand, Erica on the side didn't know when she went to the cabin, took a bottle of rum, and handed it to Meow. Master, here you are. Haha. Eric understands me. Taking the wine, Mio opened the cork and took a sip. Soon, Warwick also took the rope and threw it to the dryman. Let the dryman take the rope and tie the rope, and then marched forward in the sea, leading the boat to leave the comm belt. Sitting on the bow, looking at the huge figure of Han Yen, the corners of Meow's mouth rose slightly. Next, you have to consider making a life card. Otherwise, it would be no good for such a big guy to get lost on the bottom of the sea. Besides, you can also find an opportunity to impel down. But once I go to impel down, I'm afraid I will be famous all over the world. Mio took another sip. A smile appeared on his face, and a look of expectation appeared in his eyes. He had wanted to go to this place, impel down, a long time ago. It's just that the time has not arrived, and we have to continue and so on. Next, let's go to Alabasta first. The material of the life card is... Looking at the phone worm who contacted Vegapunk in front of him, a note was spit out. Meow picked up and looked at the material recorded on it, with a look of surprise on his face. The place of origin of a life card is New World, and only most people who have been in New World will know the production materials. Meow now needs a life card to let Drought know his location at all times, so he can only contact Vegapunk. Fortunately, Vegapunk knew the materials used to make the life card and quickly sent it to himself. The above materials are not particularly rare. The main thing is my nails. However, these materials are currently not available on the ship and have to wait until Alabasta. I hope that the island of Alabasta can bring me some surprises. Meow murmured. As for what the surprise is, there is no doubt that it is naturally Pluton, but this thing depends on luck. Pulled by the drought, the ship quickly left the comm belt. Dry in, then move forward over there. Meow looked at the pointer, pointed in a direction, and said, Such a good artificial engine does not need to be used in vain. Take a rest when you are tired, don't worry, and remember not to go too fast, otherwise the boat will capsize. Meow reminded that the speed of the drought in the water is very fast. If it moves at full speed, the boat may not be able to support it all. Live will fall apart in the middle. I know the master. Han Yin made a buzzing sound, nodded, and randomly moved forward, driving the ship to move. On board, Robin was holding a book in his arms and looking at the drought in the sea, his eyes still full of surprise. Captain, your abilities are really useful. If only I had your abilities. Don't be envious. You won't get envious anyway. Mio grinned slightly. Robin suddenly flipped over Byakugan. But then Robin asked expectantly, Captain, does Alabasta really have a historical text? Of course. Mio nodded and said, it's just a bit troublesome if you want to see it. Why? Robin became curious. Because the historical text is in the royal cemetery of Alabasta, you have to agree to the royal family of Alabasta to see it. Mio explained that in addition to the royal cemetery, it seems that there's another place in Alabasta that has a historical text. But the location is not clear. I only know that it is in a deep pit in the desert, which is difficult to find. In the original book, Luffy and Zoro Chopper occasionally encountered each other. No one knows what is recorded in that piece of historical text. Well, can we not see it? Robin suddenly looked disappointed after hearing this. Seeing this, Mio rubbed Robin's head and grinned. Don't worry. Even if the Alabasta royal family doesn't let me see, I still want to see the things recorded on it. Pluton, one of ancient weapon. If you get it by yourself and add the drought, at least in naval battles, most people can no longer pose a threat to him. That's good. Robin is still more convinced of Mio's words, nodded in relief, and smiled again on his face. At this time, in the sea ahead, the sound of drought sounded. Master, there is someone in front. Mio suddenly looked up and saw that there was indeed a small black spot not far in front of him in his sight, which looked like a ship, but the ship didn't seem to be big, and it didn't look like a pirate ship. Merchant ship, Mio murmured. Several other people around came over. Warwick waved his paw excitedly. Master, we are pirates. Are we going to snatch the merchant ship? No. Mio refused without hesitation. Although he is a pirate and not a virgin, the merchant ship was originally an ordinary person. For ordinary people, unless he provokes himself, Mio will basically not there is no need for it to start. After all, I don't lack anything. Master, it doesn't seem to be a merchant ship. Suddenly, Lilith narrowed her eyes and said, it seems to be a small boat with someone on board. Erica also said, oh, hearing this, Meow couldn't help but become curious. This is the Grand Line. Although it is not as dangerous as the New World, the people who can only watch a small boat are basically not ordinary people. Let's get closer. Mio grinned. Drought pulls the ship and advances quickly. Soon, it is gradually approaching. At this time, Mio finally saw the ship clearly. As Erica and Lilith said, it was indeed a small boat, and there was a person on the small boat. But when he saw this person, Mio was slightly surprised, and then leaned on the enclosure, supporting his body with both hands. Hey, you are a swordsman. Do you want to come up for a drink? Let's practice later. Are you also a swordsman? Hearing Mi's words, on the boat, the man who was about to draw the sword flashed because he saw the dry man approaching, and he nodded lightly. Not only I am a swordsman, but there's also a swordsman among my partners. Mio pointed to Erica next to her. Erica glanced sharply at the black knife behind the man, vaguely felt the man's extraordinariness, and nodded. Your kendo attainments are very strong. Interesting. The man leaped lightly, jumped from his boat onto Meow's boat, and landed on the deck. He glanced at the people on the boat, then looked at the huge scorpion in the sea with eagle-eyed eyes. A touch of surprise flashed through it. But soon, the surprise disappeared, and his eyes were attracted by the knife on Meow's waist. Good knife, the man directly exclaimed. One of the big sharp knives, Raikiri. Mio pulled out Raikiri, grinning. The man also pulled out the weapon behind him and said solemnly, one of the supreme knives, Hei Dao Yi. Hearing that, Mio took back Raikiri, shrugged, and said, finally, I met a swordmaster in the sea. I invite you to drink, but you will remember to discuss swordsmanship with me later. Maybe you can learn some experience. By the way, let me introduce, I am Kirikawa Mio, and these people are my partners. Strange name, the man said secretly, then nodded. Dracul Mihawk, my name. With that said, Mihawk glanced at the crew of Meow again and said, your crew is very special. Werewolf, a silver-haired girl with tentacles on her forehead, a huge monster in the sea, a tall and beautiful woman with ultimate beauty, Nico Robin, the son of the devil. Well, there's another captain with a strange name. This is the impression of Mihawk so far after setting foot on this ship. a boat of strange people. On the deck. Because there are not many people on the boat who drink alcohol, only Warwick and Mio. Although a few girls also drink, but rarely drink, so those who drink with Hawkeye also talk to Warwick and Hawkeye. There is only one person. How did you know that my swordsmanship is very strong? Do you know me? Hawkeye, one of Shichibukai, who will be called the most powerful swordsman in the world, asked Xiaoming with rum in his hand. Hawkeye now looks quite young and full of spirit. A pair of eagle-like eyes are even more sharp, making people subconsciously afraid to look away when they look at it. Anyone who can ride a small boat alone on the Grand Line and carry one of only 12 great knives in the world is not a simple person, right? Mio grinned. That's right. Upon hearing this, Hawkeye nodded and immediately looked towards the sea. Your crew, they all seem to be demon fruit power. Almost, it must not be the one in the sea anyway. Min shrugged. Upon hearing Mio's words, the eagle-eyed Chunin couldn't help but exclaimed again and said, "What a huge body! It looks like a murloc, but it's a bit different. I have been to the Fishman Island. Although some of the fish are huge in size, I have never seen such a huge existence. And this one, wouldn't it be very good to think about the strength? Although I haven't played against each other, I can feel it. It's not a murloc, but it has a trace of Oz's blood." Mio explained. So that's it. After hearing this, Hawkeye was suddenly stunned. Oz is still very famous in the world. After all, it belongs to a different kind of giants, and the size is far beyond the average giant. With a trace of Oz's blood, it is no wonder that there is such a large body. Speaking of, why are you in this sea area? This should belong to the sea area connecting the Grand Line and the Four Seas. With your strength, New World should be the most suitable place for you. Meow asked curiously. Hawkeye took a sip of wine and looked calm Kaido. Although there are many strong players in New World, many of whom use swords, the current situation is chaotic. It will inevitably be troublesome to go to New World now. Although it is not afraid, it is a waste of time. So I took the time to go around the world. There are many weak, but occasionally you can meet unknown powerful swordsmen. So are you going to New World next? Me asked. Yes. Hawkeye nodded. The situation in New World was chaotic before, but now it is beginning to stabilize, and it seems that the big pirates are vying for the strongest position, but only a few people can win in the end. Maybe New World will appear at that time. Several powerful emperors. Hawkeye is not actually a Shanghai thief. He is only a pure swordsman at present, but his powerful strength and vision make it very easy for him to see the current New World situation. With that, Hawkeye looked at the crew of men and chuckled. Although the situation in New World is stable, it will take at least 1 to 2 years to completely stabilize. Should you also be a pirate? Don't you participate in the next Grand Banquet in New World? The so-called Grand Banquet is nothing more than the election of the 4 emperors. Meow is very clear about this. However, Mio is very self-aware of her own strength. Shrugging, Mio grinned. I want to go, but it's not the time yet. With my current strength, I am not qualified to join the New World situation, so wait. Anyway, it's not anxious now. Don't look at the noise of New World, but those who are noisy. It's just some residue on the ocean. The really powerful guys are still observing the situation. Although I was in North Blue before, I just came to the Grand Line recently. But the situation of New World, Meow also knows from time to time. The era of the 4 emperors has not yet arrived, but it's coming soon. All the pirates in the current New World are involuntarily developing towards the 4 emperors era. When the time is up, the 4 emperors will naturally appear and will be recognized by the pirates, and then the era of the 4 emperors will come. Once the 4 emperors appear, Shichibukai will also appear. But this time is not now. 4 emperors can't be selected so easily. Right now, the only one who can become 4 emperors without any objection is Whitebeard. Like several other people in the 4 emperors in the future, none of them are qualified now. They are all working hard in the New World, showing their strength, courage, and accumulation of their own heritage crazily. In addition to these people, New World itself has many other great pirates. They also want to become the overlords of the New World, so Kaido wants to become the 4 emperors, and now the resistance is not small. So Mio is not in a hurry. He is very interested in the position of 4 emperors, but now he is not strong enough and can only develop with peace of mind. Fortunately, he still has enough time to develop his own strength, so he doesn't need to rush. You seem to be very confident, Hawkeye said. In his eyes, he saw that there was nothing but self-confidence at this moment. In response, Meow grinned lightly. Isn't self-confidence, right? Makes sense. Where are you going next? Alabasta, how's it going? Are you going to have a stroll? No. Hawkeye shook his head. I will go directly to New World. There are still a few swordsmen who haven't challenged it. I believe you will succeed in the challenge. Mio smiled, raised his wine glass, and touched Eagle Eye, taking a sip. The boat was moving slowly towards Alabasta, and the small boat of Hawkeye was also fixed next to his boat, leading it to move forward together. On the way forward, there will be some uninhabited islands. At this time, Mio and Hawkeye had finished drinking, and the sky hadn't darkened yet, just as the ship came to a small uninhabited island not far away. Mio pulled out her waist to Raikiri, grinning. Mind if you give me some advice? For his own swordsmanship, Mio knew that it was not strong, but still wanted to see the gap with Hawkeye. Happily, Hawkeye also pulled out the black sword knight behind him and said calmly, But to be honest, I still want to discuss with the other person on your boat first. He was referring to Erica. In this regard, Meow said helplessly, What you said will make me very sad. Although my swordsmanship is not as strong as Erica, you will lose face by saying that. Ha! After hearing this, Hawkeye gave a chuckle. He had seen many pirate groups, but there were still relatively few pirate ships like this one with a more harmonious crew. And the people he had met on the pirate group were more interesting. Leap slightly, Mio and Hawkeye jumped directly to the uninhabited island. Robin put his chin on his hands, looked at the two people on the island, and asked curiously, Erica, who do you think the captain and Mr. Mihawk will win? Although I really want the master to win, in terms of swordsmanship, I feel that Mr. Mihawk is stronger. Erica said after thinking for a moment. Why? Haven't you played against Mr. Mihawk? Why do you think his swordsmanship is better than the captain? Robin wondered. Feel it. Erica smiled slightly. When a person's strength reaches a certain level, unless he deliberately conceals the situation, it is easy to feel the aura emanating from his body. And the strength of a sentiment is also related to strength. Oh, Robin nodded in a seemingly comprehensible way. For her, these things have some understanding, but some can't understand them. After all, they have not reached that point. But for strength, she has a little desire at this time. After all, she knew from the previous experience that if she had a strong strength, she would better protect herself. Erica, can you teach me to become stronger? Robin asked. Hearing this, Erica looked at Robin, smiled, and shook her head. My strongest is swordsmanship, not suitable for teaching you. Why? Don't I have a talent for kendo? Robin asked curiously. No. Erica shook her head and explained. The master said that you are demon fruit power. For demon fruit power, the best way to become stronger is to increase your fruit proficiency to improve your strength. If you teach you swordsmanship, it will be with you. The fruit abilities are somewhat mismatched, and your abilities will be wasted. After all, Robin's ability is flower fruit. It does not match with swordsmanship. On the contrary, it is like the replacement fruit of Mio and Lilith. This is a good match for swordsmanship. In addition, Robin reads books every day. This is the habit that Robin has cultivated since childhood is impossible to let go. So if Robin is taught swordsmanship again, she won't have that time at all. Therefore, the best choice for Robin is to focus on improving Devil Fruit's proficiency. But I can teach you Haki, Erica said with a smile. The master said that Haki is a must-have method for the strong in New World in the second half of the Grand Line, and it is also a master's ability. Really? Thank you. Robin smiled suddenly upon hearing this. My Haki is not very strong either, just don't mind. Erica said with a chuckle. Of course not. You are already very good to me. Robin shook his head. When the two are talking, on the island, the battle between Mio and Hawkeye was about to begin. It can be seen that in the face of Eagle Eye, the world's #1 swordsman in the future, Mio has used all his strength. The battle has not yet begun, and the momentum on his body has suddenly burst out, without the slightest intention of keeping his hands. The momentum burst out, but it made people like Robin not strong enough to feel a sense of oppression. "Please advise," Mio said in a deep voice, and immediately stepped out, dashing forward, came to Eagle Eye in a flash, and cut it out with a single knife. One knife. Black Crow. The black sword aura bloomed, turned into a sharp slash, and slashed away. Strange sword aura, Hawkeye said when he saw this, raising his eyebrows, but then he waved the black knife, and the green sword aura appeared in a blink of an eye. Hawkeye raised the knife and easily blocked Mio's slash. After that, there was a shock, and he moved a distance from Mio and said, "Your sword aura is the first time I have seen it. The black sword aura has never been seen before, but your swordsmanship is just as you said, very general. Even though I know this, it is really sad for you to say so." The corners of Meow's mouth twitched slightly in a helpless tone. Really a sincere person. As a swordsman, how would you care about this kind of thing? Hawkeye said lightly, stepping out and coming to Mio's body, swinging a black knife and slashing. Chong chong. Mio raised his hand to resist, and the two waved their swords against each other. Every time they swung their swords, sparks splashed, and the blades flickered. A slash burst out. It was made by the Eagle Eye, and it cut a deep hole directly into the ground, making Mio frightened and quickly avoided. Immediately afterwards, a backhand slash returned in return. This is a slash with Mio's full strength, and the slash formed by the black sword aura exudes a fierce aura inexplicably at this time, just like a wild beast roaring in madness, try to tear everything in front of it. Boom! Mio's slash was blown away by Hawkeye with a black knife. Afterwards, the two fought again. But after a while, when the two separated, Mio gasped a little. Hawkeye's face was indifferent, and he was much stronger than men in terms of physical strength. However, Mio didn't consume too much. If it were before, he would have been out of breath at this time, but the drought has caused his physical strength to increase a lot now. So now it is just breathing. But even so, he still clearly knew the gap between himself and the strong like Hawkeye. Strength and physical fitness. In terms of strength, he used all his strength, but Hawkeye, although it seemed to be full, still had some reservations. As for physical fitness, the gap is too large. Although he didn't use the ability to replace fruits, Hawkeye didn't use Haki either. I can only say that my own experience may still be too little. Although it was clear in his heart that he had lost to Hawkeye, Mio grinned. There is something to do before the end of the competition. Taking a step out, Mio came to Hawkeye, and the two of them swung their knives and passed by. Suddenly, Eagle Eye frowned, then stretched out, nodding inadvertently. At the same time, he couldn't help but glance deeply at Erica on the boat. All this is just in a flash. After a while, the two separated. Hawkeye held the knife in both hands and said solemnly, "Are you ready?" "Of course, come on." Mio grinned and nodded. I'm already prepared, but I hope I won't fail." The last words were whispered softly, and they were not heard. "Now that it's ready, then." Hawkeye's tone became sharp in an instant, and a killing intent burst out, and the killing intent accumulated from the people who had been beheaded by stepping out of the sea over the years broke out from Hawkeye's body without reservation. The terrifying killing intent was felt by everyone on the boat, and Robin's face became even more pale. But Erica's face changed suddenly. Does this person want to kill the owner? Thinking of this, Erica suddenly had the idea of rushing towards the island. As for Warwick and Lilith, although they were worried, they seemed to have thought of something and stopped on the deck without any thoughts of the past. Next moment, the eagle-eyed figure disappeared in place. After a breath, appeared in front of Mio, raised the black knife with both hands, and slashed it down. "With this cut, when I respect you, the captain." Cut it off with a single knife. A deep wound suddenly appeared on Mio's chest, and blood spewed out like spring water and spilled on the ground. Seeing this scene, Erica's face suddenly changed, extremely pale. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Erica, turbulent, making the calm sea turbulent. "Owner, A voice full of anger and worry sounded from Erica's mouth. Seeing her owner fell to the ground after being slashed with a stab in her sight, a more violent aura exploded from Erica's body. The silver atmosphere surrounds this area. This is the extremely large Conqueror's Haki covering here. Under the cover of Conqueror's Haki, even Hawkeye felt a slight shock to his spirit. Although it was not a major problem, it felt as if something was emerging all over the body. After a while, a flash of astonishment flashed through Hawkeye's eyes. Only small silver ants appeared around, tightly surrounding Mio. Looking at these ants, Hawkeye was startled. Is this Conqueror's Haki? Wrong. Illusion. Eagle Eye's brows were slightly furrowed, and the momentum broke out violently. In the next moment, the silver ants had disappeared. After a while, Hawkeye understood. Really weird Conqueror's Haki. It looks like you succeeded. Hawkeye looked at Mio, who fell on the ground, and said slowly, Ahem. Falling to the ground, feeling the sharp pain in her chest, Mio murmured softly, Ah, you are right, but your cut was a bit too cruel. If you don't be ruthless, how can you pretend to be realistic? Hawkeye said lightly. Hearing the conversation between the master and the eagle eye, the turbulent aura immediately dissipated. Erica hurriedly came to the master's side to help the master, looked at the eagle eye carefully, and then asked worriedly, Master, are you okay? It's okay. Mio shook his head, gritted his teeth, and sat up, grinning. Remember that feeling just now? Sense feeling? Erica was stunned, with a puzzled look in her eyes. Ah, that's right. It's the feeling just now, the feeling that I thought I was dead. Mio rubbed Erica's head and smiled. You are the one who owns Conqueror's Haki. If you don't want to weigh, you really don't know how to let you know this feeling and go to Master Conqueror's Haki. So don't blame the master for deceiving you, and don't blame Mihawk. I asked him for help. Just now Lilith and the others did not move because Mio had notified them in advance when they were drinking with Hawkeye. Armor and observation Haki know how to get to the master, but Conqueror's Haki, Mio really doesn't know. It's just that he knows the circumstances under which Erica will burst out of Conqueror's Haki. After all, he has had such an experience before, so Mio chose this method. It won't die anyway, it's just that you'll get some injuries. Sooner or later you'll get hurt in this sea. Now it's better to feel in advance, as long as Erica remembers that feeling is worth it. In addition, in the original book, Luffy only became the master after 2 years of practice. Conqueror's Haki, for Meow, using a wound for 2 years, it doesn't hurt to think about it. Erica doesn't blame the master, but the master won't be allowed to do this in the future. Erica said seriously, with mist appearing in her eyes. Min nodded. Don't worry about it. This knife tusk, let alone it hurts, the fool will have it next time. But do you remember the feeling just now? It's a little vague, as if I remembered it, as if I didn't. Erica's eyes were a little confused, and she couldn't figure out the feeling just now. Hearing this, Mio smiled. You can try it, find that feeling, and use Conqueror's Haki. Well, Erica remembered. Erica nodded seriously. At this time, Lilith also hurriedly took the medical kit on the ship and bandaged the wound. Although she knew that the owner asked Hawkeye for help, Lilith couldn't help looking at the deep wound on the owner's chest. Glancing at Hawkeye. In this regard, Hawkeye could only touch his nose, somewhat helpless. At the same time, he looked at Min with a little admiration. Being able to do this for the crew can be regarded as an admirable captain. At least in this ocean, there are not many captains who can do this, counting with 2 hands. Soon, Mio's wound was bandaged. He was helped back to the boat. Holding the rum, Mio and Hawkeye smiled at each other. Would you like to discuss with Erica? Forget it. Hawkeye shook his head and refused without hesitation. Seeing Erica's eyes that were about to eat him, he wouldn't go to discuss it. Let's wait until later. After all, he could see it. Mio had a heavy heart in the hearts of these people on the boat. The son of the devil didn't know, but like this little white-haired lowly, he totally regarded Mio more than his own life. Let's talk about it in the future. Meow smiled, knowing what the reason was. After taking a sip, he took out a phone bug and threw it to Hawkeye. I bought this phone worm before, but it's useless. After all, my phone worm doesn't know who to give it to, but now I finally have someone to give it to. When you go to New World and introduce a friend to you, the two of you should be able to talk very well. Hawkeye took the call and put the worm into his clothes and said after taking a sip, "Ro, New World friends, should they be redheads?" But I didn't expect the two to know each other so early. Mio was a little looking forward to it. After drinking, it was late at night. After the two of them drank late at night, they fell into a deep sleep. In the early morning of the next day, Hawkeye was leaving. Next, Mio continued to move towards Alabasta. 3 days later, the weather was sunny and sunny on this day. On the deck, Mio's injury was almost healed, but she still couldn't exercise vigorously. At this time, Mio was drinking wine. A black shadow appeared in the sky, and then Mio beckoned. A seagull fell down. Passing a coin, Seagull also passed a newspaper. After taking the newspaper and reading it, Mio looked surprised. Rewarded again? A new reward is attached to the newspaper. Among the rewards is a new reward of its own. Not only myself, but also Erica and Warwick's. His reward was raised to 100 million. Erica is 70 million, and Warwick is 60 million. What's the situation? I haven't done anything recently. How come I was promoted after offering a reward? Min scratched his head, a little confused. He had some doubts whether he had done something in the past few days and then forgot. For this reason, Meow even called Robin over to ask, but in fact, he did not do anything in the past few days. In this regard, Mio can only think that it is possible that Marine feels that he is too threatening, and will then ask Robin to post the latest reward order in the restaurant. As for the news in the newspaper, there is not much attention paid to it. North Blue, Nodus Island, in a pub. Boss, look. A thin man hurriedly rushed into the tavern with a reward order in his hand, and walked toward a yellow-haired man in the corner of the tavern. Hey, what are you doing in such a hurry? Bellamy roared, unhappy. Boss, look at this guy on the reward order. The man held the reward and handed it over, his tone nervous. This is... Bellamy accepted the reward order, and when he saw the first photo of the person on the reward order above, his pupils suddenly tightened. It's this guy. This guy is so powerful, and he's been offered a reward of 100 million. Impressive. In fact, many people have noticed Meow's reward. After all, this is not a reward of millions or tens of millions, but a reward of 100 million. Perhaps 100 million rewards are not a big deal among the pirates of New World. The rookie pirate in a very short time. Being able to become a pirate offering a reward of 100 million in such a short speed will naturally attract some people's attention. New World. On a huge whale-like ship, the burly Whitebeard was holding a huge wine gourd and drinking the spirits from the Grand Line, holding the wine in one hand and the reward order in the other, even though he grinned. Gulalalala, another interesting kid. He was able to reach this point just after going out to sea. It seems that something that I didn't know has happened. Otherwise, the guy Sengoku wouldn't be so generous to offer a reward. Moo-la-la-la-la-la-la. But it seems that this kid is still some distance away from reaching New World. I hope I will see it in the future. This era is really turbulent. On an island, in a huge cave, a newcomer in the sea, Kaido looked fierce and disdainful looking at the picture of Ling Xiaomi. I haven't seen anyone in the world, but he saw Warwick's reward, and Kaido grinned suddenly for the werewolf Warwick in the photo, especially Warwick Scarlet, but not lacking fierce eyes. Ha ha! When this newcomer arrives in New World, I will find him, his crew member, Lousy wants it. I know the boss. But when this newcomer arrives in New World, I'm afraid there will be a while. By the way, boss, I heard that a guy is looking for us to challenge. Oh, who is it? Kaido picked up the wine and took a sip, his tone flat. I heard that it is Gecko Moria, who seems to be very strong. Really? Kaido put down the wine and grinned. Lousy is here waiting for him. At the same time, in New World, many people have noticed these rewards, but most of them are disdainful. They just glanced at them and threw them away and plunged into the turbulent situation of the new century. Grand Line, a small boat, a figure in a white robe. She held Mio's reward in her hand, and a pair of rippled eyes stared at Mio above. Without any fluctuations, but vaguely, she could see that there seemed to be a twinkle of strange light in these eyes. Hidden afterwards. The finger was loosened, the reward order was blown by the wind, and he broke away from the figure's hand, flew to the sky, and flew into the distance. The boat speeded up inexplicably and headed in one direction. The figure stood on the boat, looking out to the sea. Weird hunch. Meow doesn't know anything about these things related to herself. After reading his reward order, Mio continued to sail on the sea while drinking wine. Unknowingly, it was 2 days later. At this time, Mio's wounds were basically healed. Strenuous exercise is not a big problem. It happened to be that day, and there was not much distance to reach Alabasta. It will arrive tomorrow at the latest. Drought, slow down, and then there is no need to rush. Meow shouted toward the drought in the sea. In the past few days, the boat was pulled forward by the dryman, and the speed was very fast. During the day, the dryman pulled the boat. When he was tired, he let the boat stop on the sea, and then the dryman sank to the bottom of the sea to rest. I know the master. Hanyan's voice sounded, because Meow had reminded him before, so Hanyan's voice at this time is no longer so loud, but it is still very loud. Warwick, come, let's practice. After a few days of this trip, my body is about to rust. Mio shouted toward Warwick, moving her body impatiently, excited. In a few days, he was almost boring to death, and it happened that he was not far from Alabasta, so he didn't need to rush to warm up and fight before arriving at Alabasta. Here is the master. After Warwick heard the words and responded, the next moment he appeared in front of Mio, his right paw swept across, and the sound of breaking through the air sounded. Good job. Mio grinned, turned his head to avoid it, and then blasted out a punch. Warwick fisted. Suddenly, Meow could feel the powerful power from Warwick, but within the scope of her own tolerance. This power was comparable to her own. The battle continues. When the battle was over, the ship was also pulled by the drought and headed towards Alabasta again. A few hours later, in Mio's sight, a huge island finally appeared. Is that Alabasta? That's big, Robin said excitedly. Yes, that's Alabasta, a desert kingdom, but there's a large area of desert on the island. Meow introduced with a smile. This is the birthplace of the country theft incident. Drought, find an unmanned shore to approach. Meow shouted. Now that he is a pirate, he can't go to the port to stop the ship. It will inevitably cause accidents. After speaking, Mio turned to look at the crew members of her and clapped her hands. Okay, when it's time for the money to be issued, you can say if you have anything you want to buy, and then come to me to get the money. By the way, don't worry about the expensive things. Anyway, your captain has money. When I finally arrived in a big country, I naturally wanted to buy it like crazy. I want to buy a book. Robin smiled happily and raised his hand first. Me too. Hearing Robin's words, Lilith also raised her hand hurriedly. She also wanted to buy books and medical-related books. Warwick scratched his head, thought about it, and said, I'm going to buy wine. I want to see if I can buy a few good weapons. Erica said in thought. Okay. Hearing this, Meow smiled and nodded, and then one person gave 1 million, indicating that it was not enough to ask for it. Money is a thing that needs to be spent in his hand. Why do you want it if you don't spend it? After all, this is not a past life, and you have to save money to buy a house and a car. Wait until the money is distributed. The ship also docked. Meow got off the boat and only showed one head toward the sea, but said the huge drizzle. We have gone to the island. You are optimistic about the boat here. It may take a few days before you come back. Master, don't worry. Drake will protect the ship. Drake immediately nodded Kaido earnestly. For the guarantee of drought, Mio is naturally very relieved. Afterwards, several people with Erica walked directly towards the nearby city. The port of Alabasta is the Rapeseed City. Meow intends to go to Rapeseed first, then go to the Rapeseed to buy a map, and then go to the capital of Alabasta, Albana. After arriving at the blossoms, Meow bought a map and went to the capital of the kingdom. Passing through some deserts on the road, I wanted to see if he would encounter the piece of historical text that Luffy and Zoro encountered in the original work, but obviously he didn't have that luck, and he didn't encounter it all the way to the capital. In this regard, Mio can only sigh for luck. To find this kind of thought, Mio has never experienced it. At first glance, there are deserts everywhere, and it is really difficult to find a piece of historical text in the desert, especially because the scope of the desert is too wide. But I have to say that Crocodile will find a place in the future. If the kingdom of Alabasta is really successfully stolen by him, and given him a period of development time, it may really be a success. After all, the venue of this kingdom is really suitable for his abilities. Of course, the premise is that the world government does not trouble him. After all, this kingdom was originally one of the celestial dragons. Although it's not now, maybe it's a bit related. Capital, Albana, compared with Rapeseed, here is also very prosperous. Merchants come and go in the port, and it's the same here. But because of the desert, the weather here is a bit hot. Mio took out a phone bug and handed it to Robin. Let's go away separately. Robin, remember to follow Erica Lilies and others. I will go to other places. I know the captain. Robin nodded. Her identity is still very sensitive, and her strength is not very strong, so she naturally intends to follow Erica and the others. Afterwards, Erica and Lilith Robin left together. Warwick wore a cloak to buy wine alone. As for Meow, he raised his head and glanced at the royal city in the capital, the corners of his mouth raised, and he lifted his feet to walk. This time now. In the future, Princess Vivi has not yet been born, and Cobra is also in his prime of life. Crocodile should be on the Grand Line now, on his way to challenge Whitebeard. After he failed to challenge Whitebeard, he returned to the first half of the Grand Line, which was 4 at that time. The Emperor's battle was almost over, and then Shichibukai appeared. Not to mention these for now. Mio planned to go to the palace and meet Cobra. Although Cobra is the king of a country, there is nothing too terrifying in Mio's eyes. The reason is simple. Although Alabasta is a big country with a standing army of hundreds of thousands, these troops pose no threat to Mio, because he can leave anytime he wants. In addition, Alabasta is now only a member of the world government, not the Celestial Dragon's family. As long as it is not the Celestial Dragon's family, then the right to speak in the world government is not high. In addition, the most important point is that the world government has been looking for ancient weapon and the historical text of the location of Pluton. One of ancient weapon is in the tomb of the Nefertali royal family. This matter, the world government should not know about it. Otherwise, I wouldn't put such an important thing here if I knew it would definitely bring it back to Mariewa. Regardless of whether Cobra knows the content of the historical text, if this matter is known to the world government, not only the historical text will be taken away, but the Nefertali royal family may also be targeted by the world government. This is why Mio dared to meet Cobra directly. Cobra had no way to kill himself, but holding this whole card, some of his requests, as long as Cobra did not kill, would not refuse. Well, there's another reason because Alabasta, there is no strong reason for the shock. I have to say that this is a bit ridiculous. Such a big country does not even have a decent powerhouse. You know that in this world, strength is the most important thing. Perhaps it is because the world government does not allow it. Shaking his head, Mio stopped thinking about it, stepped out, and soon disappeared into an alley. A quarter of an hour later, outside the palace, a figure entered the palace when the guards were not paying attention. Mio walks in the palace. Basically, as long as he encounters patrolling soldiers, he can easily escape. Although there are many soldiers, they're really not as powerful as marine soldiers. It can be said that Mio's strength is too simple to be undetected. Alabasta does not have any decent power, but is still very powerful in terms of resources, and Devil Fruit does not seem to be lacking. Would you like to go quietly in the palace and treasury? Min touched his chin and thought. Afterwards, Mio shook his head and decided to forget it. Go ahead and get things done first. And Devil Fruit is a good way to find Cobra. I just don't know where Cobra is. This palace is a bit big. Scratching his head, just as Meow was a little lost, suddenly a maid approached not far away. The maid wore the services unique to this kingdom, and it was considered a kind of exotic style, coupled with the saying that there are no ugly women in the second dimension. The world is similar, not to mention the maids in the palace with looks and statures. Touched his chin, Meow took a step out, and the next moment she appeared beside the maid, grabbing the maid's neck with one hand and her mouth with the other. The maid suddenly panicked, but then Mio said coldly, "Furthermore, it will kill you." Hearing the sound, the maid suddenly became quiet, with a look of fear in her eyes. That's right. Seeing this, Mio nodded in satisfaction and said, "I'll let go of your mouth and don't talk, don't you know? Otherwise, if you talk to attract other people, look at your figure, tusk. Upon hearing this, the maid's eyes became more frightened, and she nodded hurriedly. Mio just let go of her hand and asked, "Take me to Cobra." No, I can't do this." Upon hearing Ling's words, the maid shook her head and refused. "This is obviously an assassin. If you take it to the king, in case the king has any accident." Meow was not surprised by the maid's refusal, but said slowly, touching the maid's face, "If you don't take me there, I think there should be slums in Alabasta, right? You'll be stripped, and then..." Needless to say, the maid's face was already terrified. Nodded immediately. I only know that His Royal Highness may be in the study now. I don't know where it is." "Then take me to the study," Meow said, pouting her lips in her heart. "It's not scary." The maid leads the way. After turning a corner, he soon came to the outside of the study. "That's it," the maid said in fear. "Okay, thanks." Mio grinned and hit the maid's neck with a knife with her right hand. The maid suddenly turned white and fainted to the ground. Then she was helped by Mio and pushed aside a room. After there was no one inside, he threw it in. Then he went back to the outside of the study again and opened the door to enter. In the study, it was full of books. At this time, a man in a robe was sitting at the desk, holding a book in his hand, looking at it, and did not raise his head to the sound of the door opening. "What's matter?" Only after speaking, no one answered him. Therefore, Cobra noticed the strangeness and looked up, and when he saw Mio's face, he immediately sat up and said in horror, "It's you, the captain of the Black Crow Pirates." "Black Crow Pirates? What ghost name?" He was startled when he heard this, and then asked, "You know me? So that's the case, the reward order." Before Cabrado could say, Mio had already watched the latest newspaper and the reward order on the desk, and when he stepped forward, he picked up the newspaper and read it. At the same time, Mio patted Cobra's shoulder with his palm and said while reading the newspaper, "Don't yell. You don't want to see someone die in this palace, do you?" Hear the words. A look of tension flashed in Cobra's eyes. He originally wanted to open his mouth to call for the guard, but because of this sentence, he finally closed his mouth. When Mio finished reading the contents of the newspaper, the corners of her mouth twitched. He hadn't noticed before, but now he saw that his pirate group was named by Marine, and it was still called the Black Crow Pirates. What the hell is this name? And think about it carefully, is it possible that the names of the pirates are all named by Marine? Or is it because he didn't know the name of his pirate group, so Marine named it arbitrarily? It's right to think about it. After all, there are basically some introductions in the pirate newspapers that offer more than 100 million rewards, more or less, and sometimes they are summarized in one sentence, but they all have the name of the pirate group. I guess Marine doesn't know the name of his pirate group, so I just picked one out, right? Although he didn't know the name of his pirate group. Regarding this, Mio is also more helpless because she has been delayed because she has never thought of matching her pirate group's name, but she did not expect that it would be solved by Marine. But it didn't matter what the pirate group's name was, Mio didn't really care. It's just a title. At least Black Crow sounds good. He also likes birds like crows. Putting down the newspaper, Mio turned her head to look at Cobra, retracted her hand on Cobra's shoulder, looked around the library, and then sat on the sofa not far away. Since King Cobra knows me, it's easy to say, I wonder if King Cobra is willing to make a deal. I'm not going to make deals with pirates, Cobra said in a deep voice immediately. Hearing this, Mio shrugged and said, It's very embarrassing for you to say that. Although I'm different from most pirates, if you insist on this, I don't mind a few more lives, or dozens, or hundreds of them. While speaking, Mio licked her lips, and the corners of her mouth rose. These lives may all be your people. What deal do you want to do? As a Kuan king who loves his people like a child and has a heart for his people, Cobra is undoubtedly a good king. At this time, he immediately compromised after hearing what Meow said. The transaction is simple. Meow looked at the red wine on the table, picked it up, and poured himself a glass, and said after taking a sip, "I want to go into the tomb of the royal family of Nefertali." Impossible. If it was an ordinary request, Cobra would still agree, but it was the royal family's tomb. How could it be possible for a pirate to enter? What's more, as the Kuan king of this country, Cobra knew very well what was in there. "Oh, King Cobra, do you mean to refuse?" Mixiao asked. Hearing what Mio said, Cobra did not answer, but was silent, perhaps in a tangled heart. Looking at the silent Cobra, Mio chuckled lightly, raised her head and drank the red wine in the glass. And then with a bang, the wine glass was placed heavily on the table by Mio's voice, making the tangled Cobra too loud. Can't help but be shocked, come back to his senses. Meow said coldly, "King Cobra, I have to remind you that I am a pirate. It doesn't matter whether you agree or not. It doesn't matter to me. I came to you just to avoid trouble, or to say that King Cobra, do you think that piece of history in the tomb of the Nefertali royal family is unknown?" "What?" Mio's words made Cobra's eyes widen and looked at Mio in horror. "How do you know what's in there?" "How do I know it is not important? But will the world government know? I think this is the point." Meow grinned. Cobra took a deep breath as the king calmed down. "It seems that you are here specifically for the historical text. And are you now planning to use the world government to threaten me?" "No, I didn't have this idea." Mio shook his head slightly. Cobra wouldn't believe Mio's words, just calmly said, "Even if the world government knows that there are historical texts in our royal tombs, Alabasta is not O'Hara and has no ability to study historical texts. What's more, I think even if the world government knows about this, it will not be against Nefertali. What the royal family does, let alone what it does to Alabasta. This is the confidence of Nefertali as the descendant of the Kuan king who had contributed to the world government. Even though the world government may no longer value this point now, Alabasta is also a member of the world government, and it will not be too targeted if it wants to come to the world government." But the next moment, Meow's words made Cobra's sweat dripping coldly. "If I preach, what is recorded in the historical text in the Alabasta Nefertali royal tomb is not the blank 100-year history 800 years ago, but the location of Pluton, one of the ancient weapon." There was a sneer at the corner of Mio's mouth. "How do you think the world government will treat you once it learns that there's a piece of historical text inside Alabasta that knows the location of Pluton, which is rumored to be able to destroy an island in one shot? Do you doubt that Nefertali has the idea of overthrowing the world government?" After speaking, Mio looked at Cobra quietly and waited for Cobra's response with a sneer. How could Pluton's location be recorded in that piece of history? Cobra hissed, with cold sweat on his forehead. Once this news was known to the world government, he knew very well what the consequences were. Also know more about the methods of world government. The entire Nefertali clan will be eliminated. After all, they are not celestial dragons. It doesn't matter whether or not Pluton's location is recorded. Mio emphasized and said coldly, "The important thing is that as long as the news comes out, the world government will definitely doubt it. Right?" Hear the words. Cobra was stunned. Then he hung down like a pierced balloon, bowed his head, and said in a deep voice, "You are right. The world government will definitely doubt it. But even if I take you in, how can I believe that you, a pirate, will not report me? Once the world government becomes suspicious, it is the investigation of the CP organization that faces the Nefertali royal family. The result of the investigation is not important. It is enough to know that there is a historical text in the royal tomb. This is enough to make the world government firm in its decision to start with the Nefertali royal family. After all, as the king of this country, as a member of the world government, he is very clear about the taboos of the world government. The darkness on Mariehua made him aware of how cruel world government's methods are. Why are you worried about this?" Min shrugged and chuckled. "If I go to the world government to promote this, then the world government will not let me go in order to eliminate the roots, will it? It's the same as the previous O'Hara. In addition to those scholars on O'Hara Island, there are also a large number of ordinary people. But even so, besides Robin, see if O'Hara has any other survivors? No, none of them. All were killed, cut weeds and roots. Hear the words. Cobra didn't reply and fell silent. Not in a hurry. Mio poured himself a glass of wine again and waited. After a while, Cobra seemed to have made up his mind, raised his head to look at Xiang Min, and smiled bitterly. Although you don't know where you learned that there's a piece of historical text in the tomb of the Nefertali royal family, I should have also thought that there is Nico Robin, the only survivor of O'Hara on board, from you who appeared in my room. At that moment, I should know your goal, which is the historical text, but are you not afraid of being discovered by the world government one day? Of course I'm afraid, Mio said, lightly with her arms folded behind her head. But I am more curious about the historical text than I am afraid of the world government. I can take you to see it, but I hope you promise me that if you are discovered by the world government in the future, I hope you don't confess everything about Alabasta. Cobra took a deep breath and said solemnly, after all, the people of Alabasta are innocent. Once they are known by the world government, they will not let Alabasta go. Yes, Mio agreed to this. I hope you are convinced. Hearing this, Cobra took a deep look at Min and then said, come with me, I will take you there now. No, it's not in a hurry now. Hearing this, Mio shook her head quickly and refused. In Cobra's puzzled gaze, Mio scratched her head and said, Alabasta is a big country. I think there should be some treasures in the treasury. Hearing this, Cobra felt an anger rising in his body. After you threatened me, you still want to ask for money from me? If I said a good deal, I didn't get any of the benefits, so I gave you all the benefits? But thinking of the people of Alabasta, Cobra suppressed the anger in his heart and said solemnly, how much do you want? No, what I want money for, what I want is devil fruit. Mio grinned. Devil fruit. Cobra frowned slightly, seeming to be thinking, and at the same time he was relieved. There's a weird point in this world. It seems that most nobles would not eat devil fruit, so it is not for devil fruit. Not so important, and so is Cobra. Compared to money, Cobra was more willing to devil fruit. Because Pele allows him to save Alabasta's people at a critical moment, money can bring Alabasta food, water, and even a powerful armament to improve Alabasta's defensive power. It can also be used to develop this kingdom. But devil fruit, other than improving personal strength, really has no effect. This is Cobra's idea. After thinking for a moment, Cobra nodded. There is indeed a devil fruit in the treasury, but because there is no deliberate collection, there is only one. One is enough. Hearing this, Mio nodded and smiled. If that's the case, then you can wait here, and I'll have someone bring it for you. Cobra curled his lips, picked up a phone bug on the desk, and dialed out. Soon, the call worm was connected, and after Cobra gave an order, he was quiet. Mio got up, went to the bookshelf, picked up a book, and read it. As a king, there are many books in this study. All kinds of books, of course, there are not many that Meow can understand. But it does not prevent Meow from wanting to take a few copies. I don't want it myself. Robin wants it, and Lilith wants it too. Thinking of this, Mio looked up at Cobra. King Cobra, do you mind giving me some books? As he said, he shook the book in his hand. Cobra opened his eyes wide, as if he had never seen such a shameless person. He threatened me and asked me for devil fruit. And now he still asks me for a book? After seeing this, Mio also felt a little embarrassed to touch her nose, but then remembered that she was a pirate and immediately stared back, with cold light flashing in her eyes. Cobra was taken aback, and then he gave up quickly. Take it if you want. Hey, thanks a lot. Mio grinned, and immediately found a lot of useful books for Robin and Lilith and installed them. Then he was sitting on the sofa, drinking red wine, and waiting for devil fruit to deliver. For about 10 minutes, the door of the study was knocked. Come in, Cobra said. The study door was pushed open, and a soldier walked in with a box in his hand. The contents of the box were undoubtedly devil fruit. Let things go, Cobra said. The soldier responded, and, after putting down the box, he turned and left the study. Mio opened the box, and there was indeed a devil fruit inside, covered with spiral patterns, very easy to recognize. With a smile on his face, Mio picked up the box and said to Cobra, "Okay, I'll take the things away. I will come again tomorrow, when I will trouble King Cobra to take me to the place of the historical text." With Mio left, Cobra sighed deeply, sitting in the study, lost in thought. Not long after, a knock on the door sounded. "Come in, Your Majesty." A curly-haired man walked in. "It's Ikelum, what's the matter?" Cobra showed a smile on his face when he saw the captain of the Kingdom Guard. "Your Majesty, I just heard a soldier say that there is a stranger in your study. I came over with a little worry." Ikram said, "It's okay. I just saw a friend who I haven't seen for a long time." Cobra shook his head and smiled. Naturally, he couldn't tell the truth of the matter, but he was a little sad. The historical text in the tomb room was like a time bomb that would explode at any time, making him panic. This time Meow knew. What if someone else knew about it next time? Mio didn't know what Cobra thought. At this time, after Mio left, he immediately found a hotel in the capital, lived in, and contacted Robin through a phone worm, set his location, and then carefully picked up the devil fruit and looked at it. Stand up. At the same time, I took out the residual copy of devil fruit I had been carrying with me to check it out. Perhaps because it is Zoan devil fruit, and there are many Zoan devil fruits on the scrapbook, I found it after turning a few pages. Zoan dog fruit jackal form. This seems to be the fruit of Alabasta's guard lieutenant in the future, right? Mio murmured, somewhat surprised, but also disappointed and a little bit happy. Disappointment, because this devil fruit is not a powerful ability. Happy, because it is not a powerful devil fruit. So this devil fruit could be used to draw a lottery and get a gene from the heavens and the world. But now I don't have to rush to draw a lottery. I have to find my lucky time to draw a lottery. Although metaphysics may not be useful, maybe you really get a powerful gene for yourself? Mio stayed in the hotel room not long. Robin came back. "Here, I brought it to you." Mio handed Robin and Lilith the book he had brought from the kingdom. Then I saw a happy smile on Robin's face. "I know this book. I read it in O'Hara before, but then O'Hara was destroyed. I can't find this book anywhere else." Speaking of this, Robin has a sad look on his face. Mio touched Robin's head and smiled. "It's okay. From now on, we'll get a big boat and a big room for you. Then I will collect all kinds of books for you and let you sleep in the sea of books all day long." O'Hara was ruined and couldn't go back. Robin knew this very well, so at this moment, when he heard Meow's words, Robin couldn't help but nodded happily. Then Mio told Robin a piece of news that made her thankful and delighted. "Prepare tomorrow. I will take you to the text of the history." Really, upon hearing this, Robin's eyes widened, full of shock and disbelief. Could he find the text of history so quickly? "Of course, did you lie to you?" Mio shrugged. "The historical text is difficult for others to find, and it is relatively easy for yourself, unless it is the 4 red historical text that identifies the Radruff signpost. You know a few of the 4, but you can't get it even if you know it. After all, they are all in the hands of strong." "Thank you, Captain." Robin had a look of joy on his face. Looking at the face that was in front of him, he couldn't help but stand on his toes and kissed him, thinking that he would be able to see the text of the history tomorrow, looking forward to it. Some even can't wait to get up. But shortly afterwards, Robin came back to his senses, his face blushed, and he was embarrassed to hold his 2 small hands tightly. Min touched his face and was stunned, but soon Min looked at Robin and pointed to his other face. "Would you like to come again?" "No, just don't." Hearing this, Robin's face turned redder, and he covered his face and shook his head frantically. Erica and Lilith, who stood by and witnessed all this, raised their hand for the first time. "I can X too. Ha-ha." Hearing the words of the 2 girls, Meow laughed happily, but even if Shin shook her head and refused, "Let's talk about it later, and now it's not the time to enjoy it. Occasionally a break is enough. By the way, Master, do you want it?" Erica suddenly pulled out a weapon from her waist and handed it to Mio. "Weapon?" Mio looked down, took Erica's weapon, and asked, "Did you buy this?" This weapon was held in Mio's hand. His fingers flicked on the blade. Mio couldn't help but sigh. "This is a good weapon, not inferior to Liang Kuai, or even stronger." "Well, this was bought just now." It was exactly 1,000,000 Baileys, but I only saw this weapon that was not bad. Erica nodded and said, weapons in this world are actually not very expensive. Even famous knives are the same. Famous knives are precious because they are rare and have no market. But to be honest, even big knives can be bought by tens of millions of Baileys. But no one sells it. The knife is different from devil fruit. Devil fruit can make an ordinary person stronger, but the knife is different. The knife can only improve the strength for the powerful swordsman, and it has no effect on ordinary people. Therefore, the price of a good knife is far less than that of devil fruit. A handful is not bad. I'll take you to the palace tomorrow to see if there is any in the treasury in the palace. Mio returned the knife to Erica and said, but if Cobra knew what me was thinking at this time, I'm afraid he could not help but curse. I have never seen anyone more shameless than this one. Can you be a little bit ashamed? Yeah. Erica nodded her head, raised her head, and looked at Min silently. Mio gave a helpless smile, stretched out her hand to rub Erica's head, and Erica suddenly squinted her eyes to enjoy it. Not long after, Warwick is also here. Warwick said, as soon as he came to the room, Master, I just heard someone say that Marine is in our asterisk blossoms and is coming to the city where we are. Marine is Marine. Mio gave up and didn't care. As a member of the world government, it is normal for Alabasta to have Marine. But Warwick continued, Master, there's a beautiful woman named Momosaji in Marine. Big beauty Momosaji. Mio raised her eyebrows, but then he felt his chin and began to think. How did Momosaji come to Alabasta? Is it coming with us? In Rapeseed, it means that I should have just arrived at Alabasta, whether it is for myself or not. I will definitely not be able to leave in a short time anyway. After all, the text of the history must be read. It's a big deal, just fight it again. After pondering, Mio murmured, it's just Momosaji's words. He is completely unafraid. The night is getting darker. In the hotel, after Mio opened a few more rooms, the few people went back to their rooms to rest. When Mio was about to take a break, the voice of the phone bug rang, and when she picked it up, Mio was surprised. Doflamingo. The ringing phone worm came from Doflamingo. Without hesitation, Mio connected the phone worm. Brother Ming's laughter suddenly came from a phone worm. Hey, my friend, we haven't been in touch for a long time. You're right, Brother Ming. Are you planning to come to contact me this time? Meow responded with a faint smile. No, it's not necessary. Stabilizing our relationship of interest is the best way to maintain our relationship, isn't it? Brother Ming said with a smile. So this time, I'm looking for you to bring you a surprise. It looks like you have gained something. Of course, after all, some time has passed. If there is no harvest yet, how can Don Quixote dare to develop into the Grand Line? Now that you have something to gain, stop talking about nonsense. Hey, you were right. There is really no need to talk nonsense. Tell me where you are. I will let someone deliver the stuff as soon as possible. As for the specifics, you can see for yourself when the time comes. I'm in the capital of Alabasta now. You say that? I am looking forward to it now. Brother Ming laughed. Hey, you'll be very pleasantly surprised. After all, you also gave me a surprise. I have already got the result of the deal we made at the beginning. Hearing this, Mio frowned slightly and then stretched out. With that said, does Doflamingo already know about Corazon? A hint of thinking flashed in his eyes, and the corners of Meow's mouth rose. Oh, are you going to shoot? Shoot, Mingus said deeply. That's my family. After speaking, Mingus said directly without waiting for Meow's reply. I already know the location. Please contact me next time. Subsequently, the phone worm was hung up. Mio put away the phone worm, but couldn't help whispering. I don't know if the plot will change because of me. He was a little curious at this time. If it has changed, what impact will it have on Luo, one of the future supernovae? After thinking for a while, Mio shook his head and murmured, it's my asterisk, and then lay on the bed and started to rest. The next day, when a morning came and Mio got up, Erica and the others had already gotten up. After washing and having breakfast in the hotel, Mio asked Erica to wait for herself in the hotel. Then he took Robin to the palace. This time Mio didn't avoid the guard site like yesterday, but put on a cloak with Robin, and after speaking to the guards, he waited quietly. Soon, the guards who entered the palace came back and said towards Min, "This gentleman, His Majesty the King, has promised to see you. Please come with me." Trouble. Min nodded. Together with Robin, they followed the soldiers and entered the palace. Under the leadership of the soldiers, they went to the palace, and soon they came to a room outside. "Your Majesty the King is inside. Please go in, both of you," the soldiers said. Mio opened the door and walked directly in with Robin. In the room, only Cobra was alone. At this moment, seeing Min and Robin in the cloak came in, he couldn't help but was taken aback, and then he realized that this was Min. After all, he didn't recognize him with the cloak for a while. As for the other man with a cloak next to Mio, Cobra thought for a moment and knew that this might be the son of the demon, O'Hara's only survivor. "Please follow me." Without saying more, Cobra directly led the way for the two of them. Nefertali's royal family's tomb is not far away. After walking down a long way, Cobra couldn't help but ask curiously when there was no one around. "Mr. Mio, I have a question. Can I answer it?" "Excuse me. I want to know, how do you know that Pluton is recorded in the historical text in the tomb of our clan?" "Even I don't know this," Cobra asked. If it hadn't been said by Meow, he wouldn't know this either. He only knew that that piece of historical text had been guarded by his own clan for a long time, but he didn't know the contents of it at all. As for the origin of that piece of historical text, it is only clear that it was obtained by the royal family of the generation that promoted the world government, and how it was obtained, but I don't know how. Regarding this question, Mio said slowly, "King Cobra, there are some things that you know too much, which may not be a good thing. What do you think?" Hearing this, Cobra was startled, and then shook his head with a wry smile. "You are right." After that, he didn't ask any more, and went silent all the way, leading Min and Robin to the royal tomb, opened the tomb, and took the two into the underground tomb where the text of the history was hidden. Soon, a huge square historical text appeared in the sight of the three. A light of excitement appeared in Robin's eyes, and he couldn't help but step forward to stroke the text of the history, looking at every character on it. "You only have half an hour," Cobra said. "I still have things to do today, and I want to meet with the coming General Marine." "General Marine?" A hint of thought flashed in Mio's eyes, and he whispered, "Is it Momosaji?" But immediately he grinned. "Don't worry, half an hour is enough." "That's good." Cobra was also relieved when Mio nodded his head. He was really afraid that Mio felt that the time was too short, but now it seems that Mio is better to talk, unlike most C's encountered in the past. Thieves are different. At this time, Robin had already taken out a camera to photograph the text on the historical text. At the same time, I am also translating some of the above content for Meow. From time to time, I took out the notebook I carried to translate some of the contents that I didn't understand. When half an hour has passed, the three people left the tomb. Robin stood on tiptoe and whispered in Meow's ear, "Captain, it does record the location of Pluton, which is in Alabasta." Huh. Hearing this, Mio showed a look of surprise on his face, but then quickly disappeared, patted Robin's head, and said to Cobra in front, "King Cobra, we left first, and see you later." In this regard, Cobra just gave up and did not answer, but he didn't want to see each other again. Mio smiled and didn't care. When she was about to leave, she seemed to think of something. Mio turned her head and asked, "By the way, King Cobra, take the liberty to ask, is there a good knife in Alabasta's treasury?" Hearing this, Cobra's face suddenly turned dark, and he didn't have a good air. "No, don't forget it." Mio shook his head disappointedly and took Robin's hand and left directly. "I want to see if I could bring back a good weapon for Erica." Leaving the palace, when he came outside, Mio looked at Robin and asked, "You read that right? Pluton is really in Alabasta?" "It's not wrong." Robin shook his head and said seriously, "It not only records the location of Pluton, but also a location in the main text of Alabasta's history. Both are in one place." "Then do you know where this place is?" Me asked. "Relevant information is recorded in the historical text. If it is correct, it is to go straight to this place, from the shore of Alabasta to the center of the capital line, which is the location of another piece of historical text. Robin pointed in a direction and said. Hearing this, Mio hugged Robin directly and flew in this direction without saying a word. Robin clutched Mio's clothes tightly and said, Captain, it is recorded in the historical text that Pluton has been stored for a long time. Will it all be broken? If it's broken, go and see it too. Kaido Mio. What if it's still good? If it is really good, then this Pluton Mio must be taken away. But if it breaks, it would be a pity, but that's it. The big deal is to get the Pluton design drawings when you go to the city of Seven Waters. It would be a shame if one of the design drawings of ancient weapon were really destroyed, as in the future. As soon as Luffy rushed down, Mio quickly left the capital city and moved quickly across the desert. After running for 5 or 6 hours, Mio finally reached the destination. But when he got here, Mio frowned. In front of me, there was a huge, deep pit with quicksand in it, and it was vaguely visible that there was a dark corner exposed in the deep pit, which looked like a corner of the text of history. It's troublesome now, Mio murmured. The quicksand below made him afraid to go down, otherwise he might be submerged in it. And there's sand all around. If you want to take out the things below, he and Robin can never do it, even if you add other people on the boat. Unless it's the use of huge human and material resources, or crocodile. If it were crocodile, it would be easy to take out the following things. But, Captain, what are we going to do now? Robin got off Mio and couldn't help asking, looking at the situation in front of him. I can't get the things below now. I can only wait for the future, Meow said slowly, watching the exposed corner below. He can go down and see clearly what I is, because he has the ability to replace fruits. If you make good use of the fruit power, you can actually go up. But it is really rare to get the following things up, which is very difficult. After all, if you want to take out the things below, you need to dig through the sand first. But the speed of quicksand made him unable to do this. Only Crocodile can do it. Crocodile should be in New World at this time, but it's a bit troublesome. Meow murmured in her heart. If Crocodile were in Alabasta, he would definitely not hesitate to bring Crocodile over, forcing him to use his power to help him, and to be disabled if he refused. Unfortunately, Crocodile is not in this country at this time. Obviously, Pluton was right in front of him, but he couldn't get it. At this time, Mio felt very helpless. It seems that I can only come back here later, Meow said helplessly. After that, Mio told Robin, take pictures of the surrounding area. Remember this location. Since you can't take it away, let's hide this place first. Okay, I can't see the historical text below. Robin is also a little lost, but he immediately took out the camera to take pictures of the surroundings, recording everything around him, and waited until next time to find this place through the photos. Wait until the photo is finished. Mio held Robin, pulled out Raikiri from his waist, and slashed it out. A slash broke out, the slash hit the sand, and a powerful force erupted. Because of deliberate control, the result of this slash was that the sand on the left side of the deep pit began to flow quickly toward the deep pit. And soon, the exposed corner was covered. I believe that after a while, although it will not fill the pit, it will be enough to cover everything below with a thick layer. Then, Mio returned to the capital with Robin. Apart from recording Pluton's location in the historical text, is there anything recorded? On the way back, Mio asked. Robin held the camera, looked at the previous photos of the historical text in the camera, and said with his head down, yes, I mentioned the birth of Pluton above, saying that it was designed and built by a group of boat craftsmen, with design drawings left. Okay. Min nodded, seemingly nothing useful. But immediately, I couldn't help thinking about it. Pluton is recorded in the text of Alabasta's history. Poseidon is recorded in the historical text of Sky Island. Does it mean that there is another piece of historical text that will record information about Uranus? The possibility is not small, but I don't know where this piece of historical text is. Shaking his head, Mio smiled. The matter in the historical text has been resolved, and then we have to prepare to leave here. Then where are we going next? Robin asked curiously. Gunkanjima. Mio rubbed Robin's head and replied with a smile. Gunkan Island, with a 1,000-year-old dragon on it, is what I want to get. Of course, if you can choose, Mio doesn't want the Millennium Dragon because the Millennium Dragon is too old to be cultivated. It's just okay to get genes. It's just that although the Millennium Dragon can be found all over the world, only this one knows its exact location. However, you can find the Longshu Island next to Gunkanjima. Mio touched his chin. If I remember correctly, the Dragon's Den is a lost island, and it will only rise from the bottom of the sea to the surface once in 1,000 years. This time is also the time for the 1,000-year dragons from all over the world to return to the Dragon's Den. Now that the time is not up, there are no 1,000-year dragons in the Dragon's Lair, but there are dragon eggs of 1,000-year dragons. Meow, who has read the original book, remembers this very clearly. On Longshu Island, whether the island sinks or rises to the surface of the sea, the dragon egg will be on it and keep it alive. If you find the dragon's lair, maybe you can find the dragon egg from above and take it away. Shaking his head, Mio stopped thinking about it, speeding up the speed of returning to the capital. He said that he was going to leave, but he still had to wait a day or two. After all, the people on Ming's side hadn't come yet, but he wanted to come soon. After all, from the contact with Doflamingo yesterday, he also heard that the Don Quixote family is currently developing in the Grand Line, so there should be a certain degree of influence in the Grand Line. However, I don't know how it develops. Gunkanjima is still in front of Alabasta. When I go to the capital, I have to buy a nautical chart and a permanent pointer. Mio murmured in his heart. Capital. Just after returning, Mio saw a team of hundreds of marine soldiers standing outside the palace. The expressions in their eyes flickered, and Mio and Robin went directly to the hotel. In the hotel, Erica was all present at this moment. Marine is here. Don't go out casually before you leave, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Me exhorted. Although Momosaji is not afraid of it, it is best to avoid battles. Frequent battles will only allow Marine and the world government to constantly see and magnify their threats, but they will not benefit themselves except for the promotion of rewards. I can read books just these few days. Lilith shook the book she had bought before and said with a smile. Hearing that, Min nodded, and Warwick was the only one he worried about among the people on his boat. After all, Warwick was too energetic and a little active. Maybe he would slip out any time. So he also gave Warwick a special charge. A group of people just stayed in the hotel like this. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. The Marine in the capital did not leave, which surprised Mio. After a few days, if Marine came to Alabasta and had something to do, it should have been dealt with and left long ago. Haven't left yet. Is it really here for me? Fortunately, on this day, the phone worm in Mio rang. It was the people from Doflamingo who said that they had reached the capital of Alabasta Palace and asked about Mio's location. After Meow said about the position, he waited and left when he got the things. After half an hour, there was a knock on the door outside the room. Warwick put on his cloak to open the door, and 2 figures walked in. One of them was familiar, Diamanti, the highest cadre in the Don Quixote family, one of Ming's cronies. Mr. Mio, this is something the young master asked me to bring you. Please have a look. Diamanti looked around the room, then took the thing out and handed it to Mio. 2 boxes. Diamanti introduced. There's a devil fruit here that belongs to Zoan, but I don't know what it is. The other is a little guy collected by the young master for you. The little guy's been dizzy by us. You can open it. Look. Okay. Min nodded. The previous conversation with Ming Gu made him look forward to. At this time, he looked at the 2 boxes in front of him and stretched out his hand to open them all. After Devil Fruit knew that it was Zoan, Mio didn't care. At this time, Mio's eyes were all on the little guy Diamanti said. And this little guy is actually a leopard, still a black panther. It seems that this leopard is not too old. It should have been not long after he was born. At this time, he looked a little cute because of fainting. Diamanti said, Mr. Mio, we found this little guy on an island in West Blue. Don't see that this little guy is no different from other similar ones. But in fact, this little guy is very powerful. We observed this in 2 days. This little guy has just grown up, but he has understood the laws of the forest. You may not know that this little guy's mother was seriously injured because of fighting with other beasts. She didn't bring food back and couldn't do so in a short time. Hunting. After the little guy starved, he killed his mother while his mother was resting, and used his mother as food to avoid starving to death. At the same time, don't think the little guy is small, but he is very strong. The speed, strength, and physical stamina are not worse than the adult beasts, and he is very intelligent. During our observation, we saw this little guy several times using plans to hunt and kill. It was a big beast, and it was successful. One of the beasts that was hunted down was an ancient mammoth. Oh, Meow's eyes flickered upon hearing this. When you say that, I am very interested. It's fine if you're satisfied. Diamanti bowed slightly. The little leopard who understands the laws of the forest is far better than the same in all aspects, and knows how to use smart plans to hunt large beasts. Should this be regarded as a genius among animals? I'm sorry, Mr. Mio, because we can't stay here for a long time because of Marine, so we have to leave. The young master asked me to convey that if there is a chance next time, maybe you will meet on a Grand Line route. Diamanti said, well, we happen to be leaving too. Min nodded and said, closing the 2 boxes and letting Warwick hug him. Diamanti turned around and left with the other person. And Mio also looked at Erica and said, get ready, we have to go too. After finishing speaking, it is to pack up, and outside the hotel. At this time, a Marine soldier brought Momosaji to a corner and said, pointing to the hotel, Master Momosaji, Diamanti, one of the cadres of the North Blue Don Quixote family, just entered this hotel. Hearing this, Momosaji frowned slightly. Does Don Quixote plan to develop power in Alabasta? Soon, Momosaji saw Diamanti in the hotel as the Marine soldier said, came out, and quickly moved in one direction and left the place. Marine soldier asked, Master Momosaji, shall we chase? No. Momosaji didn't want to refuse directly. She knew a little about the Don Quixote family. She knew that it was a force of North Blue and one of the largest forces in the underground world of North Blue. In addition, it seemed that Doflamingo's identity was somewhat special. Marine is currently only allowing the Crane staff to stare at the Don Quixote family, and Marshal Sora has also specifically instructed Commodore to not deliberately target the Don Quixote family, even if they see the officials of the Don Quixote family. It seems that for the Don Quixote family, Naval Headquarters has some related plans, but they seem to be waiting for the opportunity. So Momosaji has no idea of chasing. But the next moment, Momosaji suddenly opened his eyes. He saw a few people in cloaks coming out in the hotel, unable to see their faces. But Momosaji confirmed the identity of one of those people at a glance. That guy, you can't go wrong. It is the werewolf Warwick of the Black Crow Pirates. Momosaji was surprised. Although wearing a cloak, perhaps because the cuffs were too short, the wolf in Warwick was walking. The claws will occasionally be exposed. In addition, I have seen Warwick with my own eyes, and even played against Warwick several times before, and Momosaji naturally remembers the appearance of the wolf claw. The Black Crow Pirates have not left Alabasta, and do they have any intersection with the Don Quixote family? Momosaji murmured in his heart, then took out the phone worm, dialed out, and let him be beside him. The Marine soldiers from here followed. Sengoku Admiral, I'm Momosaji. Now I've just finished discussing with King Alabasta about the gold next year in Alabasta, but just now I discovered that the captain of the pirates of the Black Crow and Diamanti, one of the cadres of the Don Quixote family, are suspicious. There was contact. As soon as Momosaji called the phone worm, he immediately reported. Although she had the idea of staring at Mio this time, she still discussed with Cobra about celestial gold. The specific reason was that Doflamingo and Mio robbed the celestial gold. This was the first mess which caused celestial dragons to become angry. In addition, the celestial dragons has not found out who has taken a shot. In anger, celestial dragons demanded that the amount of gold in the sky be increased again. At the same time, the Sky Gold countries in the future need to send a large number of guards to escort with Marine. In the phone bug, after listening to Momosaji's words, Sengoku suddenly thought about it, and then spoke a moment later. I know about this, but don't worry about the Don Quixote family, the Black Crow Pirates. You can try it. According to the intelligence, the Black Crow Pirates seems to have one more member, of course. It's mainly probing. If it doesn't work, you don't need to worry about it. After all, New World is our Marine's current focus. Besides, North Blue's investigation of Tai and Shangjin has ended. I will send a few people to help you. Yes, I know, Momosaji replied, then hung up the phone worm and called the Marine soldier just now. Soon, the phone worm was connected, and the Marine soldier immediately reported his position. Later, Momosaji left here. Albana, outside the capital of Alabasta. At this time, Meow and his party are leaving quickly. But the next moment, Mio beckoned, and when Erica came to her side, Mio said directly, "Resolve the ant at the back." "I know the master." Erica nodded, and without looking back, pulled out a big sword from her waist, slashed out with a slash. The slash broke out, swept away, and saw a scream suddenly sounded. Afterwards, Erica inserted the weapon back into the scabbard and followed Mio to leave. In the latter case, I never even looked back. After a while, Momosaji came here with Marine and found the body of the Marine soldier, his expression cold. Chase. Mio had already noticed the situation behind him, but he had no intention of staying here and wasting time, so he planned to leave quickly and head to the next destination. It's just a pity that Marine seems to have guessed his departure route. Not long after moving forward for a while, in front of the line of sight, there was a group of hundreds of Marine soldiers blocking the front. Mio stopped immediately and sighed. Is it necessary to follow so closely? I'm just a rookie pirate. The rookie pirate, but you don't have the strength like you. As Mio's voice fell, Momosaji's voice suddenly came from behind him. Looking back, Momosaji led a team of Marine soldiers to catch up, staring at him coldly. This can only show that my talent is too good. Min shrugged and said, "It's because you have too good talent and too much potential. I can't let you go." Momosaji Kaido, without hesitation, with a sound of song, the Jinpilyuo from his waist was pulled out, and the cold light slashed across the blade. The Marine soldiers who surrounded Mio back and forth also took out their weapons and aimed at Mio. In response, Mio could only pull out his Raikiri and grinned. "Your strength can't keep us." Words fall. Meow just stopped talking nonsense and said directly, "Kill." Whoosh. After just finished speaking, Mio's voice had disappeared in place. A grain of sand on Momosaji's side disappeared and replaced by Mio's figure. Raikiri waved and slashed at Momosaji mercilessly. Feeling the killing intent coming from his side, Momosaji opened his beautiful eyes, then suddenly turned around and attacked. Clang! Weapons collided, sparks flew everywhere. What a fast speed, what a powerful force. Momosaji was shocked. If he hadn't had observation Haki, he might have been killed by Mio. There's also this powerful force. Momosaji was shocked. The man in front of him was much stronger than the last time. "How do you guys get me?" Mio asked with a grin, stepped back, swung the knife again, and slashed away. The black sword aura burst out to form a black crow and attacked. As a Marine, even if you lose, you must capture and kill any pirates you see, Momosaji said in a cold voice. Kaido. At the same time, Jinpilyuo waved, and the golden sword aura also burst out and flew away. The two slashes collided, forming a wave of air that swept across the square immediately. The surrounding Marines took up weapons and aimed at Mio, preparing to assist Momosaji. But the next moment, only a figure suddenly rushed into the sky, and a pair of huge wings spread out. "Who allowed you to intervene in the Master's battle?" Lilith wandered through the sky. Her wings shook behind her, and a gust of wind swept through the sky, and in an instant it blew the Marine soldiers directly into the air. The yellow sand in the sky also turned into a tornado, sweeping towards the remaining Marine soldiers. "This is the new member of the Black Crow Pirates?" Momosaji glanced at Lilith in the sky from the corner of his eyes, and Momosaji was surprised and exclaimed, "The terrible power! It seems to be Zoan's fruit-powered person, but it's not an ordinary Zoan, nor is it like an ancient type. Isn't Eudemon's type? Fight with me. Don't be distracted." At this moment, Mio's voice quietly sounded from behind. Momosaji was taken aback and hurriedly turned around to fight back. But the next moment, "Huh, A knife came to light. Puff! A blood stain emerged from Momosagi's back. A wound was formed, and blood spurted out. Momosagi's body also flew out, thrown on the sand in the distance. I hope you won't die. After all, you're also a great beauty. What a pity it is to die. Mio said slowly, saying that it was a pity, but the movement in his hand was not slow, and Raikiri waved his hand. Swipe it out. Huh. A black slash burst out for a while and slashed towards Momosagi. After the slash, the ground cracked. Momosagi felt a strong sense of crisis, endured the pain, and wanted to fight back. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Momosagi. The figure blasted out with a punch, and the slashing blow disappeared suddenly. Looking at this figure, Momosagi was taken aback. In the distance, Mio couldn't help but stunned, and immediately took Raikiri back, grinning. It's really an amazing guy here. After that, Mio turned to face the shore and roared. Everyone, let's go now. Huh? It looks like you can't die this time, Momosagi. Master, that person was very strong just now. On the way to leave, Erica said beside Mio, but there was a sense of war in her eyes, including Lilith's eyes on the side were full of fighting spirit. She also felt that the person was very strong. Better than yourself. But he may not lose. Of course it's strong. That guy is also Marine's admiral anyway. Mio grinned. At this time, on Momosagi's side, looking at the figure in front of him, Momosagi gritted his teeth and stood up. Ms. Zephyr, with a burly body and short purple hair, the person in front of him does not kill Admiral Zephyr. He has a powerful armament Haki, but in this world, the so-called not to kill seems a bit ridiculous. Especially as a Marine, the target not to be killed is a pirate. Zephyr was in his prime at this time, but although he was Admiral, he did not assume the role of Admiral. Instead, he moved behind the scenes as the instructor. Akainu and Kizaru in the current headquarters of Vice Admiral were his first students. Akiji is the third term. The current Zephyr is not in the future, and his strength is still very strong. After all, he is in his prime, not to mention the loss of an arm like in the future. Of course, although Zephyr is Admiral, because of the name of Do Not Kill, in fact Mio is not very afraid of Zephyr. Ms. Zephyr, why are you here? Momosagi asked, enduring the sharp pain from a wound. Sengoku asked me to come. Zephyr sighed and said, he said that there might be some dangers on your side. It happened that I was on my way back to the headquarters after leading this academy training. After passing by here, I rushed over. Are those guys just now your target? Yes. Momosagi nodded. The Black Crow pirates, the pirates that appeared from North Blue within the last month, have just entered the Grand Line. Are the newcomers so strong now? Zephyr was shocked when he heard the words. The slash just now didn't seem to be something the newcomer pirate could issue, right? Even in the first half of the Grand Line, not many pirates can make such a slash. In response, Momosagi smiled wryly. Otherwise, Sengoku Admiral won't let me stare at this pirate group. Yes. Zephyr nodded. Such a person is a rookie among the pirates. He knows how much potential he has. General Marine generals may not necessarily be opponents. At this time, only Momosagi among Marines can come and stare. The other party, everyone else is in New World. You are injured, so let's go back to the headquarters to recover. Zephyr said. No. Momosagi shook his head and refused directly. The Black Crow pirates is too threatening. Their captain was not my opponent in the previous battle with me, but this time they have already had the strength to defeat me. It didn't take long for this progress to happen. If it is allowed to grow, it will sooner or later become Marines confidant. And not only is the captain of the Black Crow pirates, his crew are not ordinary people, and the newly added crew member is even more likely to be Zoan's fantasy. I can't leave for those with the ability of beast fruit. Now, I'm the only one in this department who is suitable to stare at the Black Crow, and Sengoku Admiral also said that they will send someone to help me. I think as long as there is no battle, there should be no much danger next. Listening to Momosagi's firm tone, Zephyr shook his head, sighed, and said, I'll take you away first. Trouble Mr. Zephyr. By the way, Mr. Zephyr, what's the situation with New World? It's still the case. It's difficult for Marine to intervene. The pirates are basically hostile to Marine. As a result, New World is a little bit difficult for us, but fortunately, we have made some progress than before. Wait for the situation to stabilize. You can leave New World, but the old guy Garp left New World early and doesn't know what to do. That's it. Alabasta shore. At this time, Mio, Erica, and others returned to the boat. Just when they arrived, a huge figure rushed out from the bottom of the sea. It was a dry monster. At this time, the dry monster was still holding the body of a sea beast in his hand and opened the blood basin. Eating with his mouth was full of blood, which looked a bit hideous. Obviously, he was eating. Owner. Seeing Meow, Hanyan couldn't help but yelled happily. Drought, I haven't seen you in a few days. Prepare to leave. Meow grinned. He said that he had boarded the boat with Erica. As soon as he got back on the boat, Robin went to his room immediately, apparently planning to study the photos of the historical text he had taken. Lilith said, while holding the medical book, Master, I'm going to read a book. Call me if you have anything. Go. Mio gave up and turned to look at Erica and Warwick. It's getting late. Erica, let's cook. Warwick will help me get a bottle of wine and add ice to it. Let's set sail and leave. Good Master X2. Soon there was only one person left on the deck. After sailing, Mio took out the map and permanent pointer he had bought and pointed to the Hanyin in a direction and said, Drought, go straight at 1 o'clock. Dry Yin knows. Hearing that, Dry Yin threw away the flesh and blood of the sea beast in his hand, dived directly into the sea, dragged the boat, and moved forward. The boat moved quickly on the sea and soon disappeared to the shore. With the shore, Mio didn't have to stay on the deck all the time, but returned to her room and saw the 2 devil fruits on the table in the room and the box with the little black panther. 2 devil fruits, one from Brother Ming and the other from Alabasta Palace. In addition, he had 2 other devil fruits because he didn't know what abilities they were, so he didn't use them for the time being. It can be said that Mio's current net worth is quite substantial. Now that I have time, it's time for a lottery draw. It happened to be used to train this little black panther. The Zoan devil fruit that Minggu brought is too unlikely to be of the Eudemon's type. Not surprisingly, it should be an ordinary Zoan or an ancient type. However, neither of these 2 types are of much interest. Therefore, these 2 devil fruits were both exchanged for the number of draws. The 2 devil fruits disappeared, but they were replaced by 2 lottery draws. With a thought in my heart, the panel appeared in front of my eyes. Mio came to the lottery panel, and a huge roulette wheel appeared in front of her eyes. The above is still the same as before with a dazzling variety of genes. Of course, what Mio is more eye-catching is still the Super Saiyan gene. Rubbing her hands, Mio took a deep breath, picked up a stopwatch, and gave a worried look. Very well, it was 6 o'clock and 3 seconds, and then the lottery draw. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Watching the time on the stopwatch slide to 6 o'clock, Mio's eyes showed expectation and immediately pressed the lottery button. The roulette turned immediately. The roulette spins quickly, and the speed became faster and faster under Mio's gaze. And finally, in the nervous and expectant mood of Mio, it slowly stopped and finally pointed to a gene. Congratulations on winning the Indra gene through the lottery. Because Indra, seeing the result of his lottery draw, Mio was stunned for a while and didn't realize what gene it was for a while, but after checking it, he knew it clearly, and he was even more surprised. Indra gene. The Indra gene from the Hokage world has terrible potential. It inherits the fairy eye and is born opposite to Ashura. Isn't this the Uchiha gene? Meow murmured from the bottom of his heart. If you want to talk about the difference with the Uchiha gene, it may be that the Indra gene has greater potential than the Uchiha gene, and the Indra gene will inevitably turn on Sharingan, and the Uchiha gene it is not necessarily. But this gene is not so good. Meow murmured. It is not that this gene is not strong. On the contrary, the Indra gene is very strong, especially if Sharingan is turned on and then evolves into Mangekyo, and even the Eternal Mangekyo. It is simply terrifying. But there's a very serious problem. How to evolve to Mangekyo? Could it be that I have to let Hawkeye come and slash me again? Min muttered. Moreover, It is estimated that it can only evolve to Mangekyo. If you want to evolve to the Eternal Mangekyo, there is little hope. After all, the Eternal Mangekyo needs a pair of relatives of Mangekyo according to Hokage's original work. P.S. This book needs it, so the power of the Hokage world is not consumed by chakra in the pirate world, but physical energy. I hope to forgive me. Forget it. Let's see if there is any chance in the future, even if it can evolve into the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It's not bad to be able to evolve to Mangekyo. It saves a little and won't be blind. As for whom this gene will be used to cultivate, there is no doubt that it is naturally the Black Panther. This little guy, Meow, still appreciates it. The reason is that there is no other suitable, and the Black Panther who understands the law of the forest and Sharingan feels very good. However, Mio was not in a hurry to train because there was another chance to draw a lottery awaiting him. Pressed by Mio, the roulette began to spin again. The Indra gene that Mio had drawn just now had disappeared and was replaced by a temporarily new gene. Flame, human gene. Well, this gene Meow knows. It's an alien gene in an anime called Boy Hacker that I watched a long time before I crossed. The whole body of flames can also control the flames, which is a good one. Gene. But this is not the focus of Mio's attention. His focus is on the Uchiha gene in another place on the roulette, thinking in his heart. These genes on the roulette shouldn't disappear after a single extraction, which means that I have a chance to extract 2 Uchiha genes. If I can extract 2 Uchiha genes in the future, maybe I can consider cultivating a pair of Eternal Mangekyo. But think about it. The probability is very small. A lot of devil fruit is needed. It would take a long time to complete this goal. Soon, as some time passed, the speed of the roulette began to slow down, and the result of the lottery draw on the roulette also appeared in front of Mio's eyes at this time. Congratulations, you have won the excellent Ghoul gene through the lottery. TSK, this gene. Mio's brows suddenly frowned. Ghoul, this thing is actually okay, but it has a fatal flaw, that is cannibalism. Ghoul has the same appearance as humans, but the food they eat is human flesh and blood. If this gene is cultivated, what should be done if the cultivated organism inherits this? When the time comes, will it be fed with human flesh? Or was it killed by a single blow? The most important thing is that it is dangerous to the members of the ship. After all, the creatures cultivated are loyal to themselves and may not do anything to themselves, but other people may not be necessary, which makes Meow feel a little uncomfortable. Is it useless to get a new gene? Wait, what does this excellent mean? Meow was taken aback, looking at the word excellent next to this gene, and hurriedly checked it out. Excellent, Ghoul gene, a gene from a modern urban world. Ghoul is happy to cannibalism. Ghoul has different genus. Different genus has different ways of fighting. The better the food, the better. The more energy he has, the stronger his strength. This gene has been optimized to remove cannibalism defects. It turns out that cannibalism is a genetic defect, and it has been optimized away, so that's fine. Seeing the introduction, Mayaton felt relieved, immediately grinned, showing an excited smile. 2 draws, 2 genes. Mio was quite satisfied. The next step is to cultivate. Open the box with the little black leopard. As soon as the box is opened, you can see that the little black leopard has woken up at this time. A pair of cold eyes are watching Min with alertness, and it seems that they are still looking at it. Looking at the surrounding situation, it seemed that he wanted to find a chance to escape, and it seemed that the IQ of the little guy in front of him was indeed unusual. Roar! The little Black Panther let out a muffled roar in his throat, as if he was warning Mio not to approach him. The fangs in the mouth and the claws on the limbs are also displayed. It's very spiritual, Mio said with a chuckle, but the next moment her eyes were sharp and vigorous. Although his aura is not very strong, there is still no problem with suppressing a Black Panther. Sure enough, as Mio's momentum broke out, the little black leopard immediately clipped its tail, lowered its head, and trembling on its stomach, not daring to move. Seeing this, the corners of Mio's mouth raised, and Raikiri pulled out of her waist, grinning. Little guy, don't worry, it won't hurt too much. To train, fight the disabled first. So Mio didn't hesitate to start, and in the horrified eyes of the little panther, he slashed with a knife. The little black panther suddenly let out a painful sound, and then he was taken directly into the training trough by Mio. Immediately select the gene to be cultivated. Indra gene. Excellent. Ghoul gene. And the genes of some beasts killed in Little Garden and some people killed in Alabasta. Pulled all over. Immediately after that, I pressed the training button. The picture of that copycat web game suddenly appeared. Steam emerges. While along with it, there were voices. With anticipation, Mio sat down cross-legged and waited quietly. Please choose the training direction. Animal type? Human type? Human shape. This choice, Mio responded without hesitation. After all, the beast type is not needed now, but he can consider it in the future. After the selection is complete. Soon, the training was completed, and about the newly cultivated biological ability, it also appeared in front of Mio's eyes. Successful training. Name, unnamed. Abilities, spiritual shield, strong mental power allows it to defend against mental shocks. Lin Hyuk, the tentacles like Kazuko can be extended from the back. Arbitrary manipulation, huge power, destructive power is very good, and has strong regenerative power. Gluttony, enhance one's strength through the energy of the food eaten. This ability has an upper limit. Super fast with super fast speed. Keen sense of smell, be able to smell far places and distinguish people the smell of. Humanity, Sharingan, a kind of eye with terrible potential. The law of the forest, survival of the fittest, will abandon emotions when necessary, just to preserve oneself. Strength, Naval Headquarters Commodore. Ultimate combat power, Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral. The potential has not yet been developed. Good. Seeing the introduction of abilities, Mio nodded with satisfaction. Is indeed very satisfied. But looking at abilities, Mio will be a strong man on the ocean after the potential is developed. This is very certain, especially with Sharingan. Although Sharingan is not as good as Mangekyo and the Eternal Mangekyo, Sharingan also has its own advantages. That is copying. Although it is not possible to copy fruit abilities or the like, as far as physiques are concerned, the 6 forms can be copied. If the physique improves, I don't know if Haki can also copy it. This is more curious. It's time to give you a name. What should you call it? Mio stroked his chin in thought, snapped his fingers, and the creature he had cultivated suddenly appeared in front of him. He is not too old. He is a teenager with a little facial paralysis, his eyes are a little cold, and he has short black hair. At this time, he looks towards Mindao. Owner, well, let me think about it. What should you call it appropriate? Mio scratched her head, thinking about it. Mio looked at the boy in front of him and asked, if you want to give yourself a name, what do you want to be called? Hearing this, the young man was stunned, but then just asked, is it okay? Of course. Mio nodded with a smile. The teenager Kaido did not hesitate. I want to be called Hyan. Hyan? What? Mia asked a strange name. I don't know. Hey, Yin shook his head. These 2 words came to mind, and then I wanted to call this. Well, that's okay. You'll call Hyan from now on. Min rubbed Hyan's head. The expression on Hyan's face did not change at all, even a bit cold. If he didn't know his relationship with Hyan, Miao thought He Yin was his enemy, but now it is probably certain that this is a facial paralysis. Then, Miao directly found a set of clothes and threw it to He Yin. Take it and put your clothes on, and then I will take you to dinner. He Yin took the clothes and put them on quickly. At this time, Mio's ability extraction also began. Starting to draw, the draw is successful. Congratulations on drawing the ability, Sharingan, and 1/10 of the all-round attributes of the creatures you cultivated this time. TSK not bad. Seeing the ability he had drawn, Mio nodded slightly, but was satisfied. Although Sharingan is not strong, it is still very useful in battle. After all, it can penetrate the enemy's movements, which is rare. It is a pity that Sharingan's ability to imitate is not very useful in this world. The ability that can be imitated is only that, but there will be opportunities in the future, but I can imitate the swordsmanship of other swordsmen. Maybe it will help to improve his swordsmanship. As for the 1/10 attribute, it's just as good. Hyan's attributes are not that strong, but he is very strong in terms of speed and mental power. He has improved a little bit in these two aspects, and this improvement is clear. Felt. Thoughts moved. A pair of scarlet eyes with 3 Goyu jade appeared in Mi's eyes. Taking a look at the mirror, Mio was suddenly surprised. Is it 3 Go jade from the beginning? Sharingan has 3 Go jade. Generally speaking, it was a 1 Go jade at the beginning. I didn't expect that it was a 3 Go jade. This may be related to spiritual power, but the details are not clear. But Senga jade is the best. Eliminating the time to promote it to Sengu, these time can also be used to practice other aspects. Let's go, it's time to go to eat. After getting acquainted for a while, Mio said to Heian. Rubbing Haiyan's head, he brought Haiyan to the restaurant. This time Mio showed up with Heian, but no one was surprised. Robin just took a look and knew in his heart that this boy was probably the Black Leopard. Well, this one will be one of our partners from now on, called Heian. Meow clapped her hands to introduce it, and then introduced Erica to Heian. Heian nodded lightly, his expression indifferent, without much change. Mio explained with a smile. This child is a little paralyzed. Don't care about it. Let's eat. Erica had already cooked a sumptuous and delicious meal and followed Mio's words one by one. After a meal, Mio arranged another place for Heian to live. Well, considering the lack of rooms, he let Heian live with Warwick. Then, Mio continued as usual, beckoning Warwick to fight against him, familiar with the attributes and abilities that have just been promoted. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. On the deck, 2 figures flickered, touching each other, sweating. 3 Tomo Sharingan unfolded in Mio's eyes and stared at Warwick. Warwick's movements seemed to slow down under Mio's sight, and he could clearly see Warwick's shot trajectory. Huh. Warwick swept across. Mio turned his head slightly to avoid. Immediately afterwards, a punch blasted directly into Warwick's abdomen. A powerful force burst out, and Warwick immediately took a few steps back. Master so strong, Warwick said seriously. Come on, continue. Mio grinned, beckoned, and the battle continued. Haiyan held a book that had just been borrowed from Robin and recorded some things about the world. He sat in the corner, looking up at Meow, who was fighting against Warwick, while looking down at the book. Celestial dragons, nobles, marine, world government, pirates. Haiyan reads books quickly. Because of Sharingan, he can read a book in a minute or two. After reading a book, he borrows another book. The night is long, but fleeting. The next day, a piece of news flew all over the world. New World Whitebeard alone fought 3 billion pirates with a reward, crushed and smashed New World, and was honored by New World pirates as the king of New World. For a while, New World, which had initially calmed down, became restless again. The first emperor has already appeared, but it was also expected. Looking at the contents of the newspaper, Meow muttered. A flash of thinking flashed in his eyes. In the future 4 emperors, it is normal for Whitebeard to be the first to reach the top of the throne. After all, Whitebeard is now in its heyday, and its strength is at its peak. In addition to its own development of devil fruit, even Kaido and Charlotte are not Whitebeard. The same is true for the red-haired opponent at this time. Although red-haired has great potential, he is still far from Whitebeard at this time, although he is already a strong player in New World. However, it will take a year or 2 for the red-hair to reach the throne. In today's ocean, there are very few people who can match Whitebeard. However, as Whitebeard became the emperor, the sea will naturally become turbulent because all ambitious pirates in New World want to become emperor. And in New World, are there few pirates with ambitions? There are ambitious existences in that sea area, like a crucian carp that crosses the river. So in the future, New World will enter the most rioting years until the 4 emperors are determined. And under the power of the 4 emperors, it will be calm. Shaking the newspaper in his hand, Meow raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, looking expectantly. He didn't expect Whitebeard to suddenly become 4 emperors, but it didn't matter. He still had time to develop his strength and influence. It's the world government side. Maybe you should have seen the possibility that there will be other emperors in the future, right? Meng murmured. From their perspective, it's normal to see, and they will even intervene in the 4 emperors secretly, but it is difficult to think about it. Shichibukai's plan, may have already appeared. Shichibukai itself stabilizes the situation, used to contain the four emperors together with Marine. It's just that the gap between Shichibukai's strength and the four emperors is a bit huge. Shaking his head, Mio put down the newspaper, then picked up the map and opened it, with a look of helplessness in his eyes. It's Gunkanjima. I didn't expect it to be in East Blue. It seems that it will take some time. I thought Gunkanjima was on the Grand Line before, but after careful inquiry, I found out that it was in East Blue. Although the distance is a bit far away, I still have to go there anyway. After all, that is the only place where dragons are currently known. As for East Blue, which is the weakest and smallest of the four seas, but there have been several seas that shake the sea, Mio is also a little yearning. Like Luffy in the original book, he also wanted to go to Loguetown to see where Roger was executed, the place where the era of the great pirate officially began. East Blue, shouldn't you meet any powerful people? Mio scratched her head, then stretched her body, lying on the deck, facing the sun. Then it will be a leisure trip. With the strength of East Blue's Marine and pirates, there is no ability to pose a threat to them. It is not wrong to say that it is a leisure trip. After sailing, the ship started to head towards the calm belt and wanted to return to the Four Seas area. At present, Meow can only pass through the calm belt, but there is a drought. It is not difficult to pass through the calm belt, and it is even very simple. Time passed quietly. Driven by the drought, Mio came to East Blue in 3 days. Compared with the changing weather at the time of the Grand Line, East Blue is very sunny, with warm sunshine shining, making people feel happy. The ship moved slowly on the surface of the sea, and the body of the drought, Yin, was hidden under the surface of the sea to avoid causing shocks. Mio took the map and confirmed the location. On the deck, you can see Warwick teaching Haki and Marine 6 styles. Erica is teaching Robin Haki, and Lilith is reading and studying. As for Haki, she will study by herself after reading the book. It should be in this direction. Mio looked in one direction and then shouted, "Drought, at 7 o'clock, go forward." The drought knows it. Under the sea, a muffled roar came, and the speed of the ship accelerated a lot. Gunkanjima is famous in East Blue, but it is not very famous. The reason why it is so famous is also because of a legend of Gunkanjima, the legend of the 1,000-year dragon. Legend has it that medicine made from the bones of a 1,000-year-old dragon can make people immortal, although most people nowadays think this is a deceptive legend. It took 4 days for the ship to reach the vicinity of Gunkan Island. From a distance, I saw that the island did indeed have the shape of a warship, but Mio didn't care about the island. But after stopping in a sea area, he immediately ordered the drought. Dive down and see if there is an island below. Remember to look around carefully. Island. Hearing this, Hanya nodded. Dry your nose. Don't worry, master. After speaking, Hanya nodded directly and sank into the bottom of the sea. Hyena just finished fighting with Warwick and came and asked, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Master, are we looking for that island? Ah, that's right, Dragon Island, the hometown and cemetery of the Millennium Dragon, an island that only appears once every 1,000 years. That was the time for the Millennium Dragon to return from all over the world. Meow introduced with a smile. Is there really a dragon in this world? Hei Yin was surprised. Of course there is. Mio naturally has a certain tone about this, but there are dragons, but I don't know what the strength of the dragon is. Anyway, the Millennium Dragon does not seem to be strong, but Wanakuni's swordsman Ryoma once cut the dragon, so I don't know if it is a 1,000-year-old dragon or another type of dragon. If it is another type, then I can expect more in the future. There's one on this island. Mio said, the 1,000-year-old dragon has a long lifespan. Given the situation of the old dragon in the original book, it must have been trapped in that cave on the island a long time ago. Heian heard that when he was about to speak, Yu Guang glanced into the distance and suddenly said in a deep voice, Master, there is Marine. Mio looked up, and there was indeed a warship in his sight, but Mio didn't worry about it, just said, Go away. Heian frowned slightly and persuaded. Master, you should have killed them all. Oh, why? Mio asked with interest. Heian answered immediately. We are pirates, and your host's reward is not low. If Marine finds out and is left by him, then we will definitely report it, and perhaps a stronger Marine will arrive. If we kill all these Marines, we can spend quietly in East Blue. If we don't go to the town and island, we don't have to worry about being noticed by Marine before returning to the Grand Line. Heiyan's tone was calm, telling the most correct way to be a pirate. You are right. Min nodded, knowing that different thoughts are different. But Heiyan's idea, he agrees very much. Therefore, he said slowly, "Give it to you. Master, please rest assured." In Heiyan's black pupils, a scarlet color emerged, stepping out, and his figure suddenly flew into the sky, stepping in the sky, and heading towards the warship. That is Moonwalk. Heiyan's Sharingan allowed him to learn the 6 forms in just a few days. Although it is not a Grandmaster, it is a beginner. As for Haki, well, without learning, Sharingan can't copy and imitate. But as expected, Heiyan's figure flicked in the sky, and soon arrived on the warship. Then the screams sounded. Mio didn't care, staring at the sea, looking forward to the appearance of the drought. About a quarter of an hour, Heiyan returned from the warship with a treasure chest on his shoulders. When he landed on the deck, Heiyan placed the treasure chest in front of Min and said in a calm tone, "Master, this is the treasure on the warship. Nothing is left out. It's all here. There are treasures." Hearing this, Mio was slightly surprised, then opened the treasure chest, and when he saw it, the corners of his mouth twitched. In the treasure chest is indeed a treasure. Except for some gold coins, there are a large number of coins and banknotes, many of which are crumbled. Heiyan began to explain. This was found from those marine corpses. Have you searched all those marine corpses? Mi asked in astonishment. Yeah. Heiyan nodded seriously. Mio was silent, then closed the treasure chest and sighed. I'm interested. In the quarter of an hour that Heiyan went, I was afraid that it was not 3 minutes to kill. The remaining 10 minutes were spent searching for corpses, right? Thinking of the 150 Bailey coins in the treasure chest, Mio affirmed Heiyan's words and wanted to come to the warship. I was afraid that there was really no omission. Miao's words caused a gleam of light in Heiyan's eyes, and after a light nod, he turned and left, went to the corner and stood, looking towards the sea, looking forward to the arrival of the next warship in his heart. After a quarter of an hour after Heiyan came back, the head of Han Yin finally floated up on the surface of the sea. Master, Han Yin found it. Han Yin reported. Hearing this, Mio stood up and said directly, Take me over. After all, he jumped into the sea. Diving into the sea, Miao also saw the huge body of Han Yin in the sea, which shocked people. And the dry mane dived into the sea and swam quickly in one direction. With a move of Miao's thoughts, her figure continued to flicker behind Han Yin, closely behind Han Yin, and after almost advancing a certain distance, Han Yin began to dive continuously, and finally at the bottom of the sea in an area. Miao saw that island. At this moment, lying quietly deep in the bottom of the sea, there are colorful corals on the island, in addition to keel bones. And dragon egg. Only one. In addition to dragon bones, corals, and eggs, you can also see that there are some eggshells embedded in the soil on the island, not floating up. It is not difficult to guess that a 1,000-year-old dragon may have broken out of its shell and left after it came out, or be taken away by other adult millennium dragons who came here. After seeing the dragon egg, Mi immediately activated the replacement ability and replaced the position with a seaweed next to the dragon egg, appeared beside the dragon egg, and then directly picked up the dragon egg and pointed towards the dragon egg. Point to the top and leave here quickly. Holding the dragon egg, Mio can still feel the beating sound from the dragon egg, indicating that there is life inside, not dying, and the possibility of hatching at any time. This makes Mio somewhat happy. When Mio returned to the deck from the surface of the water, other people quickly gathered around and looked at the dragon egg curiously. Is this the dragon egg of the 1,000-year dragon? Can the one fished out of the sea hatch? Robin poked the dragon egg with his finger and murmured curiously. It feels like after a long time, corals are almost growing out of it. Yes. Mio took the towel from Erica, wiped the water stains on her lower body, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, there is life in it, and I feel that it will be hatched soon." "Then, Master, where are we going next?" Lilith asked curiously. "Go to Loguetown, and then go through the upside-down mountain and return to the Grand Line." Min grinned in response. The ship is preparing to leave, but at this moment, the sea in the distance. Another warship slowly appeared. On the warship, a burly man with a dog's head hat was standing on the deck at this time, and a non-commissioned officer wearing a Naval Headquarters Justice cloak stood beside the man, bowing his head to report. "Garp, Vice Admiral, we have contacted the nearby Marine branch for the warship opposite and confirmed that it is the warship of the 8th branch of East Blue Marine. However, we contacted the generals on the warship, and no one responded. No need to contact. The people above are all dead." Garp calmly gave up and said lightly, "Have you not smelled it? The smell of blood on it is already strong. It should be the pirate on the pirate ship." Garp looked at the pirate ship in the distance, gazed like a torch. "That is..." The adjutant picked up the binoculars and took a look, and then he was suddenly surprised. "Garp, Vice Admiral, that pirate ship seems to have entered the Grand Line from North Blue recently. How could it appear in East Blue? Black Crow pirates?" Garp was also slightly surprised when he heard this. "Is that the rookie pirate group that Sengoku told Momosaji to stare at on the phone bug?" "Yes. Currently the captain of the Black Crow Pirates, Kirikawa Mio, is offering a reward of 100 million. The crew member Erica is offering a reward of 70 million, and the crew member Warwick is offering a reward of 60 million. This level of pirates should go to New World. How could it appear in East Blue?" The adjutant still didn't understand. Garp took off his signature dog hat and grinned. "Ha ha ha ha. Since I met, and I heard that Momosaji was injured, Xiaoha is always nagging in my ears, so I can't let it go. Bring me a cannonball." "Yes." Hearing this, the Marine soldiers on the warship immediately started to act. Soon, one shell after another was placed beside Garp. Garp grabbed a cannonball and suddenly threw it towards the pirate ship. The cannonball flew in an instant. But the next moment, with a pouch, a sword gas erupted, and the shell was instantly split open with a knife. Seeing this, Garp frowned slightly and immediately stretched out. As expected, he is a rookie who can make Sengoku a headache for a long time. He really has some strength. After all, Garp grabbed a shell again. "I can't let you run away. I'll catch you sooner, so I can go back to Dayton sooner." With a murmur, the shell exploded again. But the next moment, another sword gas erupted, and the cannonball was split by a sword again. Seeing that he missed another shell, Garp turned dark and roared directly. "Take that thing out for me. I'm going to see if the guy on this boat can split the thing." After speaking, the Marines started to act again, and soon, a huge cannonball was dragged out. The body of the cannonball was very huge. At this time, Garp was clenched with both hands, with blue veins bulging on his arms, and he suddenly screamed. The next moment, the cannonball was thrown out. The huge cannonball is advancing very fast in the air, and it can also be seen how powerful Garp is, and the sound of breaking through the air keeps sounding. The power of Garp, Vice Admiral, is really scary. Mr. Garp is a Marine hero, isn't that, of course? Now, that pirate ship will be destroyed directly, right? The Marine soldiers looked at Garp longingly. And this time, pirates on board. Looking at the huge cannonball that was approaching, Mio retracted Raikiri and shouted, "Drought! Roar!" A roar came from the bottom of the sea, and at the same time, on the surface of the sea where the shell was advancing, a huge red arm rushed out of the sea and grabbed the shell. The big red hand grabbed the huge cannonball like a bowling ball and suddenly brought it to the bottom of the sea, and a shock suddenly spread from the bottom of the sea. "So what is that?" On the warship, some Marine soldiers were suddenly astonished. "It seems to be an arm. Is it a giant? I don't know." But the next moment, accompanied by a roar, a huge figure rushed out of the sea, staring at the warship glaringly, and under a loud roar, a violent wave swept through, causing the warship to shake. "This is Oz." Garp was also rarely surprised at this time, and then immediately denied what he had just thought. "No, Oz is dead, Is it a descendant of Oz? Wait, that tail. He noticed the tail of Han Yin and was shocked again. Should not be the offspring of Oz, or the offspring of Oz and Sea Kings. After thinking about it carefully, Garp felt that this possibility was quite high, and it seemed that only Sea Kings could be worthy of Oz's huge size. But this Oz also seems to be a member of this pirate group. This point undoubtedly surprised Garp, a rookie pirate group. The members on board are not only not bad in strength, but they can also exist in the sea. The huge creature is really terrifying. But the more so, the more you can't let go. Garp drank and shouted directly. Get close to the opponent. Since the shells are useless, get close. The Marine soldiers acted immediately. Mio stood on the bow looking at the dog-headed warship, frowning. Garp. He should be in New World at this time. How could he be in East Blue? Visit Luffy? Luffy hasn't been born yet. And many more. We suddenly thought of something. A flash of sorrow flashed in his eyes. So if that's it, if it's for this matter, don't worry about it. The corners of Meow's mouth rose slightly, and he waved his hand towards Han Yen. He immediately signaled, and the huge tail behind him twitched suddenly, and a huge wave of water suddenly swooped towards the warship. Ordinary ships may be directly submerged under this water wave. But after all, it was a warship with Garp. Even if it was an adjutant, it was very good. At this moment, it was possible to see that an adjutant made a light leap, and a huge tempest kick suddenly burst out, facing the water wave and offsetting the water wave. Does the master want to prevent the other person from approaching? If so, let me come, Lilith said slowly when she came to Mio's body. That's right. Your ability is the most appropriate at this time. Mio nodded gently, without rejecting. Lilith smiled slightly at Mio, and then walked forward step by step. Her back wings quickly stretched out, turning into a pair of huge wings. Lilith made a light leap, and her whole body flew into the sky. The moment the gorgeous and beautiful huge wings flew into the sky, everyone on the warship noticed. Many Marine soldiers even showed love in their eyes, and only Lilith was in their eyes at this time. It's another weird ability. Seeing this, Garp couldn't help but murmur. But the aura is not weak. He looked at Lilith in the sky and said in surprise, the aura on Lilith doesn't need to be weak or even stronger than Rear Admiral in the department. This kind of pirate group should not appear in the Four Seas, nor in the first half of the Grand Line, but should appear in the New World. If it is allowed to grow and enter the New World in the future, it may be another maritime hegemon. Lilith didn't know Garp's thoughts at this time. Watching the warship, Lilith waved her wings, and a violent wind formed immediately, spinning crazily on the surface of the sea, engulfing the sea, and soon formed a horror. The tornado storm swept toward the warship. Fisk, is this ability the Eudemons? Garp slapped his mouth, his shoulders moved slightly. Marine's cloak of justice slowly slipped off, step by step to the bow. Watching the continuous tornado storm, Garp murmured, I can't let you destroy the warship. The voice fell. Garp stepped out. His figure suddenly jumped into the air. Clenching a fist with his right hand, the pure black armament Haki wrapped his entire arm in an instant. A low sip suddenly came from Garp's mouth. Iron Fist! In an instant, Garp blasted out a punch. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted. At the same time as Garp punched out, the tornado storm was actually broken under Garp's punch, and then slowly dissipated, and it was swept away. The incoming seawater starts to spill from the sky. Standing on the bow of the boat, watching this scene, Meow couldn't help grinning. F***K is wrong with this punch. I know that Garp is very strong. After all, Garp's strength is definitely at the Four Emperors level, but this level of strength is the first time I've seen it. At this time, I was only shocked. Although Garp does not have the Devil Fruit ability, Garp's physical fitness and Haki have undoubtedly reached a terrifying level. Otherwise, it would be impossible to break the tornado storm with one punch. What level of horror power and Haki strength this must be. But fortunately, I know how to escape this time. Otherwise, I will have to go to Impel Down now. Mio murmured. Looking at Garp, who had landed on the warship, Meow raised her head to look at Drought, and with a slight leap, he landed on top of Drought and sat down cross-legged. Are you the captain of the Black Crow pirates? Garp noticed Min at a glance and shouted immediately. Although there was a shocking scene just now, Garp did not have the consciousness of being a strong man, but was clasping his nostrils. Yes, I am. Min nodded. I didn't expect to be able to meet Garp Vice Admiral here in East Blue. I really don't know if it is my luck or a misfortune. If you know me, don't resist. Obediently be arrested by me. I still have things I don't have time to waste here with you. Garp yelled. Hearing this, a smile appeared at the corner of Meow's mouth. Although the people on our boat may not add up to your opponents, Mr. Garp, are you sure you want to catch us? Seeing the pirates, it's Marine's job to catch them. Garp said these words very seriously. Ha! Meow smiled, stood up slowly, and pulled out his Raikiri. Aren't you afraid that the ship will be destroyed? Meow said, as if mumbling to herself. Some people can survive in the sea, but not everyone. What do you think? Mr. Garp. Hearing this, Garp's face suddenly sank, his eyes fixed on Min. Meow responded with a smile. The atmosphere seemed a little more solemn. But Meow wouldn't be here to stare at Garp and waste time, grinning and shouting directly on the Kaido ship. Drow, go! Hearing the owner's instructions, the Hanyin responded and dived directly into the bottom of the sea, holding the rope on the bottom of the sea to drive the ship and quickly leave the place. Garp Vice Admiral, the other party is about to flee. Shall we immediately pursue it? On the warship, the adjutant asked hurriedly beside Garp. Garp returned to his senses, took a deep look at Min on the pirate ship in his sight, scratched his head and laughed. Stop chasing. Haven't you seen that there's such a big giant? What if the ship is destroyed? Let's go back to Windmill Village first. I'll go to sleep first, and then call me when I get there. After talking, Garp walked towards his room without looking back, but couldn't help smiling in his heart. Roger, you damn guy, this time because of you, let me let go of a guy with great potential. If Sengoku and Xiaohan knew about it, I'm afraid I would be scolded to death. But that guy, yes, do you know the existence of Ace, or don't you? Go back to the room. Garp closed the door. Lifting the quilt on my bed, I can see that a baby is peacefully asleep at this time. Ace. At the same time, Naval Headquarters. Sengoku hung up the phone worm in his hand with a complex expression. Gar, you guy. He picked up the contact worm and prepared to call out, but after hesitating for a while, he put down the worm. Master, that person was very strong just now. Lilith came to Mio's side and said seriously, with fear in her eyes. The picture of the punch that broke the tornado storm just now is still playing back in her mind. It was really a shocking scene. Strong is natural, Mio said with a smile. After all, he is a strong man standing at the top of the pyramid of this sea. My expectation of you is that level of existence. But as to whether he can reach that level, it all depends on the potential of the guys he has cultivated. Don't worry about hard work. Is the strongest existence in this world so powerful? Lilith murmured, nodded, her eyes firm. Master, rest assured, Lilith will also become very strong. Not only Lilith, but also Erica and the others. The shocking scene really surprised them. Erica kept thinking about the scene just now. That level of terrifying power. Could she protect her master before this power? There's only one result, no. No matter how strong the enemy is, the master can't die. Erica thought firmly in her heart, and a horrible aura burst out and swept the surrounding waters. Little Robin suddenly turned pale and almost fainted. Mio looked back at Erica in surprise. Conqueror's Haki? Are you the master? Mio's voice made Erica come back to her senses, and the momentum disappeared immediately. Then she shook her head, and then nodded again. No, I just kind of remember that feeling. That's good. Hearing this, Mio showed a surprised and happy smile on his face. Remember this feeling? Try to get familiar with it. I will, master. Erica nodded seriously. Several people immediately began to train separately. It is rare for Robin to train seriously. For her, even if she can't become a strong person, she can't become a hindrance. At least she must have the strength to guarantee her own life. Mio was sitting on the bow of the boat, holding a bottle of rum in his hand. While drinking, he began to make a life card. At the same time, thinking of Garp's appearance in East Blue, I couldn't help but chuckle. Ace, At this point in time, if it is not an important matter, it is absolutely impossible for Garp to return to East Blue, and it is impossible for Naval Headquarters to allow him to leave New World. So Mio suddenly thought that it is very important to Garp and let him things that had to leave New World. That's when Ace was born. This critical time, and only this matter, will allow Garp to leave New World. After all, his relationship with Roger, although hostile, also has extraordinary feelings, which are feelings that are constantly being played out in the ocean. And Ace was born in South Blue, and Garp's appearance in East Blue only means that he has received Ace before returning to East Blue. Mio easily thought of this, so he was not worried that Garp would catch himself. Even if he really wanted to catch himself and express what he meant to destroy the warship, Garp would not press on. After all, if the warship were to be destroyed, how could Ace survive in the sea if he was still a baby? Now it seems that I guessed it right. Ace is indeed on a warship. Although Garp is strong, he is at sea after all. Even if he can catch himself and others at sea, he can never stop himself from destroying the warship. This is also Meow's confidence. In the ocean, unless you encounter a top powerhouse like Garp who exists in the ocean, not many people can stop themselves in the ocean. Shaking his head, Mio stopped thinking about it, but concentrated on making a life card and shouted at the same time. Dryman, don't go far, take a stroll around here, and then find a hidden place close to Gunkanjima. I have to go up to find a 1,000-year-old dragon. It is not needed for training, but genes can be used. Dryan knows, master. The Dryan's voice came from the bottom of the sea. Immediately, the ship was wandering around Gunkanjima, waiting for the time to pass, to avoid meeting Garp's warship again. After almost 2 hours passed, the ship approached Gunkanjima and docked in a hidden location. Which one of you want to accompany me to find the Millennium Dragon? Meow asked, turning his head to look at the person on the boat. Is it alive? Robin asked. Of course it's alive. Why should I look for it if it's dead? Mio flipped over Byakugan. Then I'm going. Robin said hastily. The living 1,000-year dragon is still very attractive to people like her. As for Erica, they shook their heads, expressing their intention to practice. Heian is eating. I ate the grilled meat made from Sea King's meat. However, even though he was eating, Heian's body strengthened every time he ate some. The ability to overeating allowed Heian to greatly improve his strength in a short period of time, but the only pity was that he had the upper limit. Otherwise, just relying on food, Black Research can reach the Admiral level in a short time. Then you guard the ship well, kill it when someone approaches. Robin, let's go. After Meow gave a command, he waved to Robin. Robin held the camera, jumped off the boat, and followed Mio away. Battleship Island. Robin followed Mio in one direction, and Mio opened the observation Haki fully on the way forward. Although the coverage area was not large, it was not bad compared to before. Now, it has a range of more than 20 meters, close to 30 meters. Captain, are we looking for the Millennium Dragon to catch it? Robin asked while holding a camera to take pictures of the surrounding scenery that he thought was good. Don't grab waste food. Meow shook his head and said, This time I look for the Millennium Dragon to kill. Kill. Robin was surprised. What do you do to kill the Millennium Dragon? Mio reached out and rubbed Robin's head. Doing so much, it's useful anyway. Hey, don't mess with my hair. Robin patted Min's hand away and stared at his captain angrily. But unfortunately, this ferocious glance was full of cuteness in Mio's eyes. Gunkanjima is not too big, but not too small. Min and Robin walked for an hour and couldn't find a place. Well, what they were looking for was the cave in the original book. 20 years ago now, I don't know if the 1,000-year-old dragon is really on this island. It's not too sure. Captain, I seem to have found a cave, but I don't know if it's the cave you mentioned. Next to him, Robin closed his eyes and crossed his hands and said, urging her flower fruit ability to help Meow look for it. Place. Where? Me asked immediately. Robin opened his eyes and pointed in a direction. There. When I came to the cave, I had already sensed the 1,000-year-old dragon inside through observation Haki before I entered the cave. After going deep, Mio and Robin soon saw the Millennium Dragon, which looked very old like the one in the original work. The lifespan of the Millennium Dragon is so long, as its name suggests, whether it can survive for 1,000 years. I don't know, but I want to live a life. There is no problem for hundreds of years. This 1,000-year-old dragon entered the cave because of its size, but was unable to leave because of the size of the cave. Seeing the arrival of Mio and Robin at this time, he suddenly roared with his hands, with a hint of warning. Robin got off Mio and took the camera to shoot, and Mio slowly said, while looking at the 1,000-year-old dragon in front of him, "Don't shout. I'm here just for you." Roar. Upon hearing Min's words, Qianlong Long roared again. Mio turned over Byakugan, don't understand. But it doesn't prevent Mio from saying, "Anyway, you can't live without you here, and you will die here in the future. You have to feel lonely for a while before you die. It's just that I'll let you leave the world one step earlier." After that, Mio pulled out Raikiri from her waist. 1,000-year dragon is too old, plus the size of the cave, even the body can't fully expand. Watching Mio draw out his weapon, a look of prayer appeared in the eyes of the Millennium Dragon. As if she hadn't seen it, Mio held Raikiri in his hand and said calmly, "Send you first, if you have a next life. I hope you won't be so stupid that you enter the cave and then can't get out." The voice fell, and Mio cut out with a knife. Puff! The black sword aura envelopes Raikiri. A sword was cut out, blood splashed, and the head and neck of the 1,000-year dragon separated. Robin said helplessly, "Captain, you are cruel." In response, Mio shrugged. "Sometimes how can you survive in this world without being cruel?" "That's right." Robin nodded in agreement. At the same time, a prompt appeared on the panel in front of Mio. "Congratulations on your inclusion of the Millennium Dragon gene." Millennium Dragon gene, a dragon gene derived from the world of One Piece. It is powerful among the beasts and has a very long lifespan. Its keel bones can be used for medicine and prolong life. Looking at the introduction about the Millennium Dragon gene, Mio touched her chin in surprise. Unexpectedly, the keel of this 1,000-year-old dragon is really useful, but it's almost as I thought. It can only extend the lifespan. As for longevity, there is no need to think about it. It would be great if longevity was that easy. At present, the only way to determine longevity in the world is probably the ultimate operation on op fruit. Since the keel is useful, you can't let it go. Just be a butcher, Min murmured, carrying the knife and walking towards the 1,000-year-old dragon's corpse. Robin asked strangely, "Captain, what else are you doing?" "Take the keel, this is a good thing," Meow said without looking back, getting busy. Because the picture was too cruel, Robin didn't stare at it, but just wandered around in the cave. After returning, he saw Mio carrying a bone on his shoulder. The smell of blood was extremely strong. "Can you leave, Captain?" Robin asked, pinching his nose. "Okay, you have to take a shower when you go back." Meow nodded. The bloody smell on his body was a bit too strong, and he couldn't bear it for a while. The two quickly left the cave and headed in the direction of the boat. After returning to the boat, Meow asked Warwick to wash the keel, and then went to wash, and ordered Han Yin to move in the direction of Loguetown. East Blue has no place worth staying for a long time. Naturally, I can't waste time here. When I return to the Grand Line, the only few islands that will go through the route of Mio are actually Sky Island, the capital of the Seven Waters, then Sabeti Archipelago, and then go directly to New World via the Fishman Island. Of course, this is a long journey, and before arriving at Sabeti Archipelago, Mio will find a way to go to Impel Down. After washing, Mio came to the deck clean, and at a glance, he saw several people who were still training. Only Robin was reading. It seems that Garp has a big influence on them. Mio murmured, but it's normal. Even if I think about it now, I feel a little enthusiastic, and I want to go crazy training and then become stronger so that I can also have that power. Strength. Call. Breathing out, Mio chuckled. Although she had just finished taking a shower, Mio pulled out Raikiri and started training alone. Time passed slowly. From Gunkanjima to Loguetown, the distance is neither far nor near. It took 4 days to arrive. When arriving at Loguetown, the ship still did not call at the port, but found a remote shore to call. Around Loguetown, East Blue is the only way to go to the Grand Line. Marine's defensive power is not weak. Although it is not an opponent of himself and others, It is less trouble if you have less trouble. Come here, take the money. Meow hadn't disembarked yet, but instead greeted everyone to prepare to divide the money. Warwick is going to buy supplies and drinks. Here, 2 million Baileys, buy more. Robin and Lilith, you two want to buy books, right? Is 1 million Baileys enough? Does Hyan have anything to buy? Huh? Food. Loguetown also doesn't have any rare food. It doesn't help your overeating ability much, but forget it. If you take 1 million, you can change your taste. Mio divided the money, but at the end Erica planned to see the weapon because she still had a good weapon, so Mio gave her 1 million Baileys as before. As for Mio herself, holding 1 million Baileys, he was disembarked. He was going to have a look at the execution platform. Several people disembarked and headed towards Loguetown. When Mio went to the execution platform in Loguetown, he didn't know that Naval headquarters was troubled by his affairs at this time. At this time, within the headquarters, in Sengoku's office, looking at the pile of files in front of me, I only felt that the first two were big, and when I remembered that Marshal Kong, who had been reported by the soldiers before, was on vacation, I suddenly felt envy and hatred. Blue. At this time, the phone worm sounded. Sengoku picked up the phone worm, and Garp's voice came. Sengoku, I'm going back to New World. Are there any arrangements? Garp UB ******* D. Eating Sunbae. Sengoku roared. He heard the phone worm. There was a click that came from Garp, and the sound of chewing Sunbae was obvious. Ha. Yes, I'm just eating Sunbae, Sengoku. It's useless to envy you. Garp said with a laugh. Hearing this, Sengoku snorted and said, Your salary this month was deducted by me. A ***** hole, Sengoku. What do you deduct my salary for? I want to buy Sunbae too. Would you not take your own salary? The old man is happy. UB ************** D. Garp's voice was angry, but then it didn't matter. It doesn't matter, anyway. The Sunbae you bought will be eaten by me in the end. Hearing this, Sengoku's face suddenly became black. Why can you speak so confidently? The two were old friends, and after a few words of cursing each other, they started talking about business. Sengoku, the rookie pirate group you mentioned before, I met before. Sengoku frowned upon hearing the words. Did you meet at Grand Line? No, it's East Blue. East Blue. Sengoku opened his eyes wide, a little surprised. They should be in the Grand Line. How could they be in East Blue? I don't know, but the strength is indeed very strong. Not like a rookie at all, with great potential and great threat. Garp said in a deep voice. Sengoku asked, With your strength, didn't you catch them? He is very clear about the strength of his old friend. Even he may not be able to match it. And in this ocean, there are only a handful of people who can fight Garp at present. New World currently has only one, and that is Whitebeard. Like Kaido and Charlotte, they are still growing. They are not Whitebeard. Whitebeard has been famous for a long time and has reached its peak, while Kaido and Charlotte have not yet. In addition to New World, there are several people in the world government. There is one impelled down in the first half of the Grand Line. There may be a few hidden people. There is also one in the headquarters, and that is empty. If the time is pushed forward more than 10 years, perhaps this number will be more, but now those who can fight Garp are dead and old, and Garp is still at its peak. Many people who were able to fight Garp are old, and their strengths have regressed a lot. And these people are all able to fight Garp, but whether they can defeat Garp is completely unknown. So my old friend faced a rookie pirate group. Although the strength of this rookie pirate group was good, it was still weak in front of Garp. My old friend didn't catch the opponent. Surprised him. It's not that you can't catch the opponent. It's just at sea. This pirate group has the ability of 2 people, which is very suitable for naval battles. If the warship is destroyed, there is no pursuit. Garp said, specifically naturally, he would not tell the truth. New member? Is that Lilith? Sengoku asked. Momosaji reported on the new member of the Black Crow Pirates. A woman and a big guy who is suspected to be the descendant of Oz. Is like a giant, but also like a murloc. It feels like the offspring of Oz and Sea Kings mating. Speaking of this, Garp is still a little bit, I am curious. Where did the drought come from, and whose offspring are they? Sengoku frowned when he heard Garp's words and said helplessly, "It seems that within a few years, there will be another overlord in New World. Need me to hunt down?" Garp asked. "No." Sengoku rejected this offer without hesitation. "You need to go to New World right now. New World is very restless right now. Those scumbags are already going crazy just to fight for the throne of New World. If you're not there, New World will be a little strenuous. As for the Black Crow pirates," Sengoku frowned and said solemnly, "before they enter the New World, find a time to intercept them and just capture them all in one fell swoop. Although the potential threat is huge, but it hasn't grown up yet, so don't worry. Currently, New World is the most important one. Nowadays, except for Whitebeard, New World is in a situation. Everyone else is vying for territory and throne. Kaido and Charlotte, even if they have no ambitions like Red Hair, they have no choice but to fight. If they are not stupid, they can see the power vision like Red Hair. Even if he has no ambitions, as long as he becomes the emperor, he can control the right to speak. In addition to these people, there are many other overlords who have occupied their own territory to prepare for the next battle for the throne. Marine is indeed struggling in New World. The reason is also very simple, mainly because Marine has no place to stand in New World. New World has always been regarded by pirates as a pirate's territory, but any Marine base established in New World will be destroyed, even if it is the only G5 branch of New World in the future. Marine has paid a lot of money, and it was established with the support of world government. With the opening of the era of great pirates, New World brought together a large number of pirates from all over the world. These pirates fight each other, but when they encounter Marine, their targets will become Marine. In addition, the towns and islands in New World, the pirate sites will be protected by the pirates. Some sites are toiled by the people, but some places are well protected, making these ordinary people treat Marine it is not very important, and even supports the pirates who protect them. As the existence of Marine to maintain the peace of the sea, no matter how difficult it is, it must have another foothold in New World. This is also the current Sengoku thinking. Only by having a foothold can we find opportunities in the future to use this foothold as a springboard and extend Marine power toward the New World. I see, my side will speed up and head to New World. Garp responded with a serious tone. Loguetown, this begin and end town where Roger was born and ended. There are not a few people who are famous in this town. In the original book, Zoro also got the third generation ghost, and Yuzu 2 good weapons here. But now it's 20 years ago, and Mio didn't know if these 2 weapons were still there, and there were a lot of weapon shops in Loguetown, so Mio didn't have the idea of looking for it. As for Erica, it depends on his luck. After stepping into Loguetown, Mio headed directly to the execution platform. Soon, Mio arrived at his destination. At this time, the sky gradually dimmed, and there was a faint thunder snake rolling between the black clouds, and it seemed that a downpour was about to come. Looking up, the high execution platform stood in front of his eyes at this time, and there was a shock of inexplicable meow. Although I didn't see the moment of Roger's execution with my own eyes, there was a picture of that moment in my mind, and I also felt the madness of that moment and place. Do you want my treasure? I can give it to you if you want to go and find it. I will put all the treasure there. The shock of ordinary people, the anger of Marine and world government, the madness of the pirates, set off the prelude to the era of the great pirates. Wow! The torrential rain poured down. The pedestrians on the street began to disappear, and Mio still looked at the top of the execution platform, with the corners of her mouth slowly rising. Roger, really admirable. As someone who knows the 100 years of blank history, Roger's actions really made Meow a little admirable. To be precise, it was Roger's method which promoted the era of the great pirate in just one sentence. It can be said that although Roger died, the impact was far-reaching. Dead, but also alive. But at this time, apart from the slight admiration, the most is the spread of ambition. Not to become the One Piece, but to become an existence that influences an era like Roger. Lifting the cloak on his head, the rain dripped on his cheeks. Meow grinned and turned around to leave. I've seen it, and it's time to leave. However, at this time, a Marine soldier hurriedly came here, quickly took up the weapon and pointed it at Meow, and a voice came from distance. Captain of the Black Crow Pirates, although you don't know why you came to East Blue, your journey is over here. Huh. A slash struck suddenly. Bang, 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 accompanied by the uninterrupted gunfire. But the next moment, Mio's figure disappeared in place, and then appeared on a roof not far away. Raikiri didn't know when he was held in his hand. You Marines are really dog noses. They were discovered not long after arriving in Loguetown. Mio said slowly, with a little helpless tone, but he didn't want to cause trouble. After all, he was a waste of time. But now the trouble is coming. Fruit ability, General Marine, the highest officer of the Loguetown branch base, is not the mole of Vice Admiral in the future headquarters at this time, because the good potential is sent to Loguetown, which is equivalent to gilding. He also issued the slash just now. Looking at the Mio on the roof, Mole looked cold. Still extremely weird devil fruit ability. He could see clearly, and Observation Haki was also clearly aware that the captain of the Black Crow pirate group disappeared just before the attack was about to hit the opponent. This fruit ability is related to space. Can you beat me? Mio asked softly. Of course. Mole said coldly Kaido, then ordered. Shot. The Marine soldiers who had been prepared for a long time were ready to pull the trigger. But at this moment, Silverblade. Huh. The sound of breaking through the air sounded. A silver-white light suddenly passed between the Marine soldiers, and the next moment a figure in a cloak appeared not far away from the Marine soldiers, holding two knives in both hands on the blades. The blood slid down. With a plop, the Marine soldiers slowly fell, blood staining the rain on the ground. Member of the Black Crow Pirates, Erica, the mole's pupils shrank, and he didn't expect to come so quickly. When he got the Black Crow Pirates and came to Loguetown before, he made a plan. The momentum of the thunder first caught the captain of the Black Crow Pirates, and then swept the rest of the crew. However, the crew of the Black Crow Pirates actually arrived before the fight. Huh. When the mole was slightly stunned, the sound of breaking through the air sounded. The next moment Mole's face changed, and he dodged without hesitation. But it seemed to be a step late. Although he avoided the fatal attack, a claw mark appeared on his back at this time, and blood slowly poured out. Here is another one, member of the Black Crow Pirates, Warwick. Mole looked at the figure in the cloak, but with two sharp claws, his face gloomy. Although it was clear that the strength of the Black Crow pirate group was not weak, but it did not expect to be so strong, and even the members are all extraordinary. He originally thought that this pirate group offered such a high reward just because it did evil, not its strength. After all, Meow and others were in North Blue and Grand Line before, and the specific strength of the Black Crow Pirates was not communicated to East Blue. After Mio and others arrived in East Blue, this information did not have time to communicate. At this time, the mole was full of shock. While shocked, there was also a trace of sorrow. And sadness is naturally that his life is in danger. Mio held Raikiri in his hand and smiled lightly. Have you bought your stuff? The purchase has been completed. Warwick Kaido immediately. Erica raised a katana in her left hand, with a sweet smile on her face. It was obvious that she had a good harvest. Seeing this, Mio nodded gently. If that's the case, then go back quickly. By the way, remember to find Lilith and the others, and get ready to leave. Yes. After hearing this, Erica nodded, looked at the tight mole, turned and left. Warwick shook his hands, his cuffs covered his claws again, and he left with a light leap. As these two enemies left, Mole felt a little relieved. But the next moment, the mole's pupils shrank suddenly. I don't know when before him, Mio's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and a slash struck, all of which happened in an instant, almost making the mole feel his scalp numb. At the same time, he evaded without hesitation and quickly leaped away from the place. I saw that as the mole left, a deep rift was cut open in the next moment. Mio held Raikiri in her hand and smiled slightly. Don't let your guard down. Although my friends have left, your situation is still very dangerous. Although I don't want to cause trouble, but now that I'm here, then practice it. It happens that you also use a sword, and I also feel that I have touched the bottleneck. I hope you can let me realize that state. Mio was talking to herself. But Mole frowned. Do you want to use me as a whetstone? Do you still want to be a stepping stone? Meow asked curiously, tilting her head. Be careful to be killed by the whetstone. Mole was angry from the bottom of his heart, gritted his teeth, and shouted coldly. The sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Clang! Mio lifted up in front of Raikiri's crossbar. Sparks spattered from the collision of the weapon. Then there was a slight shock, and the power exploded, causing the mole to step back a few steps, taking this opportunity to fight back suddenly. Black Crow! Mio's eyes suddenly sharpened, cutting out together. Mole will be the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral in the future. Although he is now in his 20s, he is already extraordinary in strength, and he directly swipes a sword to meet him. Mio was simply using swordsmanship to fight the mole with one knife after another, and the two of them continued to shuttle in the shadows under the heavy rain. As Mole said earlier, Mio was using him as a whetstone, in order to make his swordsmanship go further. When the two were fighting, they didn't know an ally at all. At this time, a kid who looked only a few years old with a grass-green short hair was lying in the corner, spreading light and watching them fight. Okay, so awesome. Especially the scene where Erica and Warwick appeared just now made the kid feel so handsome. Can a pirate be so handsome? The little kid was excited, watching the battle ahead attentively. Even if the raindrops on his body would make him catch a cold, even if he could not see the battle between Min and Mole at all. On the other side, there is a road leading to the execution platform. Puff! A scarlet tentacle pierced through the abdomen of a Marine soldier, and then suddenly pulled out. The blood was spilled on the ground. At a glance, there were dozens of Marine soldiers' bodies on the street. Hyan put on a cloak, looked in the direction of the execution platform, and then looked at Robin, who was standing aside to hide from the rain under an eaves, and asked, "Is the Master's battle over?" "No." Robin took a look with his power and shook his head. "It feels like there is still a while, so let's wait. I'll read the book for a while. You continue. There should be Marine soldiers coming to support in a while." With that, Robin lowered his head and looked at the book he had just bought. Hei Yin nodded silently, stood quietly in the center of the street, and waited, but there were 4 scarlet tentacles slowly swaying behind him, a little eye-catching under the dim sky. Damn pirate, go to hell. On the execution platform, the mole was holding his samurai sword tightly at this time, and his legs quickly stepped on. His figure suddenly appeared on Mio's side. This is when a Marine 6-style shaves. It is a Marine sergeant, basically. All necessary abilities. The katana swung down, and the sword's spirit enveloped him. Mio turned slightly to avoid it, and the ground under his feet was slashed by the mole into a deep crack. Mio slashed out with a backhand, and with a pouch, a deep hole in the mole's abdomen was cut open, and blood spewed out. Immediately afterwards, Meow's eyes condensed, and he grinned slightly. I heard breathing, so the battle should be over. Next moment, Sharingan unfolded in Mio's eyes, and Raikiri drew a knife in his hand, stepping out. The mole, who was suffering from severe abdominal pain, was alert, but suddenly saw Mio, who was clearly in front of him. As he took a step just now, his body disappeared in an instant. "I'm behind you." Behind him, Mio's voice quietly sounded. Mole's face changed, and he slashed behind him with a knife. But it was easily blocked by Mio, and then he swung his sword upwards, and the mole's katana was picked up in the air. Immediately afterwards, Mio held the knife in both hands. His voice was cold. "Send you on the road." Puff! Puff! After 2 consecutive stabs, 2 cross-shaped wounds suddenly appeared on the mole's chest, and the internal organs and flesh and blood inside could be clearly seen, and blood spurted out. A touch of unwillingness appeared in the mole's eyes, and he leaned back and fell to the ground with a plop. Patter! Under the eaves on the street, Robin closed his books and raised his head and said, "It's over, you can go." Heian nodded and left with Robin quickly. Warwick and Erica on the other streets also left directly and returned to the boat. With a sound of clang, Mio retracted Raikiri into the scabbard, cast his eyes on the mole that fell on the ground, turned his head and left. Step out. The figure shuttled across the street. In this battle, he understood how to cut steel and, at the same time, discovered the most suitable weather to replace the fruit, rainy. With every step Mio took, he exchanged positions with a drop of falling rainwater, and at the same time discovered another benefit of seeing, hearing, and color, assisting in the ability to replace fruits. The replacement fruit does not need to be replaced by what you can see. It is also possible to use observation Haki's perception. If his observation Haki can be developed to cover an island in the future, then he can appear anywhere on an island in an instant. Thunderfruit hope it's still on Sky Island. Meow murmured. There was a flicker in the eyes. Thunderfruit has a huge effect on observation Haki. It seems that the area covered by observation Haki can be extremely huge through the ability of the fruit. Just like Enel in the original book, it can know everything on Sky Island. If you can get Thunderfruit, then cooperate with your observation Haki to promote the ability to replace the fruit. As long as he is physically fit, he will be invincible against anyone. A quarter of an hour later, Mio returned to the boat. Looking at the Warwick people who were carrying the animal supplies into the cabin, the corners of Meow's mouth rose slightly, and he smiled. Drought, let's go. Yes, master. Drought Yin responded, dragging the boat and slowly leaving. 2 days later, Grand Line, close to the upside-down hill lighthouse area. Crocus is sitting under his sun umbrella, reading the newspaper, drinking juice. It can be said to be very comfortable. Then a huge black shadow suddenly appeared in the line of sight. Before I saw what it was, the huge black shadow fell into the sea and stirred up the sky, and the waves swept through the sea. The sea water instantly wetted Crocus and turned it into a soup chicken. Then a voice sounded familiar to Crocus. A long time no see, old man. Crocus took off his sunglasses, looked at the man who was supporting him on the board of the ship not far away, and was stunned, then pointed a finger in confusion. Didn't you already go to the Grand Line? Why are you coming from Upside Down Mountain again? Well, I went to East Blue for something. Mio responded with a grin. Then the big guy, just now, one of my crew members, Drought. Meow snapped his fingers. A huge figure on the bottom of the sea rushed out of the sea, and the dwarf appeared in front of Crocus, causing Crocus to grow his mouth, and was shocked. Is this the offspring of Oz? How could it be so big? Just as Crocus was stunned, a cracking sound rang out. Crocus raised his hand to catch a bottle of rum thrown by Mio. Old man, please drink. Meow grinned. We still have things to do, so we should leave. We will stay soon. See you next time if we have a chance. After speaking, Meow raised the bottle in his hand and took a sip until he finished drinking. Then he threw the bottle into the sea and shouted, Drought, let's go. I know the master. Han Yin responded with a loud voice, diving into the bottom of the sea, and the ship quickly moved forward. Looking at the ship moving away in his sight, Crocus looked at the rum in his hand, and then at the ship with only a small black spot in the distance, a little dazed. This guy, where did you find such a giant who can survive in the sea as a partner? Crocus murmured, opened the rum, took a sip, then curled his lips. This brat, I have to make me change my clothes again. Seeing his body wet, Crocus smiled and shook his head, but he was not too angry, just sighing the words he sighed the last time he saw Mio. It's indeed an interesting guy. Meow naturally didn't know Crocus's sigh. At this time, Mio had already planned the next route, Sky Island. If you want to go to Sky Island, you need to go through the rising currents near Magic Valley Town. This is the only method known so far. For this method, Meow intends to try it, but the rising currents are one of the natural disasters, and there is no specific time. But it seems that there are so many times a month which is too late. If the method of rising ocean currents does not work, Mio intends to let Lily fly directly to Sky Island with Lily. Because the distance between Sky Island and Qinghai, that is, the Grand Line, is too high, this method is under consideration. In fact, as far as Meow is concerned, rising ocean currents are also very dangerous. After all, the pirate ship he was using was not a good ship, and it would be very troublesome if it disintegrated on the way up. So there are still many problems when going to Sky Island. If it doesn't work, you can only go to Vermbrand for help. Meow muttered. Vermbrand is a descendant of the big talker Rolando. If you know you want to go to Sky Island, you should agree to help yourself. At that time, you can consider asking the other party to help yourself strengthen the ship. Although it is too early for the plot to begin, Vimbrain is no longer small. Not surprisingly, Vimbrain should be on the island of Demon Valley Town at this time. The boat, dragged by the drought, began to move quickly. And the few people on the boat, besides doing their favorite things, are training. It can be seen that on the deck, Hei Yin is fighting against Warwick. After a period of training, Warwick's strength has improved a lot. Because of his talent for armament hockey and good physical fitness, he is now Warwick Armament Hockey has reached the point where he can completely cover his hands and is a 6-style Grandmaster. Coupled with some of his own abilities, there is no problem dealing with Commodore of Naval Headquarters. As for Black Research, the improvement is not small. Sharingan, Hien has learned the 6 poses. Although Haki is studying, his strength has also improved a lot because of overeating. It's just that now his gluttony ability is about to reach the upper limit. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 men fought on the deck. But the next moment, a scene that surprised Mio appeared. I saw Warwick Armament Hockey wrapped his paws. One paw swept towards Hei Yin, but then a Lin He, scarlet tentacles. Behind Hei Yin flew swiftly and stopped in front of him for an instant. Also blocked Warwick's attack. However, what surprised Mio was the traces of armament hockey wrapped around the scales of Hien. That's right, it's armament hockey. It seems that in the battle just now, Kirokin has just realized armament hockey, and this hockey has also been applied to his own Kazuko. Your armament hockey can cover Lin Hyuk? Mio asked in surprise. Hearing Mio's words, the 2 in the battle separated, and Hien Kaido immediately. Yes, master. I just found out just after trying. Hearing Hei Yin's definite answer, Mio was surprised again and said, in that case, you need to practice armament hockey and improve your physical fitness. Lin Hyuk has a strong recovery ability. If he cooperates with armament hockey, it is simply the best weapon, a must for offense and defense. If Hien can cultivate armament hockey to an extremely deep level, then Hien's strength will definitely reach an extremely strong point. Coupled with Sharingan, Hien will definitely become the top existence on the sea in the future. Of course, the premise is that he can practice armament hockey to a high level. When the time comes, you can control Lin He and wave it casually. I will, master. Hei Yan's eyes flickered with excitement, and he nodded earnestly, then continued to fight Warwick. When the battle was over, Warwick hurriedly ran in front of Mio. What are you doing? Mio looked at Warwick suspiciously. Look, master. Warwick turned around, exposing his wolf tail in front of Miao's eyes. I can too. With that, he covered armament hockey with his wolf's tail. The corners of Mio's mouth twitched suddenly. You can? You can have a hammer. I'm so happy and surprised that people's Black Research is because it's a means of attack. What do you want to do? Still want to use the tail to smoke others? With regard to the length of the tail, are you going to stick your butt to someone's face? Mio turned over Byakugan in an annoyed manner and stopped. Go and play. Oh. Warwick's tail suddenly faded, turning to leave with his head down. Mio couldn't help but flipped Byakugan again. How could this be like a little bitter woman? Magic Valley Town is a small town where pirates who spend money like earth gather. At this time, Meow and others docked on the shore of Demon Valley Town, and when they got off the boat, they saw a large number of pirates. At this time, these pirates also looked at Mio and others who came down from the ship with shocked eyes. That's right. Those guys seem to be the Black Crow Pirates. You can't read it wrong. That guy's the captain of the Black Crow Pirate Group, who is offering a reward of 100 million. It's too powerful. It didn't take long to appear on the sea, and I already offered a reward of 100 million. It must be a group of super powerful guys. The pirates whispered. As Mio moved forward, they involuntarily retreated back, giving way to a wide road. Captain, you are already very deterrent now. Robin whispered as he walked beside Mio. Mio just shrugged at this and didn't care. After all, this is the first half of the Grand Line. There are not many people offering a reward of over 100 million. This is not the case when you go to New World. The reward of over 100 million is just a barrier to entry. As he said, Mio rubbed his chin and looked around, then looked at a pirate and asked with a grin, "Can I ask you a question?" "Please, please." The pirate was taken aback, and Kaido hurriedly, a little scared, wondering what the pirate, who offered a reward of over 100 million yuan, did with him. "Is there demon fruit power on this island?" Mi asked directly. "Demon fruit power?" The pirate was startled. He didn't seem to expect Min to ask this, but after thinking about it, he nodded quickly. Yes, just drink in the tavern in the town." "Thank you." Mio smiled and nodded to Hei Yin after receiving a satisfactory answer. "Bring it here, don't die." "I see." Hei Yin nodded, left the team, and walked towards the town. And Mio looked at Erica and several people and ordered, "Robin is right by my side. The others will go find a guy named Vembrin and gather at the port." Hearing this, several people nodded and immediately dispersed. Mio and Robin also walked towards the town. Whether or not Wenbulin is here is actually not certain, but it is more likely to be there. But if it is really not found, looking around the pirate ship by the port, the corner of Meow's mouth rose slightly. Well, he has another way. Entering the town, many pirates in the town recognized Mio, with a look of horror on their faces. Robin walked beside Mio, looked around, and then asked curiously, "Captain, are we going to Sky Island from here?" "Well, almost." Mio nodded in response. Sky Island is in the sky above this sea area. If you want to go to Sky Island, you need to pass the rising currents in this sea area. "What is the rising ocean current?" Robin asked curiously. "A natural disaster." While explaining, Mio met a tavern and walked in with Robin. As soon as I walked into the tavern, there was a heat wave oncoming. There were a lot of pirates in the tavern, but they seemed to be a group of pirates. At this time, as Mio and Robin walked in, a strong man sitting near the door suddenly patted the table and stood up. "Hey, you guys hurry up and get out. This is now the territory of our big sword pirates." "What?" With that, the strong man looked at the petite Robin, and his eyes suddenly lit up. "This little." The words are not over yet. With a chuckle, a cold light flashed by, and the brawny man's head was separated from his neck, and blood spattered. Mio shook Raikiri, and the bloodline on it slipped and dropped to the ground with a very flat tone. "Don't say anything, it's dirty ears." Robin smiled at Meow and said that she didn't care. The few years she had fled had made her grow up a lot, but she was not ordinary little girls. What words hadn't been heard in the few years she had fled? "You are now my crew and my partner. How could you be bullied in front of me?" Mio rubbed Robin's head. Inside the pub, with Mio's knife, all the pirates stood up and looked at Mio angrily. The sturdy man who was killed was their crew, and his crew was beheaded on the spot. This guy simply didn't take them seriously. However, some of the crew members recognized Mio and were panicked for a while. "Captain, do you want to catch this guy?" And then a pirate came to his captain and said coldly, with a grin on his face. Their captain was a burly man. At this moment, after hearing the words of his subordinates, he immediately got up and drew out the big knife from his waist directly, slashing it off, and the pirate's head fell to the ground. Then the captain hurriedly came to Mio. "Master Mio, I'm very sorry for the ignorance of his subordinates. I have killed him. If you want to drink, my subordinates and I will leave now. Do you think it is okay?" As he said, the captain looked at Mio nervously. He recognized Mio as soon as he came in, but his head was always in the middle of the crash. He didn't expect to encounter an existence offering a reward of 100 million here. Just after he came back to his senses, he heard what his subordinates just said. "I was frightened in a cold sweat for a moment. Don't take me with you if you want to die. You don't have eyes. I have eyes. You didn't recognize who the other party is. I recognize it." So he hurriedly killed his own subordinate. "Yeah." Hearing this, Min nodded. The captain wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly shouted as if he was pardoned. "Little ones, leave quickly. Don't trouble Master Meow here." After speaking, he hurriedly left the tavern, and the people and his men who knew Mio left quickly, and those who didn't know looked at each other. So they didn't understand each other, but they still left. Soon there were two guests, Mio and Robin, in the tavern. Retracting Raikiri, Mio and Robin found a corner to sit down and shouted, "Boss, here's a bottle of rum, 3 Sakura peach pie, and a glass of milk." Robin flipped Byakugan and said, "I've drunk a long time ago. Drink less, the body has to grow." Mio responded with a smile. Robin grunted and didn't answer again. Soon, the boss took the things over. Robin was holding the milk and drinking, looking at the books he carried with him. Mio was drinking Sakura peach pie, sitting in this tavern and waiting quietly. A quarter of an hour later, outside the pub, Heian opened the door and walked in, holding a man covered in blood in his hand, and placed it in front of Mio. "Master, this guy is a Zoan fruit-capable person, in the form of sheep and goat fruit antelope. The man has passed out. It seems that the injury is serious." "Sheep fruit, okay." Hearing this, Meow nodded helplessly, and Zoan fruit didn't have too powerful a presence other than the Eudemons. But it's a gain. Pulling out Raikiri, Mio's figure disappeared in place and appeared beside the man, slashing with a knife. "Congratulations on your inclusion of human, antelope genes. There is an extra guest in the pub." The three people ate and drank in the tavern for a while. After 2 hours, they left the tavern and headed to the port. Here at the port, all the people have returned at this time. After seeing Mio coming over, they shook their heads. He signaled that he didn't find the person that Min wanted to find. "TSK, it seems that I can only rely on myself." Meow scratched his head, looked around the harbor, and then said to Heian, "You go find the pirates on the island and ask who knows the area where the rising currents are. There are rising ocean currents several times a month. As long as there are pirates who stay in this area for a long time, they should know the location of the ocean currents. You don't need to know the specifics. You only need to know which ocean area they are in." "I see." Heian nodded, turned, and left. And with Heian left, Mio looked at the pirates in the port. Because Mio was gathering with the crew, many pirates stood there, not daring to move arbitrarily, for fear that they might be unpleasant. After all, in this world, most pirates will kill because of a little uncomfortable thing. These pirates have seen a lot, and even they themselves are such people. Looking at these pirates, Mio grinned and showed a smile. "Everyone, I need to ask you to do me a favor. I hope you don't refuse." Hear the words. The pirates looked at each other and dared not answer. "Because I don't know what Meow is talking about." A pirate frowned slightly and gritted his teeth. "Master Meow, although I don't know what you want us to do, I think the others here should be enough to help you. My staff and I still have things to leave first, so I'm sorry." After speaking, the pirate waved to his men and quickly walked to his boat. He didn't know what Meow was going to do, but it didn't feel like a good thing, so he planned to withdraw first. But a pity. Without waiting for Meow to speak, Warwick, wearing a black cloak, stepped out and appeared in front of the pirate. The cuff of his right hand flicked, and the sharp claws stretched out to grab the pirate's neck and lift it up. In midair, the sharp claws clung to the skin of the pirate. Obviously, as long as Warwick was slightly harder, his claws could pierce the pirate's neck and take his life. The sense of danger of death caused the pirates to panic immediately. "No, no, Master Meow. I'm willing to help. I'm willing to help. Don't kill me." Mio shook his head slightly. Warwick pressed his right hand, and with a click, the pirate's neck was directly broken. "There is no need to keep such a small person if you get caught up. Can you give me an answer?" Meow looked at the pirates and spoke again. With the lessons learned, these pirates did not hesitate this time and hurriedly answered. "It is our honor to be able to help Master Mio." "Yes, that's right, Master Mio. If you need anything, please speak up. We will do our best to help Master Mio." "Very good." After receiving an answer, Mio showed a satisfied smile on his face and then said, "Don't worry. It won't take your lives. Just let your ship repairers come to help me strengthen my boat and make it stronger." Ow! Hearing this, the pirates were stunned, and then they were relieved in their hearts. They thought it was something dangerous. Then he quickly agreed. For these pirates, most of the pirate ships are not repaired, but some still do. Although we couldn't find Vermbrand, there were enough ship repairers on these pirate ships. "I'm very happy that you guys are willing to do me this favor, but I hope you don't make any small gestures." Meow said coldly with a smile on his face. "I'm satisfied, and you can leave here safe and sound." These clearly threatening words made the pirates shiver as they looked at the corpse of the pirate who had just died. Without hesitation, Immediately let the ship repairer on his ship go to Mio and obey Mio's command, not daring to neglect the slightest. And Mio immediately let these ship repairers take action. The reinforcement of the ship is intended to be similar to that of Luffy's ship in the original book. By the way, the hull will be reinforced. His ship is obviously inferior to the Merly. He only hopes to be reinforced to avoid disintegration. And then, you need to wait for news from Hyan. If there is no news from Hyan, then it may take some time to delay. Magic Valley Town is busy here. At this time, Sengoku of Naval Headquarters was in anger. What are you talking about? The mole is dead. In the office, Sengoku roared as he watched the phone bug stand up angrily. In the phone bug, the voice of a Marine soldier Kaido. Yes, Sengoku, Admiral. Damn it. Sengoku clenched a fist with his right hand and slammed the tabletop. A corner of the tabletop suddenly broke, and killing intent spread all over. Sengoku's face was gloomy, and he knew who killed the mole, that is, the rookie pirate group he was following. I wanted to wait for the opponent to take action at the last moments of New World and take it away, but now he has no idea at all. Mole is a more promising figure for Sengoku. In the future, he will not be able to become Marine Admiral, and at least he can become the backbone of Marine. This time he will be stationed in Loguetown, which is also a military exploit. After all, there are many pirates over there, and it is easy to get enough. The military merits will then be promoted, and after a period of sharpening, they will be able to grow rapidly. But I didn't expect that he would die in Loguetown like this. I see. Sengoku took a deep breath and then hung up the phone worm. After sitting down slowly, Sengoku thought for a while, regained his senses, picked up another phone bug, and dialed out. Soon, the phone worm was connected. Sengoku, Admiral, what's the matter? Came a slightly lazy voice. Akiji, next you go back to the first half of the Grand Line and go to Momosaji to help Momosaji catch a pirate group. Sengoku said in a deep voice. The pirate group? Hearing this, Akiji, who was far away in New World, looked startled. His face was full of doubts, and it took him a long time to be stunned. You mean the first half of the Black Crow pirates that Momosaji is staring at? Yes. Sengoku nodded. But on the New World side, don't worry about New World. I will ask Marshal Sora to go to New World. Anyway, he is on vacation. Sengoku Kaido quickly. Soon, Sora will be promoted. At that time, Kong Wei has been sitting at the headquarters of the world government. Please ask Kong at this time. I believe Kong will not refuse. And although Akiji is currently Vice Admiral, he already has the strength of Admiral. It's just that Akiji's Admiral position needs to be promoted after Sengoku becomes a Marshal. Let Akiji go for a run. Sengoku believes that there will be no accidents. Akiji thought for a moment, then asked curiously. Sengoku, Admiral, since Marshal Sora has time, why not let Marshal Sora be arrested? I run to the first half of the Grand Line, but there is a long way to go. Hearing that, Sengoku's face turned dark, and Lu has a fart relationship with Lu. So you were lazy to just say it. Marshal Kong said he wanted to face. He really wanted to face it. As a marshal to capture a rookie pirate group, it was really shameful. Although Sengoku himself wanted to make a move, he could not leave the headquarters at the moment because he was learning the experience of the marshal and was in the headquarters. Hearing Sengoku's words, Akiji's mouth twitched slightly, as if I was shameless. But in the end, he nodded. Okay, Sengoku Admiral, I know. I think it's time to go back for a vacation. Master, this guy knows which sea area it is. As night fell, Heian brought a pirate to Mio and said he seemed to have found someone who knew the sea area where the rising ocean current was. Mio touched his chin and nodded with a smile. Go, let him find a boat to take you over, and then note the location. With that, Mio looked at the busy pirates at the port and nodded in satisfaction. These pirates are still working hard, and it takes only a day at most to come, and the ship can be reinforced. Then you'll be able to set off. Heian left after hearing Mio's instructions. But Mio suddenly patted his head, looked at the forest behind Demon Valley Town, and remembered something. There are a few birds in this forest, but you can consider catching a few. Seeing the bird from south to south, that is, the bird caught by Luffy in the original book, The ability to see the bird from south to south is always pointing to the south, whether it is on land or on the sea. It will always point to these two directions. If you take it with you, it will be much more convenient to sail on the sea in the future, so you won't lose your way. And the same thing as the south-south bird is the north-north bird, the west-west bird, and the east-east bird, as the names generally point to 4 different directions: southeast, northwest, and it is a very interesting creature. Caught and kept on a boat, I think it will be of great help to the navigation of the sea, and it will also add a little bit of fun. But Meow is not interested in things like bird catching, so she intends to let Lilith go. I'd better stay here to drink and supervise the work. After talking to Lilith and describing the shape of the Nan bird, Lilith readily agreed and headed towards the forest of Gaia Island. Gaia Island, which is part of Appiato on Sky Island, is right next to the town of Magic Valley. Not far away, Lilith can fly over easily. Time flies. One day passed by in the blink of an eye. During this day, Hyan remembered the location of the rising ocean current, and Lilith also easily caught a south-south bird. As for the other birds, she did not see it in the forest. At this time dusk, a pirate wiped the sweat from his forehead, came to Mio, and said, "Master Meow, according to your request, your ship has been completely reinforced and the wings installed. Do you want to check it?" Not bad. Mio looked at his ship. There was already an extra layer of reinforcement on the outside, and the wings spread out just as Mio had imagined. "No need to check. Well, you can leave now," Mio said to the pirate in front of him. Hearing this, the pirate nodded immediately, and after talking to other ship repairers, he hurriedly left. Soon the pirate group that the ship repairers belonged to left as soon as the ship repairers returned. Obviously, they did not want to continue to touch Mio. The ship has been reinforced. Several people returned to the boat. It can be seen that there is a huge bird cage on the deck at this time, and a southern bird is standing inside, very quiet. Nan is not so cute to see the bird. His head is like a fish, but to Meow, it doesn't matter whether this kind of thing looks good or not, it just works. "Captain, can we go to Sky Island next?" Robin asked as he looked at the reinforced ship. "Look at luck." Meow teased Nan to see the bird, shrugged, and smiled. Although the rising ocean currents occur several times a month, the time is uncertain. You can only go and wait in the sea area near the rising ocean currents. Always pay attention. There may be rising ocean currents tomorrow, or it may happen several days later, or even half of the time. It's not impossible after a month. It looks like it will take a long time here. Robin nodded. It was Lilith who was very curious about what the owner said about Sky Island. The islands floating in the air will inevitably attract people's imagination. Although it will take some time, it's all worth it, Mio said in an expectant tone. There is not only the historical text on Sky Island. Although Thunderfruit is not sure whether it is still there, but the Golden Town is still on Sky Island. Above the Appiato. This time I went to Sky Island, even if I didn't get Thunderfruit, but the gold in Golden Village, Meow will never miss it. As night came, Erica went to cook dinner, and Meow sailed on the boat, heading towards the sea area where the rising current was. Not long after, the sky was completely dark, and the ship also came to the sea area where the rising current was. Mio sat cross-legged on the bow and shouted, "Drought!" Immediately, the drought in the bottom of the sea rushed out of the sea. Not far away, the Nanan Mio in the birdcage seemed to be taken aback, and he covered his head with his wings. "Master!" Hanyan shouted respectfully towards me. Meow drew Tao in his pocket, and then with a thought, appeared on Hanyan's head and said, "Sky Island is too high. You may not be able to go up, so you need to wait for us on the Grand Line. This is the life card. Give it to you first, because we may not be in this sea area when we get off the Sky Island, so you can find my position through the life card." Hanyan knows. Hanyan nodded his head and took the life card. Although the life card seemed very small in Hanyan's hand, Hanyan still pinched the life card accurately and put it in his mouth. Such a big dry man puts things in his mouth. Spit it out when needed. After handing the life card to Drought, Mio returned to the boat and began a practice. The training is observation Haki and the ability to replace fruits. Observation Haki was opened all the way, while Mio was still on the deck holding some peanuts, using the ability to replace fruits, his figure flashing continuously on the deck. Finally, Mio looked up at the clouds in the sky, wanting to replace it. However, Mio didn't exchange with Yinduo after stimulating her ability. It does not mean that it is not possible, but the ability has not yet been developed to that point. This can be felt. Mio does not need a high degree of development to replace clouds, because Mio clearly feels that as long as he develops a little more and more proficient in the replacement ability, he can replace clouds. Mio is very much looking forward to the ability to replace fruits. Replacement. If there is no upper limit, let go of the brain, and the replacement should not only replace the dead, but also the living. Even more, let the two items replace each other, instead of letting oneself and the item replace, or, in other words, let the abilities of two people replace. Memory replacement? However, it feels that the latter kind of replacement is somewhat impossible, and maybe it will be done after awakening. Regarding the ability to replace fruits, Mio divides it into 3 stages. The first stage is to replace itself with dead objects. In the second stage, Meow guessed that items should be replaced with each other. In the third stage, Meow guessed it was a replacement with a living thing. Finally, it is awakening. How powerful is the ability after awakening is I don't know how far it can be improved. And the awakening of distance replacement ability, Mio felt very far away. After all, the more powerful the ability, the more difficult it is to develop to the level of awakening. Shaking his head, Mio didn't waste any more time thinking about it and focused on cultivating. After dinner, practice continues. For the people in the Black Crow Pirates group, if there's nothing to do, most of the time is spent in their own practice. In addition, I occasionally do things I'm interested in. Under the night, after practicing, Mio returned to her room, took a sip of a bottle of rum, opened a map, and looked at it, staring at the location of Impel Down on the map. Impel Down is located in a calm belt. If you want to go, you need to go through the ocean current in the Gate of Justice. The Impel Down building is deep in the sea, with a foundation on the seabed, and a tower-shaped building standing in the middle of the sea. Looking at the location of Impel Down at this time, Mio was naturally planning about going to Impel Down. Before Impel Down goes to New World, he must be going there. After all, there are so many demon fruit powers in Impel Down, there is no reason to miss it. And only this opportunity before entering New World is the most suitable. Grumbling, Meow took a sip of wine, swallowed it. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and there was a gleam in her eyes, apparently already thinking of a good plan. It's not in a hurry. It should be almost there when we arrive at Sabati Archipelago. Meow murmured, put down the wine bottle, propped his hands on the table, and kept tapping with the index finger of his right hand on the table. The reason why I dare to go to Impel Down is also clear that for most pirates, naval headquarters will not be killed on the spot, but will be locked in Impel Down first, which means that life is guaranteed. Only a few pirates will be executed, like the strong men and overlords on the ocean in the past. Basically, they will always be locked in the 6th layer of Impel Down and have not been executed. This is also a point that Meow is more curious about. Why Marine catches the pirates, especially the more powerful pirates, the more they don't kill them, just keep them closed, which makes people wonder. Is it something to do with Dark Fruit's ability? Mio's expression moved slightly, with some speculation. Roger's previous generation of maritime overlord rocks is not surprisingly a Dark Fruit-capable person. Perhaps the world government once knew Dark Fruit's plundering ability in a confrontation with rocks, and was able to plunder other demon fruit power abilities, so it wouldn't kill those pirates? Are you planning to plunder the pirates' abilities directly after you find Dark Fruit? The possibility is not small, Me murmured, but that's okay. It is precisely because of Marine's advantage in catching the pirates that Me don't have to worry about his life. As for how to get out of Impel Down when the time comes, he has his own way. The next day, Meow and others ate breakfast after waking up, and they were driving back and forth in this sea area, waiting for the rising ocean current. During the period, they also carried out their own training. It is worth mentioning that during training, Erica once again broke out Conqueror's Haki. This is a good piece of good news, indicating that Erica is very close to Master Conqueror's Haki. It's just that on this day, the rising ocean current did not appear. Mio can only continue to wait. All preparations are made. It is impossible to leave. 3 consecutive days passed without the rising ocean currents. This day, on the deck, Meow reluctantly sat on a deck chair under a parasol, holding a bottle of rum in his hand. It's really boring. When will the rising ocean currents appear? From aside, Robin asked helplessly, Captain, are you really sure that there are rising ocean currents every month? Isn't it the type of several times a year? How many times a month is recorded by you? How is it possible? I have a good memory. Okay. Mio turned Byakugan, took a sip of wine, glanced at Hyen, who was fighting Warwick on the deck, and gently shook his head. He was in no mood to train today. If this rising ocean current does not appear again, he might really want Lily to fly directly up with him. I just don't know if the physical fitness is enough to fly to Sky Island. After all, it was extremely far away from the sky above the sea. At this time, the waves on the sea were surging, and the figure of the drought appeared on the side of the boat, and a voice of excitement was also heard. Master, there is a situation under the sea. Hearing the voice, Mio sat up quickly and asked, What's the situation? There's a deep hole on the bottom of the sea. It seems that something is going to erupt out of it. Could it be the rising ocean current you mentioned? Han Yin replied, Because the ship has been docked in this sea area, sometimes he would go to the bottom of the sea to wander around. When he was bored, accidentally discovered the deep hole, and realized the situation inside before coming to report immediately. Deep hole? Meow frowned, and then suddenly remembered that the reason for the rising ocean current in the original book was because of the deep hole in the seabed. So, is today the time when the rising ocean current appeared? Without hesitation, Mio said directly, Drought, take the boat to the surface of the sea directly above the deep cave. Hanya knows. Hanya nodded and immediately dived into the sea, driving the boat and swiftly moving towards that place. The boat also moved forward quickly. When he came to the surface of the sea directly above the deep cave, the figure of the drought, Yen, appeared again. Master, the situation in the deep cave below is getting worse. Do you want to leave? No need. Mio shook his head and laughed excitedly. No accident. The rising ocean current will soon appear, and you should leave this neighborhood first. Yes. Hearing this, Hanyan left here without hesitation. Robin stood up and asked, Captain, can you go to Sky Island? It's no accident. Mio nodded and went to the boat to watch the situation under the sea. Immediately afterwards, the corners of his mouth rose. It can't be wrong. He noticed that there were no small changes on the surface of the sea, and the faint sea seemed to start to rotate. Robin, hold the pole tightly. Mio called out. Before Robin had time to ask why, he saw the sea surface. The sea began to spin frantically and gradually formed a huge Uzumaki, bottomless. The ship entered Uzumaki, faintly going deep into it. Master, what should I do? Noting the condition of the sea, Erica frowned and looked at Mio. It's okay. Mio looked calm and hurriedly manipulated the ship, stabilizing the ship, avoiding going deep into Uzumaki. Otherwise, it is likely to be swallowed by the sea. If nothing else, just stabilize the ship, then Uzumaki will be calm, and then rising ocean currents will appear. As predicted, I saw that Uzumaki became more and more terrifying, but when Mio stabilized the ship, Uzumaki began to disperse soon after, and the sea began to calm down. The turbulent seabed has already been brewing. No, Robin asked, holding the flagpole tightly, looking at the surrounding sea. No, the real excitement only begins now. A smile of excitement was lifted from the corner of Meow's mouth. Next moment, the sea was turbulent, and the sea below the ship suddenly spewed up, lifting the ship into the air. Then a terrifying ocean current erupted directly from the bottom of the sea and rushed into the clouds in an instant. It's finally here, rising ocean currents. At this moment, Mio couldn't help laughing, driving the boat and shouting excitedly. Everyone, grab the things on the boat. Don't be thrown out. The ship clings to the rising ocean current and sprints madly towards the sky with the ocean current. Although Mio's sailing ability cannot be compared with the original Nami, Mio still knows how to control the ship. After all, his ship is now reinforced with the Luffy's Mary in the original. Next, it just needs to be similar to Nami's plan in the original book. It can be seen that the ship is sticking to the rising current. Although it quickly escaped from the rising current, as the sails were raised and the reinforced wings, the ship slowly flew into the sky at this time. It did not fall down. Soon, the ship rushed into the clouds and was still flying upwards. With a bang, it seemed to have reached the top. The ship rushed out of the clouds and finally landed steadily on a sea that looked like white clouds. The White Sea belongs to the ocean of Sky Island. It is completely composed of clouds, but there are indeed creatures living in it. Is this Sky Island? Robin looked around with his eyes full of novelty, running to this side from time to time, and then to the other side to take a look. He would also take some pictures with the camera. It's a spectacular sight. Erica sighed. The others nodded in agreement. After watching the surrounding scenery, Robin ran to Mio and asked, "Captain, where are we going next?" "The destination must be Appiato, but if you want to get there, you have to ask someone to ask." Mio scratched his head. Appiato didn't know the exact location, and there was a vast expanse of white all around. I don't know which direction there is Sky Island, but it is a bit troublesome. The islands of Sky Island are made up of clouds, not land. The island that owns land on Sky Island seems to be the only one called Appiato on Sky Island. It seems that only gods can live in it. Tisk, Zhengqiu doesn't know where someone is. Here comes one. Suddenly, Meow murmured. Robin tilted his head and didn't know why the captain said that. But then he heard a voice, turned his head, and saw a masked man in Bai-Bai, dressed like a savage, holding a shield in one hand and running with the other. I don't know what can slide on the White Sea under my feet. It seems that this person's goal seems to be them. When the man jumped into the air, he suddenly put the cannon barrel in his hand on his shoulder and aimed at the ship. Tread! Hei Yin leaped slightly, and the figure flew up into the air. The man's weapon had not been activated yet. Hei Yin's figure had already jumped in front of him. A hand stretched out abruptly to grab the man's neck, and then he slapped it down. With a bang, the man was caught by Hei Yin from the sky, fell to the deck, and was firmly held by Hei Yin. "Sandia," Mio said, touching his chin. "What is a Sandia?" Robin asked curiously. Mio came to the man and explained. The Sandia people were part of the residents who lived on the Grand Line Gaia Island hundreds of years ago. Later, some of the islands on Gaia Island were washed up on Sky Island, and they stayed here as the guards of the Golden City. Come on, some people guarding the text about the history of Poseidon, but these people have been driven out of Appiato. By the way, Appiato is part of Gaia Island that rushed to Sky Island. So that's the case. Robin nodded when he heard that, and then looked forward to seeing another piece of historical text soon, which is great. After hearing Mi's words, the man who was held back by Hei Yin suddenly stopped struggling, but asked in a hoarse tone, "Are you from Qinghai?" Qinghai is what Sky Island people call Grand Line. "Ah, that's right." Mio nodded and asked, sitting cross-legged on the deck. "How? Is there anything you want to ask?" Upon hearing this, the man was silent for a moment, and then he spoke. "Can you let me go? I thought you were the people of Sky Island, so I would attack you." Hei Yin looked at Min. Min nodded. "Can. After all, the Sandia people have fought with the Sky Island people for hundreds of years, but it is understandable." Hei Yin released his hand, and the man stood up, bowed to Mio, and apologized. "I'm very sorry for the trouble. I'm Gerard from Cloud Shinobi Village, where the Sandia people live on Sky Island. I should invite you to Cloud Shinobi Village because of my fault. I apologize to you, but we Sandia people and Sky Island people have a deep hatred, so I can't take you there to avoid accidents. I can only express my apologies to you by this." The tone is very sincere. Mio didn't care about it. This kind of thing doesn't matter. If you really want to apologize, please tell me the locations of the two places. We came to Sky Island for these two places. Please speak, the Sandias said quickly. At the same time, he moved his feet and distanced himself from Hei Yin. After all, Heian's methods were a bit shocked to him just now, and at this time he was still a little afraid and wary of the mountain demi-human. The first place, Burka. Burka is the hometown of Enel, and the place where Enel got Thunderfruit. If Thunderfruit is still in Sky Island, it will only be in that place. At this time, Burka has not been accidentally and has not been destroyed by Enel. Burka. After hearing this, the Sandia thought for a while and then said, I remember, there is indeed this place, but it is a little far away. You need to sail in this direction, and then you will encounter a forked channel. Go to the left, and you will be able to get there. Well, the second place is Apaya. Apalato. The Sandia took a step back and looked at Min warily. What do you want to do in Appiato? Of course it's for the Golden City. Kaido Mio didn't hesitate. Hearing this, the Sandia talents relaxed their vigilance. For them, the Sandia people, gold is not very important. The most important thing is to take back Appiato, plus the gold on Appiato. The quantity is too much. The Golden City has long since turned into ruins. No one can take away all the gold from there, only a part of it. And this part is only a very small part of the Golden City. You must know that the gold that Luffy and others took away from Sky Island in the original book were all found in the belly of the big python. And even so, it was replaced by 300 million Pele. The real Golden City is all made of gold. One can imagine what a huge wealth that is. The Sandia people thought for a while and still told Min about Appiato's location. After all, the gods on Sky Island live on Appiato. The Qinghai people in front of them are very strong, and the Sandia people can feel it. Then, if the gods on the Qinghai people and Appiato happen after the conflict, they might be able to help the Sandia regain Appiato. This is a little bit of caution in the hearts of Sandia people. The gods of Sky Island people live in Appiato. Be careful. It seemed that the people of Qinghai were not very good, and the Sandia people couldn't help but reminded him. Hearing this, Mio gave up and said with a light smile, Fine. How could he not see the thoughts of the Sandia in front of him? But he didn't care about it. The god of Sky Island people is not a true god. If I remember correctly, now the god of Sky Island people, Gonfuer, the old Sky Nightman in the original book. If it was Enel, Mio would care a bit, but Gonfer really didn't care. The strength of the two sides is too far apart. I got the answer I wanted. Mio let the Sandia people leave. Immediately afterwards, Mio was driving the boat and set sail in the direction of Appiato. During the voyage, Mio can occasionally see huge fish creatures rolling in the White Sea. It must be said that it is a spectacle, but it adds a bit of fun to the voyage. Knowing that there is a piece of historical text on Appiato, Robin is ready, holding his notebook about ancient text in his hand, looking at it with interest and wondering what the content recorded in the historical text will be. How? Puff! In the White Sea, another fish was tumbling. Warwick stepped out and then swept away with his claws. The fish suddenly split into two. Warwick grabbed a huge fish body and returned to the deck. To Erica, the fish living in the clouds don't know what the taste will be. Lady Lilith said curiously, sitting on a chair, supporting his cheeks with both hands, occasionally flipping through the books in front of him, looking at Erica. Erica pursed her lips and chuckled. I will try to make as delicious as possible. With that, Erica returned to the kitchen. Mio was sitting on the bow of the boat with a bottle of rum in his hand, and suddenly became annoyed. There is too much gold in the Golden City. I don't feel like I could take much with it. This is the problem that Mio is now distressed. Although Meow does not value money very much. After all, this is not the real world either. But if I came to Sky Island like this, if I didn't bring more gold and return to the Grand Line, I would always feel like a trip in vain. Fisk, put more gold in Warwick's room at that time, and take as much as you can. Mio touched her chin to think, and Sue made a decision. Not long after, Erica also made the food. The group of people ate happily. The food made by the creatures living in the White Sea is obviously different from the Grand Line, but is not much more delicious than the Grand Line. It is a different flavor. After sailing for almost 5 hours, in sight, an island finally appeared. The land island is undoubtedly Appiato. But when he saw the island, Mio was puzzled. There's a ship, also from Grand Line, on the shore of Appiato. There's indeed a ship at this time. It seems that it is not used by Sky Island people, but with the style of Grand Line. Meow glanced at the ship, then said, "Hey Yin, you can stay on board. Since there is a boat, it means that there may be other people from the Grand Line on Appiato." At that time, I waited for someone aboard Appiato and didn't meet them. As a result, they would go back to the shore first. Maybe they would put themselves on board. The boat is going away. It's better to be careful. Yes. Heiyin nodded without objection. With the ship docked, Mio boarded the island. There was no flag on the ship next to it, nor any signs, but it was not clear whether it was a pirate ship or an ordinary ship. "Captain, will the people on this ship go and take away the text of history?" Robin asked suddenly nervously. Mio couldn't help turning over Byakugan. "What do you want? Can the text of history be taken away casually?" The historical text can indeed be taken away, but not everyone can take it away, and it is impossible for those who are not powerful to move the historical text. I hope I can run into each other with better luck, and then I will know who the other is. Mio grinned. He was still curious about the people who came to Sky Island from the Grand Line, like himself. Gone. After that, Mio beckoned. Except for Hyen staying behind, several other people set foot on a payador with Mio and walked towards the forest on the island. Hey, Yin looked at the backs of Mino and others. After the back disappeared, he sat on the deck, holding a book and watching to pass the time, waiting for Mino's return. In the forest on the island. The forest is lush here, and Meow and others are walking in the forest. You unfold observation Haki. Pay attention to your surroundings, Mio ordered, and he also urged observation Haki to cover the surroundings. Appiato is not that big. After all, it is only part of Gaia Island. Therefore, not long after walking, Mio noticed that there was a footprint on the road ahead. Will this be the person on the ship we saw just now? Robin knelt down and looked at the footprints and asked. It should be, Meow said, looking at the footprints. If it is, it means that the other party should be only one person, and the footprints don't look like human beings. Could it be from Sky Island? Erica asked. I don't know. I'll know it by following it. Anyway, I don't know the specific location of Golden City. I'll follow it first, Meow said, and several people moved forward again. Because it is too troublesome to walk on the ground, huge trees collapse and block the way for time to time. So in the end, Meow hugged Robin and several people jumped and shuttled in the forest. Not long. Erica stopped her body suddenly and said, Master, there is someone in front. I know. Mio nodded and said, with the corners of her mouth rising slightly, Let's go over and see who it is. The sound fell and Mio stepped out again and his body shot out suddenly. Erica quickly followed. Soon, a huge valley began to appear in Mio's sight. When she saw the situation in the valley, Mio couldn't help but a look of surprise in her eyes. In the valley, there are dilapidated buildings, or ruins are more suitable. But at this time, among these ruins, there's a large amount of golden light shining under the sun, which is very dazzling. That's gold. A lot of gold. Only after taking a look, Mio looked away and instead set his sight to another place. There were two figures fighting there at this time. One figure was wearing armor and holding a spear. It was the god Gonfer of Sky Island, and Meow recognized it at a glance. And another figure, Meow frowned slightly, thinking about it, and a sudden look appeared on his face after a while. Why is he here? Crimson skin, thick curly hair, a wide mouth, and a slender beard. It is not a human, but a Murloc, and he was the first captain of the Pirates of the Sun, Tiger. As one of the more iconic figures among the Murlocs, Mio must be Tiger. But how could Tiger appear on Sky Island? This surprised him a bit, but after thinking about it, he was relieved. Tiger was an adventurer before becoming a slave to celestial dragons. He sailed on the sea and went to adventures around the world. Sky Island should be no exception. Tiger, now, probably hasn't become a slave of celestial dragons. At this time, Tiger was fighting Gonfer, but Tiger's strength was obviously not weak. Gonfer was not an opponent at all, but within a few minutes, Tiger hit Gonfer's abdomen with a punch, which was to let Gonfer lost his fighting ability. I am not hostile. I came to Sky Island by accident just to explore the magic of Sky Island. But if you want to continue fighting, I will accompany you. Tiger looked at Gonfer and said solemnly, posing as a murloc come in karate pose. I believe you, the guy from Qinghai. Gonfer gritted his teeth and stood up and said, a guy who can beat himself without taking the opportunity to take his own life should not lie and deceive himself. There is no need. From a distance, Meow, who watched the two of them finish the fight, did not continue to hide and walked forward step by step. Hearing the sound, Gonfer and Tiger both looked back. After seeing Mio and others, Gonfulton was wary. Another group of people from Qinghai. This is the territory of Sky Island. You are not welcome. Please leave here. However, Tiger looked at Mio curiously. He was different from other Murlocs. At this time, he was not so repulsive to humans, so he did not have a hostile posture. But Tiger felt as if he had seen the guy in front of him somewhere, and couldn't help thinking about it. Suddenly, Tiger seemed to remember where he had met several people, and suddenly exclaimed, "It's you, Black Crow Pirates!" Because he remembered that the few people in Mio were pirates, Tiger became vigilant and said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect to meet your excellency here. I should be considered a little famous, right? I didn't expect so many people to know me." Meow scratched his head, a little surprised, and offered a reward of 100 million, but it seems that he has a great reputation in the sea. Is it because you're offering a reward too fast? Since it is a pirate, you're not welcome here even more. Gonfuer said coldly. He still knows a little about the pirates in Qinghai. Although some pirates do not want to kill, but only for their dreams, they become pirates, but these are only a handful of them. It's not up to you whether you're welcome or not. Min squinted at Gonfuer, her tone getting colder. Feeling the change of Min's tone, Warwick's eyes flickered, and his figure suddenly disappeared in place. Before Gonfuer could react, he appeared in front of Gonfu and pinched Gonfu. Air's neck lifted it in midair and asked Mio, "Master, are you going to kill him?" The powerful force made Gonfuer unable to break free no matter how hard he was struggling, because Gonfu's face was flushed because of the difficulty of breathing, and it seemed that Gonfu would suffocate to death if he continued like this. Tiger didn't dare to move rashly. He could feel a sharp aura staring at him. As long as you dare to move, the other party will shoot yourself without hesitation. Although he had confidence in his own strength, Tiger could even feel the power of the Black Crow pirates in front of him. But Tiger was kind-hearted and couldn't bear Gonfu's death here, so he couldn't help but persuade. "Your Excellency, this gentleman is not against you. He is the god of Sky Island and needs to protect the people of Sky Island. If possible, I hope you can spare his life." Mio shrugged and smiled faintly. "Don't worry, I won't kill him." As he said, Mio winked at Warwick. Warwick threw his right hand, and Gonfer fell directly to the ground, gasping for breath, and looked at Warwick with lingering fears. The hand that held his neck tightly just now made him feel terrified. No matter how hard he struggled, that hand remained motionless, like an iron hand inlaid, which made him look at Warwick with a trace of terror at this time. Warwick returned to Min's side and stood obediently behind him. With a smile on Mio's face, he looked at Tiger. "I know you, Tiger, the adventurer of the Fishman Island. Unexpectedly, I still have a little fame in this ocean." Tage was a little surprised. Kaido immediately, considering that Gonfuer is now probably worried about the intentions of Meow and others, he asked Gonfuer, "One sentence. I wonder how your excellency came to this Sky Island." "No, it came through rising ocean currents." Mio shook his head, then grinned. "Coming for the Golden City and historical text." Hear the words. Gonfulton opened his eyes wide and was a little surprised. He didn't expect Mio to come through the rising ocean current. As for the purpose of Mio's coming here, he knew at this time, and he was quietly relieved. For him, his goal is only to protect the people of Sky Island. As long as the citizens of Sky Island will not be harmed, they will not be in charge of what to do. If you're only here for the historical text and the Golden City, I can take you to the location, but I hope you will leave here after getting what you want. Your existence is too dangerous for the citizens of Sky Island. Now, Gonfuer said in a deep voice. "Don't worry." Mio gave Gonfu a smile and said with a faint smile, In addition to the historical text and the Golden City, I can't think of anything else in Sky Island worthy of my coveting. Although Sky Island is beautiful, there are also various kinds of shellfish that Sky Island specializes in. But for Meow, in addition to the Golden City and the historical text, this is a place for vacation and retirement. As for leading the way, you don't need you. Just tell me the location of the historical text. Mio said again. Gonfer hesitated a bit and wanted to stare at these people here to prevent them from doing things that would endanger Sky Island. But considering the strength of these people, he didn't want to cause discomfort to these people. After hesitating, Gonfer nodded and told Min about the location of the historical text. After getting the position, Mio looked around, which is the ruins of the Golden City, then turned to look at Tiger and smiled. Mr. Tiger, I have a few questions I want to ask you. I wonder if I have time to answer them. Tiger wasn't as procrastinated as Gonfuer, and after hearing what Meow said, he nodded and agreed. Yes, you can ask. Have Mr. Tiger ever seen celestial dragons? Mio asked directly. Hearing this, Tiger shook his head and nodded again. I saw it once, but at that time I was standing far away, and, considering the reputation of celestial dragons, I took a look and left. I see. Mio nodded slightly. It's already clear in my mind. It is true that Tiger has not yet become a slave of celestial dragons. Otherwise, he would not be so peaceful. But think about it, it should be soon. By the time, there was a gleam of light in Mio's eyes, and he knew very well about the chaos in the Holy Land Mariehua that would happen in the future. Now that he met Tiger, he might consider planning first. Meow is very interested in the Holy Land Mariehua. To be precise, I am very interested in those devil fruits in the Celestial Dragon's house on Mariehua. If there is the most devil fruit in the world, there is no doubt that it is Mariehua. Not only the devil fruit collected by the world government, but also a large number of Celestial Dragon's mansion houses devil fruit. Celestial Dragon's collection devil fruit is not eaten by itself, but eaten by its own slaves. Just like the Hancock Three Sisters in the original book. This is equivalent to 3 devil fruits. Because of this, he would definitely want to go to Mariehua if he has the opportunity in the future, and Mariehua is a good opportunity for Tiger to make trouble. At that time, Tiger is attracting attention. Wouldn't it be good to search for devil fruit in the Celestial Dragon's mansion by himself? Buried the thoughts in my mind to the bottom of my heart, Meow asked with a smile. Mr. Tiger, I wonder how the Fishman Island is now. Speaking of his hometown, Tiger suddenly smiled. The Fishman Island is very good now. Whether it is King Neptune or Princess Odoheim are good Kuan masters who love their people. I heard it. Mio smiled and nodded. But the Fishman Island seems to be in a bad situation. Yes. Tiger nodded slightly and sighed. Many of my companions on the island are very dissatisfied with humans, and many people with hatred have been born, wanting to start a war. Princess Odoheim has been dealing with it, and is constantly trying to increase the status of the Fishman Island. On the human side, there are slave traps circling around the Fishman Island at all times, arresting my companions. Speaking of this, Tiger's eyes couldn't help but a flash of anger. Not against human beings, but against slave groups. For everyone in the Fishman Island, the most angry object is the slave hunting group. Some slave hunting groups hide around the Fishman Island all the time, leading to the possibility that some murlocs may be arrested just after they leave the Fishman Island. What's even more exaggerated is that some slave-catching groups directly catch fishermen on the Fishman Island and leave quickly after catching them. Mio had known about these things a long time ago, and at this time she seemed to say comforting. Whether they are murlocs or humans, they should be in the same position and should not be discriminated against. Moreover, the slave-catching group is not only catching mermaids, but more humans. It's just that the seeds of prejudice and hatred are on the Fishman Island. It must have sprouted deeply. I think it will take time to heal it. Hearing Mio's words, Tiger looked at Mio in surprise. He didn't expect the human being in front of him to think exactly the same as his own. Immediately felt good and said seriously, "You are right. Although the slave-catching group catches mermaids, most of the slaves they catch are humans. And if the hatred of the Fishmen Island continues, it will only bring more to the Fishmen Island. Great harm, no benefit. The only person who can calm the anger now is Princess Odoheim. After a while, I plan to return to the Fishmen Island to help Princess Odoheim. Hearing this, Min couldn't help muttering in his heart. Go back to the Fishmen Island? Probably during the time he went back to the Fishmen Island, Tiger would be arrested and become a slave, right? As for the thoughts in his mind, Mio would naturally not speak out. At this time, Mio smiled and said, "By the way, Mr. Tiger, I heard that the Fishmen Island's Murloc karate is very powerful, and it is the unique skill of the Fishmen Island. I heard about it when I first entered the Grand Line." Insight. With that, Mio pulled out Raikiri from her waist. Mr. Yutage is able to take risks all over the world, and he must have extraordinary strength, so he can just compare them. Okay. Without hesitation, Tiger nodded and agreed. After all, his senses for Meow are currently very good, just to compare them, and feel that there is nothing. Hearing this, Mio suddenly raised the corners of his mouth and smiled. Murloc karate. This is what he wants. Murloc karate belongs to the unique skill of the Fishmen Island. Like Crawl, it was only because the Murlocs there joined the Revolutionary Army, so they were taught to humans. When he saw Tiger, he wanted to get Murloc karate from Tiger. It's just that when he just met, Tiger would definitely not teach him, and Tiger still has it for him in the future. It is very useful, and it is impossible to force it to death. The best way is to increase Tiger's goodwill towards him, and then learn to get it. After all, Meow has Sharingan. As long as it is a physical exercise, Sharingan can definitely copy it. Of course, it is not that Mio wants to learn Murloc karate. The reason why he wants Murloc karate is to let others on board learn. It's like Warwick, Hyen, or Drought. Fortunately, Tiger hadn't seen the real darkness yet, so it took a few words to get closer to Tiger. With Tiger agrees, the two separated immediately and assumed a fighting pose. With a thought in Min's heart, scarlet pupils with Goyu appeared in her eyes. Tiger suddenly noticed the changes in Mio's eyes and was immediately puzzled, but before he had time to ask, Mio had already attacked. Tiger had no choice but to hold his doubts in his heart and fight back. I hope Mr. Tiger can let me see the power of Murloc karate, Mio said during the battle, inducing Tiger to fully show the Murloc karate. Of course. Tej nodded and immediately Kaido. As a fishman, Tej is very proud of the unique skills of the Fishmen Island. At this time, listening to Mio said this, he suddenly had a chance to learn about the Fishmen's karate. The idea of the power contained. 1000 watts Zhengquan. With Tiger's low drink, Sharingan slowly turned in Meow's eyes when he performed Murloc karate. After a while, a hint of joy flashed through his eyes, and he whispered in his heart, "Sure enough, it can be copied." Beside, Erica and the others are watching the battle between the two. Robin looked at it carefully for a while, then muttered strangely, "How do you feel that the current captain is much weaker than before? The master is releasing water." Erica Kaido directly. "Put the water? What?" A question mark appeared on Robin's head. "I don't know, but the master must have his own ideas." Erica shook her head. As for Lilith, she had already walked into the ruins not far away. Looking at the gold on the ground, Lilith smiled on her face, and soon picked up a golden crown ornament and wiped it clean with her cuffs, satisfied. Nodded. "It goes well with the owner. This thing is for you. I think you should use it in the future." After the discussion, Mio threw his phone worm to Tiger and said with deep meaning. Tiger took the call worm and didn't hear what it meant, but asked curiously. Your eyes changed suddenly. "What?" "Well, you can treat it as my devil fruit ability." Meow explained with a smile, without saying specifically. Hearing this, Tiger's face was full of sorrow. "I see." Traveling around the world, Tiger still knows devil fruit very well. Hearing Meow say that, it doesn't feel strange. Devil fruit has thousands of abilities and has all kinds of weird fruit abilities. This trip to Sky Island didn't come in vain. I not only saw this magical sight, but also met you. You are a good human. Tiger said to Mio. As far as he is concerned, Mio is a very good human. At least there is no prejudice against murlocs in the words. Like he has seen many humans before, there is a very obvious prejudice against the murloc language. And even in the eyes of some humans, mermaids are pets for viewing. Haha. Meow smiled and shook his head after being said so. Without responding, is he a nice person? Probably. It's just that you, a good person, may use you to attract the attention of the world government in the future, but you are the chance to get good things from Ariehua. But Tiger's words showed that he was ready to leave. See you later, Mio said. Okay. Tiger nodded, with a smile on his face. When you come to the Fishman Island, I will be a tour guide for you. I have some good friends in the Fishman Island, and I will introduce you to them at that time. I believe I will go to the Fishman Island soon. Mio grinned, but at that time, it was uncertain whether your Tiger was in the Fishman Island or not. After chatting for a while, Tiger left altogether. And with Tiger's departure, Mio also looked at Erica and said with a grin, Okay, let's go. The gold is here first. Let's go to the history text first. After reading the text of the history, come back and take some gold. You can almost head to Burka. I just hope there is thunderfruit there. Hearing the text of the history, Robin immediately cheered up and nodded quickly. A group of people walked in the direction of the historical text. The historical text is under the huge golden clock in the ruins. This is a huge historical text embedded in the gold, revealing only the side that contains the text. After knowing the specific location, Mio quickly came here. When he saw the text of the history, Robin hurried up to translate it while holding the camera to photograph the text on it. What's recorded here is the same ancient weapon as Pluton. When Robin was translating, Mio sat cross-legged on the gold edge next to the historical text and looked at the ancient words engraved on the gold, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The above is carved by Roger. Basically, the meaning is similar to Roger's here for a tour. Stroking the smooth surface of the gold, Mio looked at Robin and asked, Do you know what's written on it? Probably I know. Robin nodded, Kaido. The above record is one of the 3 ancient weapons like Pluton, Poseidon, which says that Poseidon is a powerful existence that can save countless lives but can destroy the whole world. And Poseidon, on the Fishman Island, it seems that it will only be born in the Fishman Island, and Poseidon will appear at the same time as a guide will appear along with it. Hearing this, Meow's eyes flashed with thoughtful light. It's not much different from what is recorded in the original book. Meow murmured in his heart, Poseidon, it does have the power to subvert the world. After all, this is a world of the sea, and Poseidon is the king of sea kings. How many sea kings do sea kings all over the world have? This is a terrible amount, and it can be said that it is very simple to subvert the world. But maybe because this power is too terrifying, Shirahoshi is the one who becomes Poseidon, right? And the leader, is it Luffy? The terrible power. Mio grinned and stood up. But it's also the power I want. Unfortunately, Shirahoshi has not been born yet, and it is still a few years before Shirahoshi was born. But it also happens that in the past few years, you could develop on your own. At that time, the Fishman Island will be assigned to its own territory. Let's go after reading it. Good. Robin nodded, glanced at the history text, turned and left. He frowned slightly, thinking about some words that he didn't understand. After all, he is not in the future. Some words don't understand what they mean. You need to open the notes and view them one by one before you can translate them. Several people returned to the place where the gold was located. Although there was a lot of gold in the historical text, the gold was the same on either side. Anyway, they can only take a little away. It is completely impossible to take it away completely. Looking at the huge gold battleship that Enel used to melt gold in the original book, you can know the amount of gold here, and you want to take it away completely unless you bring a fleet over. After returning to the original place, each of Mio and Warwick took out the boxes containing gold that had been prepared a long time ago, and each of them packed a box, rested on their shoulders, and headed towards the ship. These golds are worth more than 1 billion Baileys. Wait to get back to the boat. Heian immediately came to Mio and said, Master, the people on the other ship just came back and left directly. Yeah, I know. Mio nodded and said with a light leap on the deck, Go and give me a paper and pen. He plans to write Murloc Karate out and then he can give it to Warwick and Heiyin so that they can practice. Heiyin nodded and immediately went to get things. Several people returned to the boat and moved all the gold into the cabin. The gold was shining and could be made into a bed for people to lie on to sleep. Afterwards, Heiyin took the paper and pen. Mio took the pen and paper and asked Erica to make dinner, holding a bottle of rum, drinking and recording. When the record was over, it was sailing towards Burka, and at the same time the dinner was ready, the group came to the restaurant and had a sumptuous dinner. On Appiato, Gonfer had been secretly paying attention to the ship of Mio, and he was quietly relieved after the ship finally left. Mio didn't leave. He was always in fear. Only when Mio left, he dared to relax. Burka is a small sky island. The Sky Islanders here are no different from other Sky Islanders. With the voyage on the White Sea, time unconsciously, 3 days passed. 3 days later, Meow and others arrived at Burka. Burka Island is relatively lively, and there are many Sky Island people coming and going. The appearance of Meow and others makes these Sky Island people curious. "We are the guards of Burka. Aren't you from Sky Island?" Not long after landing on the island, a team in armor came over and stopped in front of Meow and others. "Well, that's right." Mio nodded, not caring about the people in front of him, but thinking about where thunderfruit would grow if it were on Burka. The guard frowned and said, "I'm sorry, because you are from Qinghai and we have seen your pirate ship, so Burka doesn't welcome you. I hope you leave as soon as possible." Hearing this, Mio raised his head with a helpless look on his face. Well, the pirates are really not very popular. But now that he is here, how can he leave? With a chuckle, Mio didn't do anything, but Erica, who was standing beside her, slowly pulled out the 2 weapons on her waist. With a swish, the light of a knife flashed, and then 2 slashes broke out. Slashed towards both sides. Wherever he went, the rows of houses were cut in half and collapsed directly. The rumbling sound of collapse continued to sound. A look of astonishment appeared on the guards' faces. Mio said slowly, "We will leave when it's time to leave, but not now. There is something we want on Burka, and we will leave when we find it. I just hope that we won't bother us during the next period of time." Finished. Mio observation Haki spread out, looked around, determined a direction, and then walked towards that side. Erica and others hurriedly followed. After not taking a few steps, Mio turned her head and looked at the guards, grinning to remind her. "By the way, if we want to kill you, it's very simple for us, so don't die, okay?" "Guru." The guards looked at the broken house and heard Mio's words. A color of horror appeared in their eyes. It took a long time to recover. "Boss, what do you do now?" a guard asked of the commander. The commander wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and shook his head. "I don't know. Let's go back and report the situation first. These Qinghai people are too strong, and we're not opponents at all." With that, the guards left quickly, and several people in Miao are also heading in one direction at this time. When it was about time, Mio looked at Erica and ordered, "Spread it all around and look for it to see if there is a devil fruit on this island." "Yes." Hearing this, Erica nodded. Although devil fruit is not easy to find, it is easy to distinguish. If there is one, it will definitely be found. Several people chose a different direction, rushed, and searched. As for Robin, he followed Mio's side. After all, Robin wasn't strong enough, and being safe by his side was also considered protection. "Let's go and take a look here," Mio said with Robin pointing in one direction, and the 2 of them walked toward that side, searching all the way. As for those residential houses, Meow has no plans to search. The possibility is too small to be necessary. This island seems to have a Kuan dominance, with a ruler, but the opponent obviously didn't have the courage to provoke Mio. Especially after the guards returned, they decided to stare at several people in Mio first, as long as several people didn't do it. Don't worry about anything that hurts Burka. This is also convenient for several people and men to find thunderfruit with peace of mind. It was just a stunned search for a day, but no one was found. To be honest, Burka is not big, plus a few people have observation Haki, even if the scope is not large, but it is not too troublesome to find, and the speed of finding it is very fast. Almost all of Burka is found, but still not found. This makes Mio a little skeptical. Is there a capable person on the Grand Line that is capable of thundering? So it needs to wait until the opponent dies before Thunderfruit will grow again on Burka? Master, do you want to keep looking? Warwick asked. Look, of course I want to. Mio nodded and said solemnly. Look through the entire Burka and look for it. If you can't find any other places on the island, go and search the ruler's house on this island. Yes. Erica nodded and left again. Captain, is that devil fruit so important? Don't you have 2 devil fruits on board? I haven't seen you eat it either. Robin asked curiously while sitting beside Mio. You don't understand. Mio rubbed Robin's head. Thunder fruit. Of course it was important. After resting with Robin for a while, Mio got up and continued to search with Robin. During the period, Mio and Robin also went to the towns on Burka and strolled around. There are also various shellfish on this island, such as sound shells, light shells, and water. Shellfish in Yun Bay are specialty products of Sky Island. Surprised Robin for a while. While shopping, Mio suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked in one direction. At the entrance of that alley, a teenager was punched and kicked by a few Sky Islanders at this time, and while beating, the few people were still cursing. Dare to steal from my shop again, and see if I won't kill you. After a long time, several Sky Island talents left, and the boy who was beaten was full of wounds. At this time, he gritted his teeth and got up and walked in one direction. What attracts Mio is not how handsome the boy is. After all, he is straight. The ears of the boy who attracts him are very iconic. The earlobes are very long, exactly the same as Enel. Is this boy Enel? Meow thought, touching his chin. Looking at the direction Enel was leaving, his eyes lit up, and he dragged Robin to follow. Soon, Mio followed Enel with Robin, and was not discovered by Enel. If this boy is really Enel, then just follow Enel to see where Enel is going. Maybe it is possible to find Thunderfruit? What should I do if I can't find it then? If you can't find it anymore, it can only mean that Burka does not have Thunderfruit now. It should still be on a pirate on the Grand Line. Otherwise, I will not be able to find the entire Burka. Mio and Robin, who followed Enel, had been following Enel to a remote place. There are a lot of cloud trees here. Unlike the Grand Line, these numbers grow on the clouds, which is a unique feature of Sky Island. Enel climbed onto a tree, touched the wound on his body lightly, grinned in pain, and then murmured full of anger. Sooner or later, I will kill you all. It seems that Enel did not do well in Burka. Maybe this is why Enel will destroy his hometown in the future. At this time, Meow's attention was not on Enel, but on the surroundings. This is also considered to be a forest, but the location is remote. The previous Mio and others have not come here to look for it. Maybe Thunderfruit will be here. Observation Haki radiated, and Mio carefully looked for every place around, including under the tree, the ground, and any corner of the tree. Suddenly, Robin patted Min on the shoulder and pointed in a direction. Captain, look there. Hearing this, Mio immediately turned around. It was a tall cloud tree with white cloud-like leaves at the top. This tree was on the tree next to Enel, but just because the cloud-like leaves were too luxuriant, Mio didn't notice the situation inside. At this time, Robin reminded him that Mio saw the depth of the leaf. At this time, there was a blue spiral-patterned devil fruit hanging there. The appearance of this fruit was like a lightning-like shape. When seeing this devil fruit, Meow's eyes suddenly lit up, and a smile appeared on his face. Finally found. After Mio found what he wanted, at the same time, Enel also looked at the fruit and murmured, That fruit is really strange. I have never seen such a fruit, but it is too high to be picked. It seemed that Enel had discovered this fruit a long time ago, but it seemed that he had climbed before but couldn't climb it, so this devil fruit has been kept until now. Just as Enel looked at the fruit, suddenly, a figure flashed in front of him, and then Enel saw a figure appear next to the fruit and immediately plucked the fruit. This figure was naturally Mio. He naturally wouldn't let it go when he found Thunderfruit. He took it off without hesitation and took it in his hand. Then Mio threw the fruit to Robin and asked Robin to hold it first. Then Mio looked at Enel and was watched by Mio. A look of fear appeared in Enel's eyes, and he couldn't help shrinking his body. Now he hasn't got Thunderfruit. nor is he arrogant enough to think of himself as a god. So he doesn't have the arrogance in the future. Now he is just an ordinary person, even a teenager who gets beaten from time to time. What do you want to do? Enel plucked up the courage to ask. I don't want to do anything. Mio gently shook his head and said slowly, just give you something. Give me something. Enel was stunned, somewhat puzzled. Hear this. Mio took out a previously reserved gold coin from his pocket. The gold coin turned at her fingertips, and then with a light flick, the gold coin flew out. Enel raised his hand subconsciously, and the gold coin was caught by Enel. Do you really want to give this to me? Enel asked incredulously. This is a gold coin. It can also be used as currency in Sky Island, especially for him, who sometimes needs to steal to eat and survive. For teenagers, this is equivalent to a huge sum of money. Yes, here you are. Mio nodded. This gold coin was regarded as compensation for Enel Thunderfruit. In addition, I also intend to leave a seed. Enel's potential is actually pretty good. It's just a bit arrogant. Not to mention other things. Only Enel's talent for seeing, hearing, and coloring is still there. Although the original book is assisted by Thunderfruit, it is understood that observation Haki has not been taught by no one, and he also combined observation Haki with Thunderfruit. Enel's observation Haki's talent is absolutely extraordinary. This time I left a gold coin. Although I took Thunderfruit, Enel might not be weaker in the future if Enel was able to do it by himself. At that time, maybe you can consider letting Enel follow him. Simply put, it is to invest. If the investment is successful, there will be no loss, and if it fails, there will be nothing to lose. As for the future, Enel will follow him. This is very easy. A proud person, shatter the arrogance. Let him recognize the reality. That's it. With a thought, Mio's figure appeared directly beside Enel. Enel was taken aback by this hand and almost fell from the tree. But then, I realized, how could this person suddenly appear next to me? Mio didn't know the doubts in Enel's heart. Looking at Enel at this time, Mio raised his mouth, gestured for the direction of Loguetown, and smiled lightly. You want to kill them? Yes. Upon hearing this, Enel nodded without hesitation. An angry flame appeared in his eyes, and it seemed that Enel was very determined in this regard. You can't kill them with your weak body. Mio shook his head mockingly, then lightly leaped to the ground, greeted Robin, and walked away with his hands behind his head. Said as he walked, if you want to kill someone, you have to have enough strength. Bow your head and sigh all day, but you won't let your strength be delivered to your door. Let's go, and see you later if you have chance. Halfway through, Mio turned around and said, by the way, my name is Kirikawa Mio from Qinghai. The voice fell. Mio and Robin drift away. Robin looked at Mio and said, Captain, you were instigating murder just now. Hearing this, Mio shrugged and smiled lightly. If he can really kill everyone on this island in the future, then you are right. If not, what I just said was just a bit of chicken soup. Chicken soup? What do you mean? Robin tilted his head, looking puzzled. Mio grinned and rubbed Robin's head without explaining. The place behind you. Enel just came back to his senses at this time. Thinking about what the person said just now, his eyes gradually became firm. Although I don't know why he said that, he is right. The strength will not be delivered by himself. With a murmur, Enel suddenly jumped off the tree. He planned to find a place and plan for himself. Next he would go to train frantically, and then become stronger to achieve his goal. If Mio knew about Enel's changes, she might still show interest in her eyes. After all, Enel doesn't have Thunderfruit, but because of his own words, he becomes hard-working. Then when the plot begins in the future, will Enel's strength be weaker or stronger than the original? If Enel really destroys Burka in the future, will it go to the Grand Line? Or go to Apayador and continue to be the god there, as in the original book? At that time, Luffy and others will arrive, defeating Enel like the original, or killed by Enel. This is where Meow is more curious and interested. Sea of Clouds. Sky Island leads to Qinghai, which is the waterway of the Grand Line. At this time, Mio was driving the ship slowly towards the Sea of Clouds. After getting Thunderfruit, Mio left Burka. After all, Thunderfruit had already gotten her hands. It would be a delay to stay there. In my sight, there's a gate. Passing through that gate, There is a sea of clouds on the other side. It's just that it's dangerous to go through the sea of clouds to the Grand Line, to be honest, because the sea of clouds is straight down, and I plan to pass through the sea without any preparation. If you go to the Grand Line, I am afraid that the ship will fall directly from the sea of clouds and then fall into pieces. So a little help is needed. Such a little thing can help us return to the Grand Line safely. Robin looked at a little octopus in Meow's hand at this time and said suspiciously, "Ah, this is a specialty of Sky Island." Meow squeezed the octopus in his hand and grinned. This is the octopus used by Luffy and others in the original book. It is called Baron. As a specialty of Sky Island, it is not only the original one, but also a lot. Meow bought one when he left Burka. This octopus can be on the boat. When it descends, it becomes an octopus balloon, allowing the ship to land safely on the sea. The octopus twisted its body in Meow's hand. One of its tentacles waved, as if saying, "Just look at me." Gradually, the ship is getting closer and closer to the gate leading to the Sea of Clouds. After almost 5 minutes, the ship had come to the gate, and Meow directly threw the octopus into the air, and then the ship passed through the gate and dropped straight into the afternoon as Meow expected. Robin's scream suddenly sounded, and the octopus that was thrown into the sky quickly flew towards the ship and absorbed the air in the process of flying to expand its body, transforming into a huge octopus, and soon it was using the tentacles to hold the ship tightly. It completely turned into an octopus hot air balloon. The speed of the ship's descent has slowed down. I was really scared to death. Robin hugged the pole tightly and said with lingering fears, his heart almost flew out just now. "Ha, Robin, you have to practice again if you're so courageous. You know that when we go to New World in the future, maybe there will be more thrilling situations, but you can't keep being scared and screaming." Meow laughed. Said, Robin flipped Byakugan angrily. "Captain, I'm just a child. Am I afraid that something is wrong?" "Well, you are right." Hearing that, Meow's mouth twitched slightly, and he shrugged. "That's right. Robin is really a kid now." Erica walked out of the cabin, and she couldn't help showing a chuckle when she heard the conversation between the two and walked towards the two with a tray in her hand. The tray was filled with wine and juice. Meow picked up a glass of wine and grinned. "I'm about to drink, but Erica understands me." He said that he picked up a bottle of wine and drank it. A faint blush appeared on Erica's face, as if she was a little embarrassed to be said that. Immediately afterwards, Erica said, "Master, Lilith said there is something for you." "What is it?" Meow asked curiously. At the same time, put down the wine glass in his hand. Erica thought for a while. "Kaido. Cloak. Cape." Me was stunned, somewhat puzzled. At exactly this time, Lilith walked out of the cabin, holding a black cloak in her hand, and briskly came to Meow's body to show the cloak in front of Meow's eyes, and said with a smile, "Look, Master, do you like it? It was made by me when I was in Burka. There's a flag of our pirates on the back of the cloak." Cloaks are very common in the pirate world, and even most pirate ships will have this thing. Marine has a cloak of justice, and pirates will naturally have a pirate cloak. Looking at the cloak in front of her, Meow nodded and smiled. "Yes, I like it very much. The all-black cloak is very handsome, and there's a banner pattern of the Black Crow pirates at the back. I like it when I look at it. I'll bring it for you." Lilith also showed a happy smile on her face, and she personally put a cloak on Meow. Erica said immediately after putting on the cloak, "Very handsome, very handsome." Heian's face was flat, but he spoke without hesitation. Warwick scratched his head, thought about it, and said, "Master, you look so good-looking." Robin. This sentence made Lilith, who was about to praise her handsome, choked, and suddenly stopped what she was about to blurt out. The corners of Meow's mouth twitched, and he glared at Warwick. "Even if you want to boast, don't be so perfunctory, okay? And what's the point of being really good-looking? I'm not a little boy. Is it bad to change to Haki?" Shaking his head, Meow no longer cared about Warwick's words, but just looked at it for herself, nodded and smiled. "Yes, I like it very much. Master likes it." Lilith's eyes narrowed into a crescent shape. Meow smiled and rubbed Lilith's head, sat cross-legged on the deck, took a sip of a bottle of wine, and said, We're going back to Grand Line soon. Then you have to hurry up and practice. It won't take much time before we go directly to New World. We will not have enough strength at that time, but it will be difficult to survive there. Erica will work hard, Erica said seriously. Hyan also nodded silently. Mio stopped talking, picked up the thunder fruit, narrowed his eyes, and looked at it, thinking about how to use this thunder fruit. Is it eaten directly? Or let others eat it, kill it to get the gene, and get it through extraction? Mio didn't think about the former, because it would leave a weakness. The latter is too random, and he may not be able to draw thunder fruit's ability. This made Mio feel a little helpless, not knowing which way to choose. After thinking for a while, Meow thought for a while but decided to keep it first. Even if you want to eat this devil fruit, you have to wait until you have gone to Impel Down. Meow murmured. Speaking of which, adding thunder fruit, he has 3 devil fruits in his hand up to now, and the other 2 devil fruits if you want to find the illustrated book to confirm the fruit's ability. It will be a waste of time. Mio was already thinking about whether he should consider finding an opportunity to use up those 2 devil fruits. One is used for others to eat and then killed, and one is used to extract genes? Captain, I see a drought. When thinking about it, Robin's voice sounded. Mio got up and looked under the ship, and could already see the sea area of the Grand Line. And on that sea, because he was in the sky, he could clearly see the figure of the drought under the sea. It looks like Han. Yen has been following us through the life card. Meow grinned. I waved towards the drought and no longer thought about it. After putting the thunder fruit away, I opened the map and confirmed the current location at the moment when the ship was about to land. The next goal is naturally the city of 7 Waters. This ship should also be replaced, because it came down from Sky Island. The place where he went down was different from where he went up, so Mio is not on the side of Magic Valley Town, but in another sea area. The distance from here to the city of 7 Waters is not far, but it is not too close. In general, it takes about half a month to reach the city of 7 Waters, and it will take 10 days to reach it soon. After determining the direction, the ship has landed steadily on the sea. Master, long time no see. Han Yin rushed out from the bottom of the sea and shouted towards men. I haven't seen it for a few days. Mio smiled and nodded, then pointed in one direction and said, Dry Yin, I'm going to rely on you again next. Move in this direction. Leave it to Han Yin. Han Yin said with a grin, dived into the bottom of the sea, pulled the boat, and then quickly moved in one direction. On the boat, the octopus Baron was thrown into the sky by Mio. The octopus will absorb the air by itself to float up and return to Sky Island. Looking at Baron, who was getting bigger and disappearing in the sky, Mio sighed with her hands behind her head. Next, there will be another boring time. Before reaching the city of 7 Waters, I'm afraid I can only practice and drink on the boat to pass the time. After sighing, Mio shouted decisively without wasting time. Warwick, come, let's practice. Okay. Warwick nodded his head, threw away the wine in his hand, and stood up to fight Mio on the deck. Time passed quickly. 7 days later, there is still some distance away from the city of 7 Waters. But on this day, Mio had just bought the newspaper from Newsbird, and when he saw the contents, he was suddenly surprised. It's another reward for us. There's a reward order in the news, and the latest reward of Meow and others is added to the reward order. The reward for Meow has increased by 20 million to 120 million. Erica is 80 million. Warwick is 70 million. Both have improved by 10 million. But the most important thing is the reward for Lilith, Hyan, and Drizzle. Lilith is offering a reward of 87 million. Black Research, offering a reward of 55 million. Drought, offering a reward of 50 million. Seeing this reward, Mio was surprised for a long time. It's normal for Lilith, Hyan, and Hyan to be offered rewards. After all, they passed by Marine before, but I didn't expect the reward to be so high. Don't look at the reward for Hyan and Hyan, only 50 million. But in fact it is not low, because they're all crew members, not captains. As a result, the rewards offered by all members of the Black Crow Pirate Group totaled 400 million, and they were moving towards 500 million. As a rookie pirate group, this number is not low, enough to surprise many pirates. After all, some pirates who have been at sea for several years may not have this reward. In addition, there is a headline in the newspaper which is also related to Mio. Supernova. Yes, it is a supernova, and Mio is the first person of supernova. Every year or several years, there will be some newcomers who have been well known before entering the New World. Such newcomers are called supernovae. In the future, Ace, Cavendish, Luffy, and others are all supernovae in different time periods. And this time, Mio is a supernova, and it seems that he is the only supernova this year. It's kind of interesting. Min raised the newspaper, looked at the photo of herself, couldn't help but chuckled, and threw the newspaper into the ocean. The title of supernova does not have much effect. On the contrary, it will attract more hatred. When entering the New World, I am afraid that many pirates will want to kill him as a supernova to enhance their reputation. However, this time the reward has shown everyone in the Black Crow Pirates group in the sight of many people, and I'm afraid it will also arouse some people's attention. After all, the discerning people can tell from the rewards that the Black Crow Pirates group is taking the elite route. I am afraid that some overlords on the New World side will have the idea of taking the Black Crow Pirates group under its banner, waiting for him to enter the New World now. At that time, once he refused, he would be chased and killed. In this regard, Mio had no fear, but rather looked forward to it. "Captain, what do you have?" Robin just got up and walked out of the cabin, rubbing his eyes and looking a little confused. "The latest reward order. Take it to the restaurant and post it." Mio threw the reward order to Robin and said, "Our reward order?" Upon hearing this, Robin cheered up, picked up the reward order and looked at it, and then he was amazed. "Captain, your reward has been raised again, as are Erica and Warwick's, and Lilith has also been rewarded. But why didn't my reward move?" Robin said disappointedly. Everyone else was offered the reward or the reward was raised, but the reward did not move. Doesn't it seem that he has nothing to do? Although Robin felt the same way, he was a little disappointed. Finally, Robin took the reward into the cabin and prepared to post the reward in the restaurant. Soon, everyone else woke up. Erica started breakfast. Hyan and Warwick are engaged in a warm-up battle. Suddenly, a chill came, and Mio's originally lying body suddenly sat up, looked in one direction, and narrowed his eyes. Hey, this time, there's an incredible guy." Meow grinned. A look of fear flashed in his eyes, and then he shouted, "Everyone, get ready for battle, and there are droughts stop." In sight, a small warship approached here slowly at this time. But what really made Mio feel jealous was that while the warship was traveling, there was a figure on the right side of the warship riding a bicycle on the sea. The sea under the bicycle was frozen along the way with the bicycle. The ice continued to spread towards this side. I just returned to the Grand Line. I didn't expect such a big gift to be waiting for us. It's really... Mio stared at the slightly lazy man riding a bicycle, Akiji, one of the future admiral of headquarters. Although he is not admiral now, his strength has already reached the admiral level. In New World, it is also the existence that makes the pirates frightened. That's... Robin also saw Akiji and suddenly opened his eyes wide and recognized it. She remembered Akiji's appearance. She had seen Akiji in O'Hara. With Mio's call, the ship stopped. Erica and several people came behind Mio one after another and looked at the warship. And soon, the warship approached. Akiji also came to a place not far from where Mio was. He looked at the bow of the boat with a lazy gaze, with a helpless tone. "I've been searching for a long time, but I found you. It looks like my vacation is about to end. Akiji Vice Admiral, it's really unbelievable why. I went to Sky Island before, and I met Akiji Vice Admiral not long after I came back. Why? Akiji Vice Admiral knows that I didn't eat at Sky Island. It's delicious. Did you come here to give me a gift?" Mio grinned. "If it's a gift to send you into Impel Down, then you are right." Akiji shrugged, and the sea below his feet was gradually frozen with the sound of click, click, and it keeps spreading towards the surroundings, until the sea area was completely frozen. Click, click. The ships, including warships, have been completely frozen in place, making it difficult to move. Even the area 4 or 5 meters below the surface of this sea area has been completely frozen. The chill is rising in this area. Akiji stepped off the bicycle and said slowly while watching Mio, "Your journey is over here." "That's not necessarily." Mio grinned and turned to look at the warship. The people on the warship were Momosaji and others, which made Mio couldn't help but greet with a smile. "By the way, you Marine really followed closely. We're just a rookie. Is it necessary to be so solemn? The newcomer does not have the strength of yours." Momosaji responded in a cold voice and pulled out his Jean Pura, the cold light flashing on the blade. "We can only blame other newcomers for being too weak if they're strong." Meow shrugged helplessly. Then the corners of her mouth rose, her tone gradually sharp. "But if you want to fight, then do it. Akiji is really strong. But for Mio, in the future 3 Admiral, he is least afraid of meeting Akiji. In other words, the most fearful thing is to meet Akiji, who is with the Marines." Clang! Raikiri was pulled out, and the sun shone with cold light. Next moment, drought! Mio shouted abruptly. Roar! On the frozen sea, under the position of the warship, was accompanied by a roar, and immediately after the ice surface was broken, a huge giant hand suddenly blasted out of the seabed, directly hitting the warship, and a powerful force burst out. The position of the bottom of the warship suddenly shattered, the warships were all knocked down in the air, and many Marines screamed and fell everywhere. Momosaji jumped into the air with a hunch, avoiding the blow of the drought. At the same time, looking at the drought yen that appeared from the bottom of the sea, his pupils shrank, and he was amazed. Horrible size, terrible power. Whoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded. Mio's figure appeared in midair at some point. At this time, he waved Raikiri. A sword was slashed towards Momosaji, and the black sword burst out. With a sound of clang, Momosaji immediately noticed the danger and did not hesitate to turn around and wave Kimbira to block Mio's slash, and his figure fell on the ice, looking at Mio vigilantly. Momosaji can already feel Mio's strength, which is completely equal to himself, even stronger than himself. Weird abilities Swordsmanship and Haki possess. Especially Mio's physical fitness and the speed of improvement shocked her. This time with Akiji Vice Admiral here, you are destined to be sent to Impel Down. Momosaji said coldly. Don't speak too slow. Meow said lightly, stepping out, and the figure appeared next to Momosaji for a short time. The terrifying speed, no, maybe it is the terrifying ability that makes Momosaji feel the scalp tingling. If this ability is, it is almost hard to detect if you're not always vigilant about the whole body. Even if it is noticed, the body sometimes finds it difficult to keep up with the nerve response. With a swish, Meow cut out with a sword. Armament Haki wrapped around Raikiri, accompanied by black sword aura, turned into a crow and opened his mouth, hitting Momosaji's white neck directly, as if he wanted to slay Momosaji with a sword. Seeing this, Akiji in the distance frowned. Almost without hesitation, he was going to help Momosaji and take Mio. But when Akiji was preparing to act, suddenly his eyelids twitched slightly, and then suddenly he hugged his hands in front of him, blocking his head. The next moment, a figure appeared in front of Akiji, and Lilith kicked it out with great strength. But Akiji noticed it and resisted it completely. It's just that the explosion of powerful force formed a wave of air that swept all around. Immediately, Lilith slightly jumped back a few steps and said lightly, "Masters fight, you can't intervene." Master? Akiji frowned slightly, feeling a little weird about this name. What is the relationship between the members of this ship and the captain? But then he stopped thinking about this time-wasting problem, but calmly said, "Then catch you first. Anyway, all of you are destined to stay here today, and then be sent into Impel Down." Upon hearing this, a smile suddenly appeared on Lilith's face, as if she was amused, and said with a smile, "Catch me? You can try." As the sound fell, a pair of beautiful wings immediately stretched out behind Lilith. With a light wave of the wings, Lilith flew directly into the sky, hovering in the air. Although she may not be Akiji's opponent, she is really not afraid of Akiji catching herself. After all, Akiji does not have that ability. Lilith, who can fly, has the replacement fruit in hand, and Akiji alone is basically impossible to catch her. Tisk, it's really troublesome. Looking at Lilith in the sky, Akiji murmured helplessly. The enemy he hates most is probably the one who can fly. Then, Akiji looked around, only to see Erika and Hyken surrounding him. Warwick rushed towards the Marine soldiers. The screams sounded almost constantly, and the few people on the Black Crow pirate ship, except Robin, could not deal with the Marine soldiers at all and could only wait to be killed. The main thing is, Akiji couldn't help looking at the ice surface under his feet and could feel that there was a giant on the sea floor observing the situation on the sea surface, waiting for an opportunity, and would launch an attack at any time. That is a drought. Although he is huge, he seems to have a good head. It looks like it takes some effort. Akiji murmured, making a move with his right hand, and dozens of ice knives were condensed in midair beside him. With Akiji's wave of his hand, the ice knives pointed directly at Lilith in the sky. Stab in the past. The sound of breaking through the air kept ringing. Lilith waved her wings calmly. A violent wind suddenly formed, and the ice skates shattered in an instant. This ability is indeed the Eudemon's. Akiji's eyes flickered, and then he leaped slightly and left where he was. I saw the location where Akiji was just now. At this time, there were 4 scarlet tentacles bombarding it. The powerful force caused the ice to crack in an instant, and the power was powerful. Seeing that he hadn't hit Akiji, Hyen's expression was calm. When he raised his head again, Sharingan already appeared in his eyes. It's really troublesome, Akiji murmured, and Erika, who had already felt the attack under observation Haki, jumped away again. Just after leaving, 2 terrorist slashes struck. Staring at these 3 people, Akiji is also rare to be solemn. The strength of these 3 people, each of them is not weak, and the abilities of few of them are a little weird, so he has to be solemn. It's solved one by one. Akiji murmured, his muscles tightened, and Akiji's speed exploded during his breathing, and his body disappeared in place. The icicles formed by the 5 layers of cold air erupted in an instant and attacked Hyen. In an instant, the temperature here dropped extremely rapidly, making Hyen feel that the blood in his body had become cold. Sharingan turned extremely fast in his eyes, and the 4 scarlet tentacles behind him pulled away, pulling Hyen away in an instant, avoiding the danger of being frozen. Be careful of his cold, Lilith reminded. Immediately afterwards, the wings shook and a hurricane formed and swept towards Akiji. The ice on the sea where the hurricane passed by began to shatter a little, and a lot of ice was rolled up. Troublesome ability. Akiji frowned, waved his right hand, and the cold air rose, and then with a wave, a terrorist attack greeted him. Storm Pheasantmouth. This is a huge ice bird formed entirely of cold ice. At this time, it collided with the hurricane. After the collision, the ice bird shattered, but the hurricane disappeared and canceled each other out. But the next moment, Lilith's figure suddenly appeared behind Akiji and kicked out suddenly, armament Haki covered. Akiji's pupils tightened, but his powerful strength made him react quickly, turning around with a wave of his hand, and an ice shield blocked it. In front of him, he also blocked Lilith's blow. This ability, Akiji quickly jumped a few steps back, pulled away, stared at Lilith, and at the same time took a deep look at Mio. If he read it right, Lilith suddenly appeared next to him, and the abilities used by Mio before seemed to be the same. That should be the ability of Devil Fruit. But how can the ability of a Devil Fruit appear in 2 people? Akiji was puzzled. Because it was during the battle, Akiji temporarily suppressed the doubts in his heart and immediately moved his mind. A terrifying chill erupted from Akiji's body, and the white chill was rising. Even if there was no contact, people could feel the chill. The ultimate contained in it is cold. If it is touched, it may freeze people instantly. With a bang, Kuroken stepped out and shot out like a cannonball. He quickly rushed in front of Akiji. The scarlet tentacles behind him waved and slammed into Akiji suddenly. Covered by armament Haki, Akiji's expression remained unchanged. His hands directly blocked the blow, and the ice under his feet slightly cracked and sank. However, the chill immediately after Akiji's body quickly covered the black kin's tentacles, and it continued to spread along the tentacles toward the black kin. If it continued, the Black Research Council was directly frozen. The three-go jade riding wheel in his eyes slowly turned. Heiyan's face was calm, and his back waved two tentacles again, one of which resembled a sharp knife, directly severing his few tentacles that had been frozen in ice. The other tentacle took this opportunity to slam at Akiji. The powerful blow, coupled with Heiyan's decisiveness, made Akiji feel a little stunned for a while. When hit by this blow, he flew upside down and hit the ice. It's really scary. Akiji coughed slightly, then stood up and looked at Heiken solemnly. It is not because of Heiyan's strength that he feels solemn. It was Heiyan's decisiveness. Cut off his tentacles directly without any hesitation. This kind of decisiveness was unexpected by Akiji. At this time, Akiji frowned and stared at Heiken. Those eyes that seemed to have no emotions made Akiji a little jealous. When fighting, it was this kind of person who was afraid of injury for injury. Desperately with you, without the slightest hesitation. And Akiji glanced at Momosaji, who was fighting with Mio in the distance, frowning even more. He could clearly see that because Mio's weird teleportability made Momosaji a little difficult to hostile at this time. It is possible that Momosaji will lose to Mio's hand soon. When the time comes, it will be difficult. Be serious, muttered. The expression in Akiji's lazy eyes suddenly became sharp. Immediately, Akiji waved his right hand sharply. Freezing time capsule. A chill burst out and quickly rushed toward Heian along the frozen sea. This chill gave Heian a fatal sense of crisis, and all he didn't even want was to avoid him in the distance. Use this opportunity. Akiji stepped out and then rushed towards Erika on the other side. When he came to Erika, the cold suddenly broke out of his palm. Freezing time. Erika didn't expect that Akiji would attack herself in turn, but she didn't hesitate to swing the two swords immediately and slap two slashes that converged into one. The slashes were like silver lightning. In an instant, the cold air was split apart, and Akiji's body was cut in half. However, Akiji's body quickly turned into ice and recovered quickly. However, Erika had already opened the distance at this time. At the same time, Lilith waved her wings in the sky, and a hint of golden light was scattered, accompanied by a hurricane. Looking at the light spots in the sky, Akiji frowned and leaped lightly. While avoiding the hurricane, he was also avoiding these light spots. Intuition told him that it was not a good thing. It's really troublesome. Secretly curling his lips, Akiji's patience has been polished, and he didn't want to waste any more time, and immediately a terrifying aura erupted from him. This is the end of the journey of the Black Crow Pirates, Akiji said in a deep voice. The whole person was covered by cold air. At this moment, as Akiji's voice fell, the next moment, it was originally surrounded. The chill of Akiji's body dispersed in an instant, sweeping towards the surroundings. Where the cold air passed, some of the broken ice surface was frozen again in an instant. Heian and Erika did not hesitate at all. They kept retreating backwards, keeping a distance. But the next moment, Akiji stepped out one step, but after a few breaths, he caught up with Heian. Before the Black Research counterattacked, the cold air on Akiji's body instantly covered him, directly freezing the Black Research Institute. Turned into ice sculptures. This is awakening. Mio frowned when she saw this scene in the distance. The next moment, my mind moved, and he appeared beside Momosaji, cut it out with a knife, and was blocked by Momosaji, who had reacted with his knife. However, Mio directly lifted his foot and kicked it out, hitting Momosaji's abdomen, making Momosaji a kite with a broken line, and kept flying upside down. As expected of Admiral in the future, he actually developed frozen fruit to the point of awakening so early. Mio's eyes returned to Akiji's side again, murmured fearfully. But think about it, it's right. If the awakening has not been developed, how can you sit in the position of admiral? In this short period of interest, Akiji has caught up with Erika. The terrifying cold is almost desperate. At least it makes people have no way to deal with it. As long as they touch, they will be frozen and turned into ice sculptures in an instant. Moreover, the cold is not limited to Akiji's body. The range is going turbulently towards the surroundings. This is the horror of awakening. Even Erika was covered by the cold in a short moment at this time. After solving Erika, Akiji turned his gaze to Lilith in the sky. At this time, Lilith's eyes were also full of fear. Her strength is that she can constantly consume others. But Akiji is obviously not something she can consume. And she couldn't get close to Akiji at this time. Otherwise, once she got close, she would be frozen quickly, just like Hyken and Erika. For a while, Lilith was a little bit helpless. Forget it, this guy. Don't care about it. Staring at Lilith in the sky for a while, Akiji murmured without any thoughts. Air combat. It's really not a strong point. So instead he looked at Mio, his tone indifferent. Now it's over. The voice fell. The cold air continued to surging on the ground and swept to the surroundings, and the frozen sea area was expanded again. This frozen sea area seemed to be Akiji's realm at this time. TSK, it seems that I can't continue. I have to leave as soon as possible. He glanced at Erika and Hyen, who had turned into ice sculptures, and murmured. Immediately, Mio looked at Akiji and said lightly, It should be over, but unfortunately, you can't catch us. The voice fell. Take a step out. Momosaji suddenly had a bad premonition, swiping the knife directly behind him, and the golden sword aura exploded. But Mio did not hesitate, and the Raikiri covered by Haki also waved, and the black sword aura rushed away in an instant, colliding with the golden slash. A wave of air broke out and spread to all directions. Immediately after Mio kicked out suddenly, Momosaji flew upside down again, but in the mid-air where Momosaji flew upside down, Mio was urging the ability to replace the fruit. The figure appeared behind Momosaji and suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed it. It touched Momosaji's neck. Then Mio looked at Akiji and said lightly, Exchange it. Hear the words. Akiji looked calm and said, Before you kill her, I can kill you. You don't have that ability. Mio just showed up in the distance with Momosaji and said slowly, If it were Kazuru, I would believe it, but you don't have this speed. Perhaps I don't have the speed, but what can you do if you kill her? All members of the Black Crow Pirates will still be caught and impelled down. She is Marine, and she has long been conscious of death. Akiji said in a deep voice. Road. At the same time, a foot suddenly stepped on the ice surface, and the cold air broke out on the bottom of the foot, and it froze crazily toward the depths of the seabed. Meow squinted his eyes, and he didn't need to look to know that the drought had been frozen. But Akiji's words made Mio laugh. Akiji, you are not Kizaru, let alone a Kainu. Although this is the first time we met, trust me, I know you better. Kizaru has the terrifying speed that can keep up with him, while a Kainu has the ultimate justice. For this ultimate justice, it doesn't matter how many people are sacrificed, even Momosaji, whom Sengoku and Crane value. But what about Akiji? He is a normal Marine, especially for him sacrificing his familiar friends. As he said, the hand holding Momosaji's neck slowly twisted. Momosaji's face suddenly flushed. The body was struggling in the air, but she was staring at Mio and did not ask Akiji for help. Of course, she couldn't speak at this time. Hearing what Mio said, Akiji was silent. Just staring at Mio, did not speak. After a long time, Akiji spoke, looking at Mio with apathy in his eyes. Kill her, and you will face Garp Vice Admiral's chase. Since Mio knew herself, he would definitely know Garp, and Akiji had to move out of Garp to threaten Mio. Do you think I care about this? Mio said indifferently. Hearing that, Akiji was silent again, staring deeply at Mio, this guy, which made him feel a bit tricky at this time. Mio's strength is not that strong. Akiji knows this very well. It can also be seen that, in addition to his strange abilities, Mio's overall strength is not even as strong as his crew. However, this guy is very decisive, knows how to make himself jealous, how to make himself compromise, and he has a feeling of winning, although this feeling makes Akiji very annoying. From the very beginning, this guy didn't seem to be flustered after seeing him, and he seemed to be ready to threaten him with Momosaji a long time ago. And when he was about to end the battle, he caught Momosaji directly, making himself too late to rescue Momosaji. From the beginning, the battle was divided into two. One was his battle with Mio's men, and the other was his battle with Momosaji. The two battles are not in the same place. This battle, in Akiji's eyes, is actually like a battle for the opponent to give his crew more insight. See the horror of the strong. I have a personal experience of the strength of the top power on the sea. Because of the other party, he has never worried about his life. And myself, like a tool man, Akiji could see. Just as Mio said, he knew himself very well, not to mention why the other party knew him, but judging from the fact that the other party directly threatened him with Momosaji's life, Akiji had already believed the other party's words. Call. Suddenly, Akiji sighed, waved his hand, and the chill dissipated in an instant. She is dead, and the Black Crow pirates will truly end today. Akiji said slowly, and as the voice fell, the ice on the bodies of Hyan and Erica, who had been frozen, began to slowly dissipate. Relax. Hearing this, Mio shrugged and smiled lightly. I haven't thought of making jokes about my life yet. If Momosaji were to die here, I am afraid I and others would not go to Impel Down, but would be buried here with Momosaji. Thinking of this, Mina's hand holding Momosaji's neck was also slightly loosened. Akiji Vice Admiral. Momosaji could not help but yell to Akiji after feeling his breathing eased for a while. Akiji gave up and said indifferently, "He's right, I'm not the guy Akainu." Although I can't get used to Akainu's style, Akiji also admits that Akainu's style is more in line with the current Marine, especially for people with high positions like them. But he really can't do it like Akainu. Sacrifice one's own people for the enemy. Soon, as the cold air dissipated, both Hyan and Erica were released from the frozen state. Enduring the cold state, the two came to Mio's side. Go on the boat, Mio said towards Erica, and glanced at Lilith at the same time. Lilith nodded lightly. Her figure flashed and appeared on the ship. Erica, Hyan, and Warwick did not hesitate to rush towards the ship. Mio looked at Akiji and grinned. "Excuse me, Akiji Vice Admiral. Restore the ocean, otherwise I won't be able to leave." At this point, Akiji had no idea of fighting. After shook his head helplessly and waved his hand, the originally frozen sea actually began to slowly dissipate. In the bottom of the sea, the drizzle also showed its head. Akiji looked at Mio's ship, then set his eyes on Mio's body, and said lightly, "Nico Robin is on your boat, right?" "Yes." Min nodded. Seeing Mio confessed, Akiji squinted his eyes and didn't say much, just said lightly, "It's time to let her go. No hurry. You can only release it when it's safe, don't you?" Mio said slowly, taking a step out, and his figure appeared on the bow of the ship in a flash. As the frozen sea began to return to its original state, only the sea under Akiji's feet remained frozen. Meow looked at the drought man. Without ordering, he already understood the meaning of meow, dived into the bottom of the sea, and quickly left with the ship. Akiji kept watching Mio closely. When the ship has gone a certain distance away, Mio looked at Momosaji in his hand, patted Momosaji's white face, and grinned. "Miss Momosaji, see you next time. By the way, your skin is pretty good." After speaking, Mio didn't have the slightest thought of pity for Xiang Yu, kicked Momosaji away, and was about to fall into the sea. Akiji has been paying attention to this side, and directly frozen the sea in this area, so that Momosaji can avoid falling into the deep sea. Cough, cough, cough. Feeling the sharp pain in the abdomen, Momosaji coughed with bloodline at the corner of his mouth. It took him a long time to sit up and lower his head to look at Akiji. "Sorry, Akiji Vice Admiral. I was the one who dragged you down. No, it's my own cause. Akiji shook his head and walked toward his bicycle while answering again. Although that guy is a newcomer, he is right. I'm not a Kainu. But please tell Sengoku Admiral. I'll catch that guy. I'll be alone this time. Just tell me the location when the time comes. After speaking, Akiji had already mounted his bicycle and drove away. Looking at Akiji's back, Momosaji also inevitably looked complicated and finally sighed, returned to the broken warship, took out the phone bug, and dialed out. Soon, the phone worm was connected. Sengoku Admiral. It's Momosaji, what's the matter? Momosaji took a deep breath, then looked firm and said solemnly, Sengoku Admiral, I apply to be transferred to the World Government Headquarters. Naval Headquarters. Sengoku frowned when he heard Momosaji's words. Why do you have such an idea? Momosaji said without hesitation. I plan to go to CP0 to practice and improve my strength. Among the CP organizations, CP0 belongs to the highest level organization, and the members of the CP organization are extraordinary in strength. Among the CP0 members that appeared in the original book, leaving aside Lucci 2 years later, there is another queen of the Pleasure District. One of the leaders of the Dark World and New World, Stussy, being able to become one of the bosses of the Underground World, able to see the extraordinary of Stussy and the extraordinary of CP0. CP0 members are not only powerful. Cultivation is also very cruel and hard. Sengoku was silent for a moment before speaking. Tell me what happened to you. Yes. Momosaji didn't hide it and reported it immediately. This time, even Jiang Miao's specific abilities were reported to the past. That's it. I see. After listening to Momosaji's report, Sengoku groaned and said, Then you go back to the headquarters first, and I will arrange it when Marshal Kong is officially promoted. The CP0 organization is easy to enter, but it is difficult to come up with it. Sengoku is very clear about this. After all, it is an organization that directly belongs to the world government. Although there are many strong people in it, basically as long as you enter CP0, you can only take orders from the world government. However, even Sengoku cannot deny that CP0 has a good set of training. The specific reason is that world government has collected a lot of fruit abilities dedicated to this aspect in cultivating strong people. For 800 years, in order to stabilize its dominance, the world government has left no room for training its subordinates. In the past, Sengoku would not allow Momosaji to go to Mariewa. After all, the relationship between world government and marine is not particularly harmonious. But fortunately, Sora will become the commander-in-chief of the army, and he has a certain right to speak in the world government. The same is true, Sengoku agreed. Then Akiji Vice Admiral. Upon hearing this, Sengoku sighed and said, Don't worry about him. He will take care of the next thing. Momosaji conveyed Akiji's words, so at this time Sengoku did not intend to let Akiji return to New World immediately. Must be arrested. And Akiji, as the person who has been with Garp since he came out from under Zephyr, Sengoku is also familiar with Akiji. Knowing that Akiji is right, he is more appropriate alone. Otherwise, with Akiji's character, things like Momosaji will not be difficult to happen a second time. He is indeed not a Kainu. Yes, I will return to the headquarters immediately. The phone worm's conversation was hung up after Momosaji's words. Putting away the phone worm, Momosaji looked at the direction of the departure of Mio's ship, muttering firmly in his eyes. Hopefully when I come back from Mariewa, you have not been arrested and impelled down. At that time I will catch you myself. The ship headed towards the city of Seven Waters. On the deck, both Hein and Erica at this time were each wrapped in a blanket, shivering from a cold. Even though it has been a while, I can still feel the cold. Robin had been hiding on the boat just now. After all, she couldn't help with fighting things like that, but it would drag her back. Robin sat beside Mio at this time and said worriedly, Captain, what's next? It's okay, Mio said with a smile on her face. Continue to the city of Seven Waters. The Seven Waters are definitely going. After all, if there is no good ship on the sea, it will be very troublesome. It is definitely impossible for this ship to continue to take them to New World. But this time I really saw the strength of the top powers, especially how terrifying the level of Logia ability, such as Akiji, was after awakening. This made Mio hesitate. Do you want to think about it before heading to New World, practice like Luffy for 2 years? Meow murmured, with a flash of thinking in his eyes. This time Mio can also clearly feel that the gap between Admiral and Admiral is too big. If you don't practice for a while and go directly to New World, is it too rash? Or Haki is not strong enough? Meow murmured, her eyes flickered. If Haki is strong enough, even if it is not lower than Akiji, it can also withstand Akiji's chill. The ship's let, including Mio, has not been practicing Haki for long enough. If he can have a period of time to practice Haki, he won't win Akiji, but with the ability and means of a few people, there is no problem to escape. Thought of this. Mio made a decision right now. When you arrive at the city of 7 Waters, I will go directly to Impel Down. But this time, maybe the time I stayed may be longer. After thinking for a moment, Mio took out the phone worm that contacted Vegapunk and sent a text. Make a deal, Vegapunk. 3 days later, the city of 7 Waters, a floating city built on underwater ruins. This city is very famous in the Grand Line for its shipbuilding technology. 800 years ago, Pluton, one of the 3 ancient weapons, was also born on this island, made by the shipbuilders. When I came to this city, I parked the ship behind an unmanned shore. Mio looked at a few people and ordered, "We will spend the next few days in the city of 7 Waters, but don't wander around. Wait a while and find a hotel to stay quietly." Not surprisingly, the guy Akiji must be looking for us and wants to arrest us. Now we have a small chance of winning against him. I see, Master. Erica nodded. Then Mio took some gold from the boat and walked toward the city of 7 Waters with a few people. After finding a hotel on the island, Mio left alone. He's going to find someone to build a new pirate ship for the Black Crow pirates. The city of 7 Waters faces a tsunami called the God of Water every year. After each tsunami, the water level of the city of 7 Waters will increase, and then the city of 7 Waters needs to build a higher city. Because of the gods of water, the traffic in the city of 7 Waters is entirely dependent on a creature called Bulu. Wearing a cloak, Mio sat on Bulu, heading for his destination, the garbage dump in the city of 7 Waters. Sitting on Bulu, Mio pulled the cloak cap on her head. As she approached the garbage dump, Mio's eyes fell on some people, and the corners of her mouth under the cloak couldn't help but raised slightly, revealing a playful smile. The world government is really patient, Min murmured. With his strength, on the way to the garbage dump, he immediately noticed several guys dressed as ordinary people in the capital of 7 Waters, but obviously extraordinary. The appearance can be dressed up, but the eyes cannot hide. Not surprisingly, these guys are all CP9. Of course, these CP9s are not those of CP9 in the future, and Lucci is still in the process of training. However, the purpose of CP9 on the city of 7 Waters is the same as the CP9 at the beginning of the plot in the future, both for Pluton. In the future, Lucci and others will stare at Tom's apprentice Bingberg and Frankie. But these CP9s at this time, not surprisingly, came to stare at Tom. After all, Tom is not dead yet, but is building a water train for the city of 7 Waters. The purpose of his trip to the garbage dump was also for Tom. However, it is not realistic to find Tom to build ship. After all, Tom is now a thorn in the eyes of the world government. The world government is not a fool. It is very clear that Tom must have Pluton's design drawings in his hands. I just didn't dare to move rashly, for fear that Tom would ruin Pluton's design drawings. At this time, Meow went to Tom to help him build the ship. It was undoubtedly a death. So he just wanted to ask Tom to help him introduce some people. Landfill. As the name suggests, a lot of garbage is placed here. And in the garbage dump, there is a small house where Tom lives. At this time, Tom was designing the drawings of the sea train in his residence, sometimes frowning and thinking, sometimes taking a drink and sipping. Beside Tom are his disciples Frankie and Bingshan, both of whom are still teenagers. In order to offset the charges of his master, he is helping Tom build a sea train. Suddenly, Tom frowned. Bingberg asked quickly, "Master, Have you encountered any difficulties? No. Tom shook his head. At exactly this time, the door of the small room was pushed open, and Mio slowly walked into the small room, closed the door of the room, and said with a slight smile on his face, "Meeting for the first time, Mr. Tom. I'm the captain of the Black Crow Pirates, Mio Kirika." Tom frowned slightly and looked at Min and said solemnly, "I do not know you. It's enough for me to know Master Tom." Mio shrugged and sat in front of Tom unceremoniously and said slowly, "Isn't it a pity to come to the city of Seven Waters without seeing the world's #1 boat builder? Now that you have seen it, you can leave," Tom said. Mio smiled, didn't waste her tongue with Tom, and got straight to the point. "Mr. Tom, I want to build a boat. I don't build ships anymore." Tom shook his head directly. "And if you come to see me now, you will definitely enter the eyes of the world government. I have a secret. If you contact me now, it is very likely that you may die here before you leave the capital of Seven Waters." "Don't worry." Mio didn't care about this, and explained with a smile. "If it's Code Zero, I might be afraid, but CP9 doesn't have that strength. The CP organization itself is an organization that investigates intelligence. The strongest is CP0, and the others are just eye-catching. Want to monitor Mio? CP9 does not have that strength yet. Especially Mio has the replacement fruit. Want to discover Meow? Unless it is the CP0 organization, is almost the same. And I also know that Mr. Tom has an important task and can't spare time to help me build the ship. So I am here just to let Mr. Tom help me introduce some suitable shipbuilders." Speaking, Mio said again, "Although I don't have any good materials, I happened to go to Sky Island and brought a lot of gold from there. I think even the materials of Baoshu Atom can be bought." "Sky Island?" Hearing this, Tom suddenly opened his eyes and asked in surprise, "You went to the Golden City?" "Yes." Min nodded. Tom asked curiously, "Then you should have also seen the historical text there, right?" "I saw it." The corner of Meow's mouth rose slightly. "Not only did I see it, but I also knew the above. Do you understand ancient characters?" Tom was surprised. He had built ships for Roger, so he also heard some secret news from Roger, or that he was even a half-crew member of Roger Pirates. However, the content of the historical text is not clear, because the only person who can understand the text in the historical text is Roger. And Roger didn't tell too many people about the above, he only told Rayleigh. Of course I can't understand it, but it just so happened that the only survivor of O'Hara was on my boat," Mio said with a smile. Hearing this, Tom's expression suddenly became solemn. "You shouldn't tell me this kind of thing. Since you know the historical text and have seen the content on the historical text, you should know that the historical text is a taboo of the world government. If they know about you, you will not let you go." "I know, but I don't think Mr. Tom would tell this kind of thing to the outside world, would he?" Min shrugged, seeming not to care. "Eh." Hearing what Mio said, Tom smiled and took a sip of his wine, and then he thought about it. "I won't help you build a ship, but I hope you can hand over your ship to my 2 apprentices to build, and I will point them to them from time to time. They're all my apprentices as a shipbuilder, but I haven't built a really big ship yet, and I haven't touched those good materials. If you want, I can guarantee that they will be able to build you a resounding ship." Tom said sincerely. Frankie and Bingshan said they were his apprentices, but they were more like father and son. That's why there is this request. Hearing Tom's words, leaving aside Mio, Bingberg and Frankie were both surprised. Then Bingberg quickly said, "Master, we have to help you build a sea train. Whenever there is time to build a sea train, if you build a sea train earlier, the world government will cancel your charge." "Yeah," Frankie said too. Although he was very excited, he knew what was most important now. "It's okay." Tom grinned and gave up. "It will take many years for the sea train to be completely built. We do not lack the time to build a ship." But what else Bingberg wanted to say, but was stopped by Tom. Tom just looked at Mio, waiting for Mio's answer. Watching Tom like that, Mio nodded with a smile on her face. "Yes, I just hope that Mr. Tom will not let me down." "Don't worry, this is the duty of a shipbuilder," Tom said seriously immediately. Hearing that, Mio didn't talk nonsense, and directly placed a box of gold that he had brought down from the boat before Tom's eyes, and at the same time took out a phone bug, handed it to Tom, and said, "If you want to contact me, you can use this phone worm. If the cost is not enough, you can contact me. I will be in the city of Seven Waters for the rest of the time." Tom took the call worm. Mio stood up and said, "Okay, then I will leave first, hoping to see my ship soon. Goodbye." Tom nodded. Mio turned and left, and just opened the door. Mio suddenly turned back to look at Tom, grinning. "I hope Tom can protect Pluton's design drawings." After speaking, Mio went straight out and closed the door by the way. And Tom, the look on his face was shocked at this time. It seemed that he didn't expect Mio to know that the Pluton design drawings were here, but then he realized that when Mio could understand the historical text, he was relieved. Perhaps the historical text recorded where the Pluton design drawings were. Island, and then think of yourself from it? After thinking for a moment, Tom looked at his two apprentices with a serious voice. "Aspako, Frankie, you can't tell what happened today. Otherwise, it will not only bring disasters to you, but it will also bring disasters to the city of Seven Waters. If you don't want the city of Seven Waters to be destroyed, then everything is in my stomach today. What happened today, if it spreads out? The world government will not let Mino go, but at the same time, the city of Seven Waters will also be associated with the world government. Will the world government destroy the city of Seven Waters like O'Hara? Tom doesn't know, but he doesn't dare to gamble." Pluton, Mio, who had left the garbage dump, was also thinking secretly at this time. He naturally wanted to get Pluton's design drawings, but it is not the truth now. The current Pluton design drawings are still on Tom, and Tom is not a boat builder, but his strength is not weak. He can lift a boat with one hand. From this we can see how terrifying Tom's power is. Forcibly seizing is not good for you, and it will attract the attention of the world government. So Mio does not currently have the idea of forcibly grabbing Pluton's design drawings. Anyway, there is still a long time before the original plot begins. After Tom's death, Pluton's design drawings must be obtained by himself. At that time, it will be much easier than when Tom was alive. Go back to the hotel. At this time, several people in the room are practicing their own Haki. The observation Haki and armament Haki of several people are always urging and proficient. Although the improvement is slow, the venue is in the hotel, and there's only such a suitable method for cultivation. Seeing Mio's return, several people couldn't help but say hello. After Mio nodded, he sat at the table. Robin asked quickly, "Captain, have you found the right boat builder?" "Ah, I found it, and we should build a good boat for us at that time." Meow grinned. Although the current Frankie and Bing Berg do not have as good shipbuilding capabilities as in the future, since Tom dares to request for his apprentice, he will certainly not stand idly by. Therefore, this ship is still worth looking forward to. I don't know when the boat can be built, so in the next period of time, I will practice quietly in the city of Seven Waters. Mio said again, "In this regard, few people are meaningless. After all, after seeing Akiji's strength, they didn't have the slightest resistance to improving their strength, and they couldn't even wait." Mio sat at the table, writing and drawing on the paper with a pen in his hand, while Robin was watching what Mio had written. His brows gradually frowned. When Mio finished writing, he couldn't help but speak. "Captain, what you wrote is... This is our next plan." Kaido shone brightly in Mio's eyes. While speaking, Mio rubbed Robin's head and smiled. "Our current strength will suffer a lot when we go to New World, so before entering New World, it is necessary to pause and spend some time to improve our strength. Not to mention all aspects of improvement, but at least Haki must be improved." "That's what I said. But why are you going to such a dangerous place, Captain?" Robin pointed to the 3 words circled on the desk paper, "Impelled Down." Although Robin is young, he still knows Impelled Down very well. It is the big undersea prison known as the Copper Wall and Iron Wall. The only person who escaped from it was the legendary big pirate, the Golden Lion. Even so, Golden Lion still left a pair of legs inside as a price. This is a place that must be visited. Mio grinned. Impelled Down is definitely going. A large number of devil fruit genes is also a way to improve one's strength. And even though Mio intends to take the elite route with all his staff, If he wants to ascend to the throne, it will be impossible to rely on these people under his own hands. Therefore, the future of Meow will definitely need some followers of his own. In the future, whether there will be new world pirates willing to follow him, I will not mention it, but I can rely on the devil fruit gene to cultivate some. And in Impel Down, if there are some good devil fruit genes, then it is completely possible to cultivate a strong one. So Impel Down is a must. After speaking, Mio picked up the paper, looked at Erica and the others, grinning. Well, everyone, you have to listen carefully to the next words. This is our plan after leaving the city of Seven Waters. We originally planned to leave the city of Seven Waters to tell you, but now it is the same. Hearing that, several people all looked at Meow. Mio didn't waste time and directly laid out the next plan. It took 10 minutes to listen to Mio's words. Erica Dang even said, "I'm with the master." No. Min shook his head and refused directly. You want to practice with Lilith and others. Following me will only drag me down. But Impel Down is dangerous, I don't worry. Erica worried. Don't worry, if I think it's easy to leave Impel Down. Mio smiled. His words were not to comfort Erica, but they did. You must know that he is now in the eyes of Naval headquarters, not surprisingly, demon fruit power. But in fact, he is not. When the time comes to Impel Down, Marine will probably handcuff him to Seastone. But he still has all the strength, plus the replacement fruit. It is very simple for Meow to leave Impel Down. Said for a long time. Erica nodded and agreed. Correct. Suddenly, Meow took out a reward order, threw it to Hei Yin, and said, "This guy is handed over to you. You will leave the city of Seven Waters during this period of time, and let the Han Yin follow you to bring this guy back to live." The reward order is a reward order from a pirate in the Grand Line, Paramecia Devil Fruit. A very tasteless ability. But for Meow, it's very useful. Hei Yin nodded after picking up the reward order, then turned and left. Drought followed, and there was a life card on the other side of Drought. After finding the target, he would be able to quickly find his way back. As Hei Yin left, the room fell into silence, and Erica started practicing again. And Mio was holding a devil fruit. This was not thunder fruit, but one of the other two devil fruits. At this time, Mio was holding this devil fruit in his hand. With a thought, the panel appeared in front of her eyes. This devil fruit, he intends to use it for a lottery. See if he can extract any good genes. You got a chance to draw a lottery. After using devil fruit, a prompt appears on the panel. Mio entered the lottery panel, and a huge roulette appeared in front of her eyes. Every time I see the genes on the panel, it makes Meow extremely hot. All the genes above, it can be said that Meow wants to get it. Shinigami Virtual Gene, Hokage 2 Tail Gene, Blood Devouring Attack the Black Sword Gene of Yema, Fairy Tail Fire Dragon Gene, The Adventures of Jackie Chan the Devil Gene of the Wind, and many more. All kinds of genes are dazzled by people who look at it, and these genes are very powerful. There are even Pokemon and Digimon genes. I just don't know what kind of genes I will get this time. Without hesitation, Mio directly pressed the lottery button. The roulette turned suddenly.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.